Chapter 1. Transmigration into the villain. A soft, cushy texture grazed his hand, prompting Li Jiansan to abruptly open his eyes. What on earth? Why am I still clad in ancient garb? This is absurd. Are you really indulging in cosplay? Li Jiansan's gaze swept across the stunning women in the room, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Young Master Kongsu, you are awake. Upon hearing this title, Li Jiansan's expression froze in disbelief. This is the antagonist from my novel. Could it be that I am? Li Jiansan's mental state began to unravel. He had transmigrated into the very novel he penned. This world is referred to as the Great Jiang Empire, a realm where the strong reign supreme. Here, there are no smartphones or Wi-Fi. What exists is merely a cultivation system that has reached its zenith. The cultivation levels are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, mystical understanding, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. If one cannot cultivate, they will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate this world. Transmigration alone would be bearable, but he has become the villain, a mere cannon fodder destined to meet an untimely demise within a few chapters. This is truly disheartening. Li Jiansan recalled the details of the antagonist, the young master of the Xingjing sect, already 15 years of age, yet he has not even broken through to the Qi refinement stage. His lackluster abilities are not due to any inherent deficiency but rather his sheer unwillingness to cultivate. Moreover, he leveraged his status as a young master to compel others to address him as young Master Kongsu. If he were an ultimate big boss, that would be one thing, but as a character who barely survives 3 chapters, it is utterly unexciting. Li Jiansan, today, I shall make you pay dearly. A furious growl resonated from outside the room. Suddenly, silence enveloped the space, the atmosphere thick with tension. Boom! A youth clad in white strode in with an air of confidence. He exuded an extraordinary presence, his bright eyes and pearly teeth making him a paragon of beauty, a handsome figure with no angles left unturned. Could this be the aura of a protagonist, complete with a background score? Li Jiansan scrutinized the young man before him. The youth fixed his cold gaze upon Li Jiansan and declared, Li Jiansan, prepare to meet your end. The young man's aura was profound and inscrutable, clearly a formidable martial artist. Li Jiansan, with an expression of feigned innocence, replied, I beg your pardon, but who might you be? At those words, the young man's fury seemed to surge uncontrollably, his clenched fists creaking ominously. 3 days ago, you injured my father, Lin Chong. You scoundrel, how can you act as if nothing happened? Today, I shall ensure you pay the price. Lin Chong? After a moment of contemplation, Li Jiansan's furrowed brow eased slightly. Injured? That's not a significant issue. No need to panic. Tilting his head, a flicker of memory sparked in his eyes. Is he not the Lin Chong known for his chivalrous deeds? Chivalrous deeds? Is that so? Young Master Kongsu easily dealt with him, and yet he still had the audacity to act chivalrous? Ha ha ha, you crack me up. As the two conversed, the onlookers stifled their laughter. In this world, heroism requires strength. If one lacks the power to assist, then their bravado amounts to mere folly. The mocking laughter only intensified the young man's ire, his expression growing increasingly grim. He glared at Li Jiansan, a palpable aura of menace rising around him. The young man's imposing presence was unmistakable. He was clearly a force to be reckoned with. Thus, while the room's occupants suppressed their laughter, none dared confront the young man directly. Although the women in the room were skilled at concealing their emotions, the youth, having trained in martial arts for years, was acutely aware of the surrounding atmosphere. He raised his voice, declaring, My father is unparalleled in martial arts. Having vanquished countless foes, the title Leopard Head Lin Chong is universally respected. But how could you, of all people, have defeated my father? You must have employed some vile means, a common tactic of your Xingjing sect. Li Jiansan smiled bashfully. My dear friend, I believe you are mistaken. Li Jiansan, am known for my benevolence and willingness to assist others. Moreover, I harbor no grievances against your father, and it is impossible that I would engage in conflict with him. I think you must have misinterpreted the situation. Upon finishing his statement, the crowd directed curious glances at him. You, who are notorious for your brutality and debauchery, are indeed a true scourge of the world. And now, you profess to be a good Samaritan who would believe that? Even if you wish to reform, it would be too late. The youth pointed an accusatory finger at Li Jiansan, exclaiming, Your infamous reputation is known far and wide. Even a 3-year-old would find your words hard to believe. Li Jiansan insisted earnestly, No, 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 you truly misunderstand me. The truth is, silence. The youth interrupted sharply, in front of everyone, You slandered my father, accusing him of coveting the wives and riches of others. Are you now too cowardly to face the consequences? As the young man's words echoed, Li Jiansan's feeble form trembled. Is it truly this embarrassing? There is no way to conceal the truth now. The protagonist has stormed in with righteous fury. Could it be that I am done for before even making my entrance? Noticing the young man's face reddening with rage, Li Jiansan hurriedly pleaded, My friend, please do not be angry, let me explain. The youth was already trembling with fury, roaring, Enough with the pleasantries, prepare yourself. With that, he vanished in a flash, attacking Li Jiansan like a bolt of lightning. Buzz! Simultaneously, the youth unleashed a palm strike, sending a flurry of energy racing forth, booming like thunder, a formidable force. What to do? What to do? This is hell mode right from the start, ding. The strongest villain trading system has been successfully bound. Congratulations, host, you have activated the system. In this world, all beings, from the celestial martial deities to mere mortals, are subject to your will, provided you possess a desire. Heh, keep spinning your tails. The emergence of a golden finger did little to elevate Li Jiansan's spirits. In contrast, he found himself yearning to squander his 600 yuan in manuscript fees. As an accomplished web novelist, he had perused countless stories. He was all too familiar with the tropes. Speaking so boastfully, in the end, one still has to face the monsters and grind through levels themselves. How utterly uninteresting. I might as well go squander my 600 yuan manuscript fee. My master, this is no ordinary system. We possess a villainous trading system. Once you have it, you shall be able to trade with any creature on the continent, bidding farewell to the monotonous grind of leveling up, allowing you to effortlessly idle and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Well then, let us give it a try. After all, it's just idling. Li Jiansan decided to test it out. Who knows, perhaps he might truly reach the zenith of existence. Danger detected for the host. Passively entering the strongest state. Duration: 30 minutes. Host: Li Jiansan. Strength: invincible. Talent: supreme. Martial arts: none. Techniques: none. Li Jiansan was taken aback. The strongest state? So formidable. Does it mean I can enter this state whenever I encounter danger? Indeed, however, the host has only 10 opportunities for use. Just as Li Jiansan began to feel elated, he was infuriated by the system. This is a trump card for survival. 10 chances equate to 10 lives. And you've just squandered one of mine. As the youth's palm print was about to strike, Li Jiansan had no choice but to suppress the anger boiling within him. He glanced at the youth. The thunderclap palm already possessed 70 to 80% of his father's prowess. Impressive. Facing the youth's full-force strike, Li Jiansan maintained his composure, gracefully maneuvering to evade the attack. Although the youth's palm print missed its target, the invisible force crashed into the ground, causing a cacophony of debris to scatter, leaving a massive 5-finger imprint on the earth. Truly, a man blessed with protagonist aura. Capable of such power with a mere palm strike. However, as long as I run fast enough, even the emperor cannot touch me. Since the conflict cannot be resolved, I shall simply crush you and snuff you out in your cradle. Li Jiansan cast a glance at the youth, silently resolving to take action. He unleashed a palm strike of his own, the invisible thunderclap palm hurtling towards the youth in an instant. The youth stood stunned, his face awash with disbelief, for Li Jiansan was employing the very thunderclap palm that was his family's ancestral skill. How had Li Jiansan mastered it? What astonished the youth even more was that Li Jiansan's thunderclap palm was executed with a finesse that surpassed his own, honed through over a decade of relentless practice, its power magnified several times over. Indeed, it even surpassed the skill of his father. Could it be that his father had truly been defeated by him? In stark contrast to the youth's astonishment, the several women in the room were even more taken aback. Wasn't Li Jiansan known for never cultivating a veritable waste in martial arts? How had he suddenly become so formidable? Surely he hadn't merely glanced at the technique and learned it. The youth remained speechless for a long moment before stammering, "This is my family's martial arts. How did you learn it, and why is its power seemingly greater than mine?" Li Jiansan replied indifferently. "Because I am a genius. The unparalleled martial arts in your hands are merely a crude weapon. Only in my grasp can they truly flourish. Do you understand?" After Li Jiansan spoke, all eyes were drawn to him, their faces reflecting incredulity. Hadn't Li Jiansan been known for his cruel and debauched nature, a martial arts pariah? How had he transformed into a martial arts prodigy? It seems that rumors are indeed unreliable. Chapter 2. There can only be one villain. With this thought, the gazes of the women in the room gradually brightened towards Li Jiansan. The youth in a daze uttered, "Really, is it like this? I will demonstrate my strength to you." No sooner had he spoken than Li Jiansan unleashed the thunderclap palm once more, the thunderous sound echoing in his ears, its might even more formidable than before. Li Jiansan's thunderclap palm crashed effortlessly into the youth's chest. A muffled thud resonated, and the youth swayed like a reed in the wind. Ultimately blood sprayed forth, and that once proud back crumpled to the ground. Li Jiansan flicked his sleeve and turned away, standing with an air of grandeur. "Take him away. Today I am in good spirits and will leave him whole, rewarding him with a coffin." At his words, the expressions of the surrounding women shifted once more. It seemed Li Jiansan was not as bloodthirsty as the rumors suggested. Indeed, when the enemy sought vengeance, he not only spared the youth but also granted him a coffin. Truly a man of benevolence. At that moment the system's voice echoed in Li Jiansan's ears. "Congratulations, host, on defeating a minor character. The main storyline task has been activated. We shall now commence issuing the main growth tasks to the host." Li Jiansan was somewhat bewildered. "What? That kid isn't the protagonist?" The system replied. "Of course not. He is merely a supporting character. What's going on? Can even a minor character have their own background music?" Main task activated. Main task. The protagonist may have countless counterparts, but there can only be one villain. The host must become the strongest villain on this continent. Upon success, the host will ascend to the pinnacle of life, possessing countless opportunities to flaunt. Subtask. Steal the woman of the current protagonist, Yi Tian, named Chu 11. Upon completion, the host will receive a super gift pack, along with 10 opportunities for trading with powerful beings. Should you fail, the consequences will be yours to bear. Li Jiansan inquired. "Trading with powerful beings? What kind of powerful beings? What can be traded? As long as they have a desire, you may propose any condition to them. Be it a century of cultivation, a top-tier artifact, or a divine maiden." The system's voice chimed in once more. "Don't try to trick me. What super powerful beings, what trading, once they gain their benefits? They could eliminate me in an instant. How could they possibly trade with me willingly?" Li Jiansan cursed vehemently. "I've navigated enough tricks to know better. Do you take me for a naive rookie?" Cough, cough, master, your worries are entirely unnecessary. As long as someone accepts your trade, in the system space, you are the strongest. If anyone violates the game rules, with just a thought, you can ensure they suffer dire consequences. Li Jiansan asked, "What is this system space?" No sooner had he spoken than he was whisked away into a peculiar realm. Before him stood a resplendent palace, and at that moment, Li Jiansan found himself within its grand confines. The palace boasted 9 intricately carved golden pillars that emanated an imposing aura. Before Li Jiansan lay a magnificently imposing golden dragon throne. The entire hall exuded an air of supreme authority. eclipsing even the grandeur of imperial palaces from his past life. Can we converse? Will the host accept the task? Li Jiansan felt a flicker of interest. This could be entertaining. As a villain, it was only natural to target the protagonist. You are the protagonist, so I shall pursue you. It's as simple as that. After declaring his intentions, Li Jiansan donned a professional villainous smile, having chosen the path of villainy. I must tread this road unceasingly, striving to become the most formidable villain, the system stated. The protagonist, Yi Tian, is currently at the foot of the Shengjing Gate. The master should proceed immediately. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Jiansan glanced at the multitude of beauties around him, suddenly realizing he could not waste such resources. Since the protagonist was still down the mountain, it wouldn't hurt to take my time. Just give me 5. No, 1 hour is sufficient, the system responded. I am truly sorry. The elders at the mountain gate are currently expelling him. If you do not hurry, it may soon be too late. Reluctantly, Li Jiansan cast a lingering gaze at the beautiful women strewn about. Help me change. No, assist me in dressing. With the recollections in his mind, Li Jiansan made his way towards Shengjing Gate. Located on the northern side of Jian country, Shengjing Gate was shielded by natural mountain barriers. Although it was merely a third-rate sect, no formidable forces had dared to encroach upon it. Over the years, it had gradually developed a following of several thousand. The sect leader, Li Qingming, possessed terrifying strength at the profound realm, having once slain several powerful beings of the same caliber, thus instilling fear in the surrounding forces. Under his leadership, Shengjing Gate had slowly gained some notoriety. Before long, Li Jiansan arrived at the foot of Shengjing Gate. He observed a young man clad in plain attire, steadfastly standing at the mountain gate. Though his garments were exceedingly ordinary, his countenance was strikingly handsome, and his eyes radiated unwavering determination. Without a doubt, he was the protagonist, Yi Tian. Upon seeing Yi Tian, Li Jiansan felt an immediate surge of displeasure. Damn it, not only does your name sound better than mine, but your looks put me to shame. If you manage to enter, 1T my beautiful senior sister fall for you. Meanwhile, a delicate young girl gracefully emerged from the roadside. Gazing at Yi Tian with eyes filled with reluctance, young master, why not take a moment to rest? You have stood here for 3 days, she implored. The girl, strikingly lovely, appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. Though young, her exquisite figure was already well-defined, complemented by her breathtaking beauty, which could undoubtedly enchant any man. Upon seeing her, Li Jiansan instantly lost his composure, swallowing hard before murmuring, this ethereal maiden must be my target this time. Surely. The system responded, indeed she is Chu 11, the maid of the protagonist Yi Tian, and the object of your conquest. A maid, a sister? Wasn't it obvious that she belonged to the protagonist's harem? Li Jiansan was all too familiar with this trope. Shao 11, return and wait for me. I am determined to join Shengjing men. As long as they do not accept me, I shall remain here. Yi Tian's gaze was resolute as he stood tall in the scorching sun, his frail figure unwavering. Observing Yi Tian's determination, Chu 11 clenched her teeth and declared, if the young master does not leave, then neither shall I. I will stay with you. Very well, Yi Tian replied, casting a gentle glance at Chu 11 as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Damn it, the protagonist hasn't even risen to prominence yet, and here he is showering me with dog food, Li Jiansan thought to himself, feeling a surge of discomfort. In the past, he could have tolerated such displays. But now, having traversed into this realm, he could no longer endure it. Why are you still here? You possess a worthless spiritual root and cannot cultivate. We will not accept a useless individual. Leave at once. At that moment, the gatekeeper Elder Liu Nan glared at Yi Tian with a dark expression. The Juju continent was rich in spiritual energy, yet not everyone could cultivate. To do so, one must awaken their spiritual root. Without one, or if it were a worthless root, communion with the natural energies was impossible, thus rendering cultivation futile. Spiritual roots were predetermined at birth and could not be changed. Often, among 10,000 individuals, only one might possess a cultivable root. Consequently, martial cultivators held a far more esteemed status than ordinary folk. Spiritual roots were graded from 1 to 9. A worthless spiritual root. How cliché, Li Jiansan mused. Recognizing that the protagonist's situation was likely more complex than it seemed, perhaps his root is mutated, allowing him to consume others' martial spirits to evolve, ultimately becoming an existence that surpasses heavenly-grade martial spirits. Or perhaps there lies a hidden, superlative martial spirit yet to be awakened. When everyone believes the protagonist to be a failure, he will rise rapidly and begin to flaunt his prowess. This trope has become tiresome. The system interjected, "Master, your conjecture is accurate. The protagonist Yi Tian's worthless spiritual root indeed has the potential to mutate, enabling him to consume others' roots and grow stronger, ultimately enhancing his innate talent, confirmed by the system." Li Jiansan swiftly devised a plan. Since his spiritual root is so formidable, I must take the initiative. With this thought, he sauntered over to Yi Tian. Upon seeing Li Jiansan approach, Liu Nan hurriedly greeted him with a forced smile. "Young master, what brings you here?" Although Liu Nan looked down on Li Jiansan, the latter had once incapacitated an inner sect elder for 10 days merely for failing to greet him. Ignoring Liu Nan, Li Jiansan approached Yi Tian directly. "I can grant you entry into Shenjing Men, but—" "Absolutely not, young master." Liu Nan interjected. Li Jiansan cast a sidelong glance at Liu Nan. "What are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" "I would never," Liu Nan quickly replied, forcing a smile. "Young master, he possesses a worthless spiritual root. Accepting such a failure could tarnish your reputation." Liu Nan's words made Li Jiansan retort, "By your logic, my cultivation is also subpar. Shouldn't I too be unworthy of remaining in Shenjing Men?" Liu Nan thought bitterly that if Li Jiansan were not the young master, he would have been expelled long ago, but maintained a smile, saying, "I misspoke, young master, please forgive me. How could someone as esteemed as you be compared to them?" As Liu Nan apologized, Li Jiansan discreetly scrutinized Yi Tian, noting his composed demeanor and calmness. Truly deserving of the protagonist aura. If given an opportunity, he might surpass me in the future. Relieved to see that Yi Tian wore no ring, Li Jiansan smiled at Chu 11 beside him, saying, "Since he is so insistent, let us grant him another chance." After speaking, he exchanged a clear glance with Liu Nan, who, being astute, understood Li Jiansan's intent. With a forced laugh, Liu Nan turned away. "Consider yourself fortunate. Our young master has decided to give you a chance." "Is that true?" the girl exclaimed joyfully, her gaze towards Li Jiansan softening considerably. "Of course," Li Jiansan replied earnestly. "As long as you can withstand 3 strikes from me, you shall be permitted to join Shenjing Men." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression shifted, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Before he could respond, Chu 11 indignantly exclaimed, "You are deliberately making things difficult. My young master has yet to cultivate. How could he possibly endure 3 strikes from you? If he cannot withstand even 3 strikes, he would be worse than worthless. How could he possibly enter Shenjing Men?" Liu Nan immediately realized he had misspoken and cautiously assessed Li Jiansan's expression, only relaxing when he noticed no anger. "Young master, we should leave. They are clearly trying to make things hard for us," Chu 11 insisted, attempting to pull Yi Tian away, yet Yi Tian showed no inclination to depart. He released Chu 11's hand, his eyes filled with determination. "Very well, I will take your 3 strikes." Seeing this, Li Jiansan sighed with relief, fearing Yi Tian might walk away and jeopardize his mission. Ding! The system announced that it detected a 10-point decrease in Chu 11's affection for the host. "What? I was hoping to increase my favorability, not decrease it." Li Jiansan was taken aback. If not for the sake of winning her favor, I wouldn't endure this torture. He inwardly grumbled before declaring, "Let it begin." "All right." Yi Tian agreed. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Li Jiansan received a heavy blow from Yi Tian, his body hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. Liu Nan jumped in alarm and rushed to assist Li Jiansan. "Young master, are you all right?" "No worries," Li Jiansan replied nonchalantly, fixing his gaze on Yi Tian. "You are audacious. How dare you injure our young master? Do you wish to court death?" Li Jiansan feigned magnanimity. "It's fine. You see, he performed admirably just now. You can stay in Shenjing Men from now on." At that moment, Chu 11 looked at Li Jiansan in astonishment. Realizing she had misjudged him, thinking he had been deliberately making things difficult. Ding! The system detected a 10-point increase in Chu 11's affection for the host. Current affection level, 20. Finally, her favorability had risen. This tactic was not in vain. Yi Tian appeared incredulous, asking excitedly, Is this true?" "Rest assured, as the young master, I possess that authority," Li Jiansan assured him. "Thank you, young master, for your benevolence. I shall forever remember your immense kindness." Yi Tian respectfully bowed to Li Jiansan. Hearing this, Li Jiansan chuckled inwardly. If I believed you, I'd be a fool. If not for winning over the girl, I would have long since dealt with you to prevent future troubles, Liu Nan. Somewhat helpless, remarked young master, there was no need for you to engage in a trial of strength. If you wish for them to join Xinjing men, it could be accomplished with a mere word. Li Jiansan cast him a knowing glance as if to say, you are still too young, before replying, Xinjing men has its own rules. Following Li Jiansan's statement, the system chimed in, notifying that Chu 11's affection for the host had increased by another 10 points. However, you have not undergone any cultivation. What if something unfortunate were to happen? Liu Nan said nervously. If the sect leader were to learn of Li Jiansan's injury today, he would not fare well. Upon hearing Li Jiansan's words, Chu 11's gaze towards him shifted slightly. Subsequently, the system announced, the system has detected a decrease of 10 points in Chu 11's affection for the host. Goodness, she's actually disdainful of my lack of cultivation. HMPH, women. Soon, Yi Qian and Chu 11 were ushered inside. Afterward, Li Jiansan cast a glance at Liu Nan beside him and murmured, in a moment. You shall proceed in this manner. Liu Nan, possessing a true potential for villainy, chuckled wickedly after hearing Li Jiansan's words. Rest assured, young master, I shall see to it. Lacking strength certainly makes it difficult to attract women. Li Jiansan sauntered into the Xinjing gate, recalling the earlier moment when Chu 11 had looked down on him for his lack of cultivation. A troubled expression crossed his face. Cultivation is too exhausting. It is impossible, not in this lifetime. I can only manage to survive as a villain. This is quite challenging. Is there any way to enhance my strength without cultivation? Ding. The system rewards you with a trading experience voucher. A trading experience voucher, what is that? Li Jiansan furrowed his brow. Vouchers are hardly anything good. They're merely tools for deceiving supermarket cashiers into spending more. The trading experience voucher allows the host to conduct a single transaction. You can search for nearby individuals with a strong demand for trade. If they accept the transaction, you will enter the system space and engage in trade with them. The system has detected a strong trading demand nearby. Will you use the trading experience voucher? Chapter 4. The vastness of heaven and earth, here you reign supreme. Li Jiansan replied. Yes, master, the first trader is about to enter. After a while, the system emitted a sound. Hearing this, Li Jiansan, somewhat unaccustomed, inquired, so soon? What should I do? The system reminded him, Master, you must remember the vastness of heaven and earth, here you reign supreme. Those who come here are in need of your assistance. And how to conduct the trade is entirely up to you. Just as the system's voice faded, an elderly man with white hair, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, entered the system space. The old man bore numerous wounds, his complexion dark and his breath faint, as if he had been poisoned. How did I end up here? What is this place? The white-haired elder looked around, confusion etched upon his face. His name is Lian Shan, the leader of the Qinglong stronghold, a figure of considerable power and status. 3 days prior, he had been poisoned and ambushed by his subordinates, who then discarded him in a desolate wilderness. This world's wilderness is not akin to the idyllic landscapes of Earth, suitable for picnics or barbecues. Instead, it teems with bloodthirsty beasts and poisonous flora, posing extreme dangers even to martial artists. A person without any strength venturing into this realm is merely courting death. Lian Shan, who had been severely poisoned and abandoned, found himself grievously wounded, ultimately collapsing in a patch of grass, his consciousness fading. At that moment, a golden token suddenly appeared before him, adorned with a prominent trading symbol. This golden token ignited a flicker of hope within the despairing Lian Shan. I must survive. I cannot let this grudge go unresolved. Fueled by a powerful will, Lian Shan exerted all his strength to grasp the golden token tightly in his palm. At the moment he did so, he was transported here. I control the trading space, wandering through the mortal realm in search of those fated to meet me, having witnessed the desires of many. You may call me Boss Li. Here, I can trade anything with you, but you must provide an equivalent exchange. Li Jiansan composed himself, adopting the guise of a sage recluse while discreetly assessing the elder's cultivation level. To his astonishment, he was taken aback. This man was at least a formidable master in the transcendent stage, a terrifying presence akin to his own father, if not more so. Li Jiansan had not anticipated that the first trader to arrive would be such a dominant figure. Can you truly trade anything? Li and Shan, though somewhat skeptical, could not dismiss the previous miraculous phenomenon, especially given his current lack of options. Instead of immediately trading, Li Jiansan queried, "What happened to your injuries?" The capability of inflicting harm upon such a significant individual suggested that his adversaries were formidable as well. Acting recklessly could lead to trouble if they discovered his involvement. It was prudent to clarify matters first. After a moment of hesitation, Li and Shan replied, "It is a source of shame. I was ambushed by someone. An ambush from behind. His opponents must not be particularly impressive." Li Jiansan gradually exhaled in relief and said, "Now speak. What do you wish to trade for?" On the brink of death, Li and Shan had no time to ponder. "I wish to live. If you grant me a day's time, I can expel the poison from my body. Therefore I seek time." Li Jiansan frowned slightly. "Time? System, can we trade time with him?" The system replied, "Yes, currently time is the only commodity available for trade. Then how much time do we have?" Li Jiansan inquired. "Master, that depends on how long you can survive." Li Jiansan felt a sense of being outmaneuvered. "What, are you suggesting that I trade my own time?" "Indeed, Master," the system explained. "The system originally contained numerous treasures, but they have all been squandered by previous hosts." Li Jiansan felt a wave of frustration. "So you are essentially an empty shell now?" "One could say that, but Master, you can still fulfill the trades of the previous host." "What were their trades? Am I supposed to clean up their mess?" "I, Li Jiansan, have always despised those who flee after making a mess." Li Jiansan was exasperated. "Even if I were to jump off this place, I wouldn't help them settle their debts. The ancestors of Dayan rented a celestial artifact for 500 years, with a rental fee of a top-grade spiritual vein. The ancient supreme exchanged an ancient secret for a 10,000-year lifespan upon breaking through. The immortal Zihan traded a beauty-preserving technique which, upon completion of the transaction, allows one to form a partnership with any disciple under her command. As the system recounted these trades, Li Jiansan's breath grew rapid. "I, Li Jiansan, have always been benevolent and eager to assist. Helping them settle their debts is not out of the question. That's the right mindset, Master," the system consoled. "However, there's no need to rush. As long as you manage things well, we will surely reach the pinnacle of life." Li Jiansan finally felt at ease and turned to Li and Shan to ask, "I can grant you time to detoxify. But what will you offer in exchange?" Li and Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly be possible to trade time? He took a deep breath and replied, "As long as you give me time, I am willing to trade anything. That scoundrel who ambushed me, I will seek vengeance." "Very well, then trade me 10 years of your cultivation." Li Jiansan stated bluntly. Having faced disdain from Chu 11 due to his lack of cultivation, Li Jiansan recognized the world's disdain for the weak. The prospect of enhancing his strength without personal cultivation was a joyous one. Li and Shan readily agreed. As long as he received time, he could detoxify and survive, enabling him to exact his revenge. Losing 10 years of cultivation was of little consequence. After finalizing the terms, Li Jiansan waved his hand, and the golden token reappeared before Li and Shan. Li Jiansan explained, "Press your handprint on it to complete the transaction." Without hesitation, Li and Shan pressed his hand down. A beam of light extracted from his body, ultimately entering the golden token. This beam represented nearly a decade of Li and Shan's cultivation. Subsequently, Li Jiansan flicked his fingers at Li and Shan's forehead, imparting a day's worth of lifespan into him. Finally, with a casual wave, Li and Shan returned to his original location. Transaction complete. You have 7 days of after-sales service. Should you encounter any issues within this timeframe, you may find me using the token. I conduct business with integrity. By the way, I traverse the mortal realm assuming various roles in search of fated individuals. I hope this matter remains confidential, and if we cross paths again in the future, I trust you won't be too surprised." As Li and Shan returned to his previous location, the sound of Li Jiansan's voice lingered in his ears. Previously, the seemingly lifeless Li Anshan, who had been gravely poisoned, now effortlessly rose to his feet. Albeit with significantly diminished cultivation, having regressed to the mid-stage of the Tongzhuan period. Even after a considerable time had passed, Li Anshan remained profoundly exhilarated. He could hardly believe it was true. That time could indeed be traded in this world, and that formidable and enigmatic realm. recalling the mysterious space he had just encountered. His eyes were still filled with astonishment. And what of that enigmatic Mr. Li? Who exactly was he to wield such power? As he pondered, Li Anshan hastened towards the direction of Qinglong Jai. Chapter 5. With a system for idol leveling, why labor over cultivation? System. Can I directly absorb the cultivation of these past 10 years now? Li Jiansan inquired impatiently upon returning to his room. Indeed, however, given your current physical condition, it may not be feasible to absorb all that cultivation at once. It is advisable to absorb only a portion. The system replied, filled with anticipation. Li Jiansan exclaimed, then let's try it quickly. Without delay, he began to digest the energy. Instantly, a tremendous force surged into him like a raging tide, causing his internal qi and blood to boil. His limbs, bones, flesh, and even hair underwent monumental transformations. In no time, a resounding boom echoed, and Li Jiansan ascended to the first level of the qi refining period. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Under the impact of the colossal energy, his cultivation continued to soar. Second level of qi refining, third level, fourth level. Half an hour passed and his cultivation kept rising. Eventually, after a considerable time, his breath gradually stabilized and he had reached the first level of the foundation establishment period. In just half an hour, Li Jiansan had transformed from a novice with no cultivation into a formidable expert of the foundation establishment period. It is worth noting that for an ordinary person, even with exceptional talent, reaching the foundation establishment period typically requires at least a month, not to mention the countless resources consumed in the process. Yet now, Li Jiansan had achieved this in merely half an hour. If word of this were to spread, it would surely leave countless prodigies feeling utterly humiliated, and this was merely from absorbing a fraction of Li Anshan's cultivation. How terrifying would it be if he were to absorb all 10 years' worth of cultivation? Was this the legendary idol leveling? A comical smile curved upon Li Jiansan's lips. No need to fight monsters to level up. He could accomplish what others might never achieve in a lifetime. However, he chose not to continue further. For one, his body could not withstand such an influx of energy. For another, he was already fatigued and disinterested in tedious cultivation that drained time and energy without any enjoyment. With a system to facilitate idol leveling, why endure the rigors of arduous training? Boom! A deafening crash resounded as a tremendous force flung open Li Jiansan's door, sending the hefty door crashing to the ground with a splintering sound. Who are you? Are you looking to die? Li Jiansan sprang to his feet in fury, his icy gaze trained upon the figure at the threshold. Standing there was a middle-aged man, dark-skinned with a prominent black mole on his face. Possessing an imposing stature. You killed my son. I came here today intending to leave no one alive. The intruder was none other than Lin Chong, the father of the youth who had perished at Li Jiansan's hands. Upon learning of his son's demise, he had spat out a mouthful of blood in rage and consumed a highly detrimental forbidden drug to seek vengeance against Li Jiansan. Lin Chong, ablaze with fury, fixed his piercing gaze on Li Jiansan. Li Jiansan, how dare you take my son's life? I will send you to hell to atone for your sins. With that, Lin Chong charged forth like a harbinger of death. His colossal fist tearing through the air with the force to collapse mountains, aimed directly at Li Jiansan. Li Jiansan cast a sidelong glance at him, noting that he had previously left Lin Chong severely injured. Logically, he should not possess such strength now. It seemed he had likely resorted to some forbidden drug to temporarily boost his power. Lin Chong, already at the 8th level of the qi refining period, was formidable even among his peers. His full-force strike could undoubtedly shatter a city wall. Just as Lin Chong was about to reach Li Jiansan, a figure in black suddenly emerged, delivering a punch that sent Lin Chong reeling backward. Lin Chong felt a sudden numbness in his arm, his body trembling as he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. He cast a wary glance at the black-clad figure beside Li Jiansan, his expression darkening. Although he had successfully infiltrated Li Jiansan's quarters, he had not anticipated the presence of such a powerful guardian. His quest for revenge was likely to be thwarted. The black-clad figure respectfully bowed to Li Jiansan. Apologies for my tardiness, young master. Are you unharmed? Li Jiansan waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I am fine. Then, with a playful smile, he turned his attention back to Lin Chong. Did you not desire revenge? I shall grant you the opportunity now, young master. Please reconsider. What if something were to happen to you? Li Jiansan chuckled. He cannot harm me. Upon hearing Li Jiansan's words, the black-clad figure was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the capabilities of their young master, a notorious scion who never cultivated, reduced to a mere wastrel. How could he possibly contend with an 8th-level qi refining expert? That would be absurd. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts and could only act when danger arose. Upon hearing Li Jiansan's words, Lin Chong's spirit surged. He began to suppress his aura, raising his power to its zenith. Preparing to strike Li Jiansan down in one fell swoop, Lin Chong transformed his fist into a palm, unleashing his ultimate technique, the thunderclap palm. In an instant, blinding arcs of electricity erupted as if dawn had shattered the night. Streaking across the heavens, buzz! Lin Chong burned through all his vital blood, unleashing a terrifying force. Li Jiansan, you killed my son. Regardless of the cost, I will send you to hell. A sinister smile crept across Lin Chong's lips, his eyes glinting with malice as he unleashed a torrent of thunderous power toward Li Jiansan, the relentless lightning seemingly poised to engulf him. Young master, be careful! The black-clad figure shouted in alarm. Realizing too late that Lin Chong intended to self-destruct his vital blood, the speed of Lin Chong's assault caught him off guard. Even rushing to intervene now would be futile. Panic set in as beads of cold sweat dripped from the black-clad figure's forehead. If anything were to happen to Li Jiansan, he would be doomed. Your technique is indeed powerful, but you have yet to witness my true strength, thus it is you who shall descend into hell. Thunderclap palm. Li Jiansan unleashed the very same technique as Lin Chong, his hand radiating a fierce killing intent reminiscent of a sinister lightning storm that blotted out the sky as it surged forth. Having faced Lin Chong's son previously, Li Jiansan had thoroughly comprehended the thunderclap palm during their confrontation. Now, coupled with his 8th-level qi refining cultivation, his execution of the technique was several times more potent than Lin Chong's. The destructive power was nearly at the pinnacle of the thunderclap palm. How is this possible? How did you learn my thunderclap palm? At that moment, Lin Chong was left utterly dumbfounded. This was the Lin family's ancestral technique. How could Li Jiansan have mastered it? The thunderclap palm was traditionally not passed on to outsiders. What connection did he have with the Lin family? Moreover, the strength he displayed seemed to surpass Lin Chong's own. Lin Chong began to question everything. In an instant, Li Jiansan's execution of the thunderclap palm was so breathtaking that Lin Chong had no time to evade, resulting in his throat being torn apart. As Lin Chong collapsed, the black-clad figure stood by, utterly stupefied. His astonishment stemmed not from how Li Jiansan had learned the thunderclap palm, but from his cultivation level. Foundation establishment period. How had he achieved the foundation establishment period? Wasn't it rumored that our young master was a debauched wastrel who never cultivated? But how could his current foundation establishment cultivation be explained? Could it be that the rumors were false? As the black-clad figure recalled his earlier assessment of Li Jiansan, his face flushed with embarrassment. The young master had been right. The man truly could not harm him. Perhaps he had been diligently cultivating all along, merely keeping it hidden from others. Rumors are unreliable. Young master, I never expected you to be a martial arts genius, attaining the foundation establishment period at such a young age. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Host, for slaying a protagonist faction member. Reward: Invincible Insight. Duration: half an hour. Chapter 6. Invincible Insight. Protagonist faction. Li Jiansan suddenly recalled that in the novel, Lin Chong's father and son would later become the protagonist's troublesome allies. Causing no small amount of trouble for him, the antagonist. It would be prudent to eliminate them now and avoid future complications. Li Jiansan inquired. System, how is this random reward obtained? Master, the system explained. You may trigger random rewards when completing tasks, leveling up, or defeating enemies. What rewards are available? Li Jiansan asked. The system replied. The rewards are randomly generated and may include martial arts techniques, cultivation levels, top-tier magical artifacts, or extraordinary elixirs. After a pause, Li Jiansan queried, then what exactly is this invincible perception? The system clarified, in essence, once you acquire invincible perception, you will be able to comprehend even the most obscure martial arts techniques with just a glance. And during this time you can effortlessly discern the weaknesses of others, such as flaws in their cultivation or martial arts. Does that mean I will become a super scholar? The system responded, one could say that. But this effect can only be sustained for half an hour, so I hope you make good use of it. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to the scripture repository. Li Jian-san could hardly contain his eagerness as he made his way toward the scripture repository. The scripture repository is a dedicated place for storing martial arts resources. All disciples of the Shenjing sect can select martial arts techniques from here. As the esteemed young master of the Shenjing sect, Li Jian-san could choose any martial arts technique he desired. Martial arts are techniques created by ancestors based on their experiences, capable of greatly enhancing the power of the practitioner's inner energy. The levels of martial arts are classified into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the weakest and the 9th the strongest. However, it has been a long time since a 9th tier martial art has emerged in the Juju continent. Elder Zhaohua, I have come to select martial arts. Upon entering the scripture repository, Li Jian-san slightly cupped his hands toward the elderly man before him, whose beard was entirely white. Despite his disheveled appearance, Li Jian-san showed him no disrespect. In Li Jian-san's memories, Elder Zhaohua had a rather eccentric personality and was known as the mad old man within the Shenjing sect. No one knew the extent of his strength as no one had ever witnessed him in action. Elder Zhaohua looked at Li Jian-san and revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. Pleased that the young master was finally willing to cultivate. This was a good sign. He then said casually, go on in, young master, you are just beginning your cultivation. See if there are any suitable martial arts on the first floor. No way, the martial arts on the first floor are too inferior. I want to go to the 3rd floor. In Li Jian-san's impression, the martial arts on the 3rd floor were the highest tier. Zhaohua cautioned, young master, you are only just starting your cultivation. Rushing to learn martial arts from the 3rd floor may be. Do I need you to teach me how to cultivate? Or do you doubt my abilities? After saying this, Li Jian-san strode directly into the scripture repository. As he entered, a flicker of regret crossed Zhaohua's murky eyes. The young master was still the same. It was good that he was willing to cultivate now. But alas, let him try, and hopefully he would know when to retreat. The martial arts techniques are intrinsically linked to the strength of a sect. The more powerful martial arts techniques a sect possesses, the more formidable practitioners it can cultivate and the longer its legacy endures. Thus, the Shenjing sect maintains strict management over its martial arts techniques. Generally, the 1st floor contains 1st-tier martial arts, which outer disciples may freely select. The 2nd floor holds 2nd-tier martial arts, accessible only to inner disciples. The 3rd floor contains 3rd-tier martial arts, reserved for inner disciples who are prioritized for cultivation. However, as the young master, Li Jian-san faced no such restrictions and could learn whatever he wished. Dragon's Palm, Midsummer Fist. Soon, the sound of pages turning echoed within the scripture repository. Lacking patience for reading, this lad is quite restless, Zhaohua thought, his expression darkening slightly. Li Jian-san had already wasted several years of time. Zhaohua had hoped that seeing him at the scripture repository would signal a turning point. However, he did not expect this young man to be so impatient, lacking even the patience to read a single book. It seemed he was merely here to play after all, for he was known as the debauched and unruly rascal. How could he possibly come here to cultivate? Zhaohua glanced again and noticed that Li Jian-san was merely flipping through books haphazardly, hastily moving on to the next one. At this rate, he probably wouldn't even remember the titles. With a cold snort, Zhaohua chose to ignore Li Jian-san. Alas, I am now a super scholar. Yet I am constantly misunderstood. With his invincible perception, Li Jian-san naturally sensed Zhaohua's earlier remarks. The 3rd floor contained only a few hundred martial arts techniques. He could master them all in half an hour. Before long, Li Jian-san had completely grasped all the martial arts from the 3rd floor. One must understand that the 3rd floor held several hundred techniques. To fully master them, one would typically need to spend at least 3 to 4 years. Even if they were to read without eating or drinking. But Li Jian-san was different. With the system's golden finger, he only needed to glance once to completely comprehend them. After digesting these martial arts, Li Jian-san exited the scripture repository. Young master, why did you not select any martial arts? Zhaohua asked, puzzled, as he saw Li Jian-san coming out empty-handed. Even if you wish to put on an act, at least make it convincing. Take a book back with you. Actually, I have memorized all the martial arts from the third floor, Li Jian-san replied nonchalantly. He initially wanted to say he had mastered them completely but opted for a different phrasing. Fearing the old man might faint from shock, upon hearing Li Jian-san's words, Zhao Hua felt a surge of disgust. To claim he had memorized an entire martial arts technique in such a short time was simply preposterous. The martial arts on the third floor, while few in number, were exceedingly obscure and complex. To assert he could memorize them all so quickly was nothing short of a tall tale. Do you think you can just skim through and remember everything? Tell me, what have you memorized? Zhao Hua retorted, his expression stern. He knew that even he, after spending over a decade here, could not claim to have memorized the entirety of the third floor's martial arts. Was it not necessary to study martial arts earnestly? Rapidly browsing through them was mere nonsense. Li Jian-san found this old man's rigidity amusing. Must I slap your face for you to relent? Zhao Hua's expression darkened. Fine. Since you claim to have memorized them, tell me what you remember. Tai escape, 1 young finger, 8 trigram palm, 9 dragon steps, western boxing. Li Jian-san recited the names of all the martial arts from the third floor. At this moment, a look of astonishment crossed Zhao Hua's face. This lad possesses some cleverness. He has managed to remember the names of the techniques, perhaps just to boast later. Very well, since you have memorized them. Let me test you. What does the third chapter of the ancient fist technique discuss? Li Jian-san was momentarily taken aback. It seemed a slap in the face was indeed necessary, seeing Li Jian-san fall into silence. Zhao Hua's expression darkened, eager to see how he would maintain his facade. The third section of the ancient fist technique demonstrates the actions of striking, kicking, throwing, and grappling, as Li Jian-san recited the techniques from the Golden Sutra. Zhao Hua's pupils involuntarily constricted. The ancient fist technique was written in classical Chinese and represented some of the most obscure martial arts on the third floor, even after studying it for over a decade. He had only managed to decipher the techniques, yet Li Jian-san had just translated the commentary within. How could one not be astonished? Could it be that he truly grasped the ancient fist technique simply by skimming through it? Now tell me about the first layer of the dragon's steps, Zhao Hua asked, somewhat dazed. This must be a coincidence. There was no way he could have comprehended the third floor's martial arts in such a short time. No, I must test him further. The dragon steps are like shadows in the wind. Upon completing his recitation, Li Jian-san turned to leave. Hearing him recite the techniques, Zhao Hua was left in a state of shock. Such a memory. Was he a demon? Could this lad truly be a novice in cultivation? Why did it feel as if he were an ancient practitioner with years of experience? As Zhao Hua watched Li Jian-san's retreating figure, a mixture of astonishment and admiration washed over his face. Such remarkable cultivation perception was beyond his reach. The young master was indeed a martial arts genius, and he was not as disheartened as the rumors suggested. Chapter 7. Guiding the junior sister, seizing the opportunity. The Shengjing sect comprises 9 main peaks, 33 major peaks and 72 minor peaks. Each inner sect elder governs a main peak, while major peaks are managed by outer sect elders. The minor peaks are reserved for the disciples of each elder. At Li Jian-san's behest, Elder Liu Nan arranged for Yi Qian and Chu 11 to be placed on different minor peaks. With Yi Qian being assigned to Liu Nan's minor peak after enhancing his strength, Li Jian-san was eager to seek out Chu 11, for this was a matter of great significance concerning his mission. As Li Jian-san passed a small peak, the guarding disciple spotted him from afar and respectfully cupped his fists in greeting, addressing him as young master. Li Jian-san inquired, "Tell me, where has that young lady brought here by the old rascal Liu Nan gone?" The disciple replied, "That little girl has been assigned to Elder Liu Nan's peak, specifically the 5th peak. It seems that upon her arrival, she received such treatment that even the inner disciples cannot compare. Elder Liu Nan surely harbors intentions of hiding a beauty in a golden house." Li Jian-san's expression darkened, and he casually kicked the disciple's rear, scolding, "Enough with your nonsense. She is my woman. So mind your tongue, or you'll see how I deal with you." Upon hearing this, the disciple's face lit up with an expression of understanding. "I knew it. Such a stunning beauty, how could she possibly be interested in that old man? It must be the arrangement of young Master Li. Only you are worthy of such exquisite charm, for anyone else it would be akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." Pleased with the flattery, Li Jiansan squinted his eyes and smiled. Well done, you should go to my father and claim 3 spirit-gathering pills. Thank you, young master. I vow to follow you faithfully from now on. The disciple exclaimed joyously, kneeling in gratitude. The spirit-gathering pills were invaluable elixirs that aided in cultivation, significantly accelerating a practitioner's progress without any side effects. It was known that an ordinary disciple received only 1 pill for a month as supply, often subject to cuts by the elders, yet Li Jiansan had just bestowed upon him 3, boosting his cultivation speed for nearly half a year. How could he not be ecstatic? Unlike Li Jiansan, he did not possess a remarkable father who treated pills like candy. Having an impressive father truly makes a difference. Li Jiansan nodded in satisfaction, beginning to understand why a certain king could be so audacious. He then proceeded toward the mountain peak where Chu 11 resided. Moments later, he arrived at the 5th peak, spotting Chu 11 sitting at the entrance, her small hands resting on her chin as she gazed dreamily into the distance. Lost in thought, from afar, she exuded the charm of a neighborhood girl. Upon noticing Li Jiansan approaching, Chu 11 appeared startled. Why you here? No, I mean, junior sister 11 I merely came to see if you have settled in comfortably here. Li Jiansan replied, attempting to adopt a gentle demeanor as he initiated the flirtatious tactics he had read in novels. He had to take the initiative to weave a story that would ensnare her heart. I'm quite comfortable here, Chu 11 answered succinctly, seemingly uninterested in elaborating, clearly indifferent to Li Jiansan's advances. Do you have any issues with your cultivation? You can confide in me, he continued to flatter her. Chu 11 glanced at him, suddenly intrigued. You can't even surpass my young master in skill, lacking any real cultivation, and yet you wish to guide me. Indeed, I can offer you guidance, Li Jiansan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. And how would you guide me? Li Jiansan stated, simply demonstrate a few techniques and I will suggest improvements. You will improve my martial arts. Chu 11 was taken aback. Although she had not practiced extensively, she was aware of the fundamentals of martial arts, which were the precious experiences distilled by masters of the martial way. Improving them was no trivial matter. At the very least, one would need to be of elder caliber, or at least a genius. But Li Jiansan, what, do you not believe in my abilities? Fine. Chu 11 stepped forward and executed a set of basic punches. After finishing, she cupped her fists and said, please instruct me, senior brother. Li Jiansan, still basking in his unparalleled comprehension, found the simple basic punches an easy feat. Your technique is rife with flaws. Let's see. At least 19 of them. Chu 11 appeared somewhat irked. What nonsense. This is a perfect martial art. How could it possibly have flaws, let alone 19? If you don't understand, then refrain from speaking. Li Jiansan chuckled lightly. Perfect martial art? Isn't that merely the foundational martial art from the Sutra Pavilion? Impossible. My young master invested heavily in acquiring this perfect martial art. Chu 11 stubbornly insisted. Li Jiansan replied calmly. If you do not believe me, try practicing as I suggest. Your previous punches focused too much on the upper body. Now, focus your energy in your dantian, stabilize your stance, and then throw a right punch. Skeptical but willing, Chu 11 repeated the basic punches. Following Li Jiansan's guidance, she stepped out with her left foot and, holding her breath, unleashed her right fist. Boom. Her punch struck the stone wall before her, leaving a deep impression. Seeing this, Chu 11 stood frozen in shock, her face a mask of disbelief. Her chest rose and fell with excitement. It was known that her previous punches had only produced minimal force. Yet now she had left a mark on the wall, nearly shattering it. This was a progress of at least tenfold. Staring blankly at the stone wall, she realized her own strength, unable to fathom that she could create such an impact. Turning back to Li Jiansan with gleeful astonishment, she exclaimed, it's true. You really can guide my training. Suddenly a thought struck her. If he could truly improve martial arts, did that not make him a super genius? Had he concealed his strength to help her and her young master gain entry into the Shengjing Gate? Young master is truly benevolent. He is not as ruthless as the rumors suggest. How foolish of me to believe the gossip, thinking he was a villain. I should not have doubted him. With this realization, a faint blush crept across Chu 11's face. Li Jiansan inquired. Junior sister 11 why is your face turning red? Chu 11 touched her warm cheeks. Is it? Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. The system has detected an increase of 15 points in Chu 11's affection for the host. Li Jiansan smiled faintly. At last, the affection had risen. His efforts were not in vain. After a moment of contemplation, Chu 11 asked, "Senior brother Li, where is my young master now?" "Here I am. Trying to win you over, and yet you are thinking of your young master TSK women." Li Jiansan replied with feigned annoyance, "Rest assured, your young master is faring quite well. Elder Liu Nan is personally instructing him in his cultivation." More accurately, Liu Nan was likely scheming against Yi Tian. Chapter 8. He wouldn't be trying to. Junior Sister 11 you see, guiding you in your training has required quite an effort. Do you not have any form of gratitude to show? Why are you so loyal to that Yi Tian fellow? Is it merely because he possesses the protagonist's halo? Always talking about young master. When will I ever have my place as young master Li? It wouldn't do. He needed to take the initiative in courting. Li Jiansan had made his intentions quite clear, yet Chu 11 blissfully naive, smiled at him and said, "Thank you, senior brother. You've worked hard." Was that all? Li Jiansan looked at her, somewhat speechless. He had anticipated a more tangible expression of gratitude. Perhaps a kiss, a hug, or even an offer of devotion. Instead, this? Chu 11 innocently nodded. "Yes, I should be grateful for your guidance, senior brother." After she spoke, Li Jiansan wore a look of resignation. However, he was still somewhat hopeful. He glanced at Chu 11 and stated earnestly, "Junior Sister 11 your punches can indeed be refined. But it requires..." Chu 11's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What do you need?" Li Jiansan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. It requires teaching you to identify acupoints, and then you will focus your energy into those points." Chu 11 gazed at him with eager anticipation. "Then please begin teaching me. However, I will need to touch your body's acupoints in order to teach you to identify them." "Well, all right then." Chu 11 hesitated for a moment before stammering. Her desire to become an excellent martial artist propelling her forward, wishing to remain by her young master's side. Li Jiansan's scheme succeeded, and he turned to smile. Li Jiansan and Chu 11 moved to a clearing. Sitting across from each other, Junior Sister 11 pay close attention. This is the Zhongfu acupoint, located at the center of your chest. Li Jiansan extended his hand, gliding over her fair neck, then slowly moving down, ultimately resting on the Zhongfu acupoint. On Chuzia's face, a delicate flush spread, and her mind raced with a flurry of strange thoughts. Li Shixiang was merely guiding her in her cultivation. She was simply a student. Chuzia incessantly reassured herself, "This acupoint is the nexus of the body's qi. Do you remember?" Li Jiansan could distinctly sense Chuzia's soft figure trembling slightly. "Excellent, this is precisely the effect desired." Chuzia's complexion was as red as a ripe apple. Yes. Noted. The position near your navel is the Jue acupoint. During cultivation, you can channel your breath into this point to cultivate tranquility. Li Jiansan's fingers continued their descent, confirming the placement of the navel before gradually ascending, ultimately resting at the Jue acupoint. Chuzia's face turned even redder. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Li Jianzhen. Li Shixiang looked exceptionally handsome in that moment. At this juncture, Li Jiansan remained calm as if his heart were still waters, methodically guiding Chuzia through the identification of acupoints. Observing Li Jiansan's earnest demeanor, Chuzia felt a pang of embarrassment and quickly shook her head. "Thinking? Chuzia, what are you thinking? Li Shixiang is simply teaching you to identify acupoints. Where has your mind wandered?" At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Chuzia's forehead. Noticing this, Li Jiansan chuckled. "Zia Shimai, are you still able to endure?" Chuzia gritted her teeth and replied, "It's fine, Li Shixiang, please continue." Li Jiansan smiled inwardly, nodding, and then moved on to the next acupoint. Before long, Chuzia was drenched in fragrant sweat, her garments becoming translucent, revealing a substantial expanse of snow-white skin to Li Jiansan's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Li Jiansan said calmly, "Zia Shimai, let us conclude our session for today." Coincidentally, at that moment, a disciple approached, witnessing the actions of Li Jiansan and Chuzia, and could not help but give a thumbs up, inwardly remarking, "Truly our young sect master has once again captivated another young lady." The disciple who approached Li Jiansan respectfully addressed him, young sect master. Upon noticing the disciple's covetous gaze, Li Jiansan draped a garment over Chuzia's shoulders and shot a fierce glare at him. Dare you gaze upon my woman? Are you tired of living? After covering Chuzia, she became aware that her attire was completely soaked in certain areas. Chuzia hastily adjusted her clothing and cast a grateful glance at Li Jiansan. Li Shixiang is truly a gentleman. I am fortunate to have you here, or else I would have. Chuzia gently expressed her thanks. Thank you, Li Shixiang. Ding. The system detected that Chuzia's affection for the host has increased by 10 points. Master, you will soon capture her heart. Keep it up. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Li Jiansan's mind. Ally Jiansan smiled contentedly, then helped Chuzia to her feet. Come, Xia Shimai, let us rise. Subsequently, the disciple glanced at Li Jiansan and said, Young sect master, Elder Liu Nan has arranged for Yi Tian. He asked me to inform you. Hearing this, Chuzia hastily inquired, how is my young master? In response, Li Jiansan's brow furrowed slightly. How delightful, with a new love, you still think of your old flame. Li Jiansan cast a look at the disciple and upon receiving the cue, Liu Nan said, Yi Tian's performance has been commendable. He may soon become Elder Liu Nan's disciple. Really? Chuzia's face lit up with joy. Alright, Xia Shimai, I will take you to see him. Having said this, Li Jiansan led the overjoyed Chuzia towards the peak where Yi Tian resided. Yi Tian, you have quite the audacity to steal my broken yuan dan. In Yi Tian's abode, Elder Liu Nan strode into his room with a grim expression, questioning him with an air of menace. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's countenance shifted dramatically. Elder Liu Nan, I truly do not understand what has transpired. According to the rules of the Shengjing sect, I could cast you down the mountain for this. Will you not speak the truth? Elder Liu Nan glared fiercely at Yi Tian. Under the intense scrutiny of Elder Liu Nan, Yi Tian's complexion turned pale, having just entered the Shengjing sect with great difficulty. The thought of expulsion filled him with dread, prompting him to plead. Elder Liu Nan, I swear I have done nothing wrong. Please spare me. Elder Liu Nan bellowed, will you not confess? I did not steal your elixir. I am wronged. Seeing Yi Tian's adamant denial, Liu Nan's brow furrowed. Indeed, Yi Tian had not stolen his elixir. This was merely a trap set by Li Jiansan. However, he had not anticipated Yi Tian's stubbornness. With evidence present, there was no room for denial. Should you refuse, they could deliver you to the Hall of Justice, where they could render you powerless. The thought of losing the little progress he had made in his cultivation sent Yi Tian into a panic. And he desperately begged, Elder Liu Nan, I am truly innocent. You must believe me. Liu Nan sighed, feigning helplessness. I do not doubt your intentions, but this is quite troublesome for me. Yi Tian dropped to his knees, grasping Elder Liu Nan's leg. Elder Liu Nan, you must have a way, right? If you help me, I will do anything. Anything at all. A sinister smile crept across Liu Nan's face, sending shivers down Yi Tian's spine. What could Liu Nan be planning? Chapter 9. Yi Tian's transaction. You have traveled a difficult path. Considering that the young sect master approved your entry, I can grant you a chance. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's face brightened, and he hurriedly replied, Thank you, Elder. Liu Nan paused, as if receiving some unexpected news, a wicked smile flitting across his face, before he continued, But do not be too hasty in your gratitude. If you agree to one condition of mine, the matter of your theft will not be reported to the Hall of Justice. Elder Liu Nan, please state your condition. As long as I, Yi Tian, can fulfill it, I would brave any danger, Yi Tian declared, thumping his chest with determination. Coming from humble beginnings, he was desperate to grow stronger. He was willing to pay any price for power. Liu Nan cleared his throat, a lecherous grin appearing. The woman you brought is quite lovely. Why not offer her to me? Let me train her well, and your transgression will be forgiven. Yi Tian's expression changed abruptly. You wish to have Shao 11. Though Liu Nan's words were veiled, Yi Tian understood perfectly. He was taken aback by this request. Seeing Yi Tian's stunned silence, Liu Nan's expression darkened. What, you are unwilling? Do you know the pressure I am under to suppress this matter? Is it too much to ask for your little lady to accompany me for some relief? After Liu Nan's ultimatum, Yi Tian feigned reluctance and gritted his teeth. I agree. Have you made your decision? You cannot go back on your word, Liu Nan asked, still skeptical. As long as you do not strip me of my cultivation, allowing me to stay and cultivate, once I grow stronger, I can have any woman I desire. Hearing Yi Tian's response, Liu Nan smiled with satisfaction. Your resolve is commendable. You have a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, Li Jiansan had been standing outside with Chu Xie for quite some time. Every word exchanged between Liu Nan and Yi Tian fell clearly on Chu Xie's ears. After absorbing their conversation, her face drained of color. Had Li Jiansan not supported her, she might have fainted. Ally Jiansan quickly activated his warm-hearted demeanor, comforting her. Little Shimai, do not be agitated. I believe brother Yi Tian is not that kind of person. Let go of me. Chu Xie shook off Li Jiansan and stormed inside like a scorned wife. Yi Tian, even with your protagonist's halo, you are doomed this time. Watching Chu Xie's furious retreat, Li Jiansan chuckled with satisfaction and followed her inside. Xiao 11, what are you doing here? Inside the room, Yi Tian's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Chu Xie enter, his tone becoming somewhat flustered. Chu Xie clenched her delicate fists, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Yi Tian. Young master, I have heard everything from your conversation. Yi Tian hastily grasped Chu Xie's hand, explaining. Xiao 11, please allow me to clarify. There is. Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, elder Liu Nan interjected with a lewd smile. You must have heard everything outside. Your young master has already bestowed you upon me. From this moment forth, you belong to me. Li Jiansan, standing nearby, couldn't help but admire elder Liu Nan's remarkable acting skills. Mentally applauding him. If this old fellow were on Earth, he would undoubtedly win an Oscar. No, I'm well aware of what kind of person my young master is. I firmly believe he would never do such a thing. You must have coerced him. It is undoubtedly your scheme. Chu Xiana suddenly exclaimed, shaking her head vehemently. What? How can this be? The narrative should depict Chu Xie losing faith in Yi Tian, only to have her feelings for herself rekindle. This does not align with the plot I envisioned. Li Jiansan attempted to assert his presence once more. Little junior sister, do not rush. Let us inquire about the situation first. However, Chu Xie paid him no heed. Gazing tenderly at Yi Tian instead. My lord, this cannot be true, can it? Please tell me this is not real. Elder Liu Nan glanced at Li Jiansan, his expression darkening as he barked. Young lady, do you think my Qingyang sect is a place where anyone can run amok? Had it not been for your youth, I would have cast you out already. Moreover, it is an undeniable fact that your young master pilfered my elixir. I caught him red-handed. Whether you believe it or not, the truth remains. If your young master dares to renege, I can easily send him to the Hall of Punishment. It would be far more than merely expulsion from the sect. Observing Chu Xie's sorrowful countenance, Li Jiansan felt an inexplicable tug at his heartstrings. This young lady was quite devoted, and the system's choice for the female lead was indeed commendable. Yi Tian kept his head lowered. Too intimidated to make any move, realizing his chance to shine had finally arrived, Li Jiansan slowly approached Yi Tian, patting his shoulder. Young man, making mistakes is natural. He then turned to Elder Liu Nan. Elder Liu, this is not such a grave matter. Even if there was a mistake, must it lead to the Hall of Punishment? Upon finishing his statement, he exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Liu Nan. The elder, understanding the intent, coldly replied, Young master, this is not merely a matter of right or wrong. What angers me most is that he had previously promised to give that girl to me. Yet now he has reneged. This is simply unacceptable. Elder Liu Nan deliberately stepped in front of Chu Xie, feigning anger. He knew well that Li Jiansan's goal was not to truly harm Yi Tian but to intimidate him. Ensuring that Chu Xie remembered his kindness. Are the age-old tactics of wooing. How could he not comprehend? Elder Liu, I beseech you, considering this is my young master's first offense, could you not grant him leniency? Chu Xie implored, her face streaked with tears. She felt a great turmoil within. After all, it was her young master who had erred. If not for her own frailty, perhaps he would not feel such a desperate need to grow stronger. This thought deepened her sorrow. Elder Liu Nan feigned sympathy. It is not that I lack compassion. The sex rules are strict, and as an elder, I cannot turn a blind eye. Furthermore, should I choose to conceal this, I would bear significant risks. Upon hearing Elder Liu Nan's words, Chu Xie understood his implication and cast a forlorn glance at Yi Tian, her tear-filled eyes brimming with unspoken anguish. She recognized that Yi Tian had indeed transgressed the sex regulations. Yet the idea of being offered to this old man was utterly unacceptable. Seeing Chu Xie's distress, Li Jiansan seized the opportunity to enhance his standing, stepping forward. If Elder Liu feels there is a loss, I can personally compensate you with 3 breaking yuan pills. Upon hearing Li Jiansan's proposition, Elder Liu Nan's face lit up with excitement, swallowing hard as he eagerly inquired, "Young master, are you speaking the truth?" This reaction was entirely understandable, for breaking yuan pills were exceedingly rare. Unlike gathering spirit pills, which accelerate cultivation speed, breaking yuan pills guarantee a foundational warrior's enhancement in cultivation. Due to their rarity, even an elder might not acquire a single pill in a year. Once he calmed his excitement, Elder Liu Nan addressed Yi Qian, "Since the young master has spoken, I shall let you off this time." "Thank you, elder. Thank you, elder," Yi Qian exclaimed. "If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards the young master. Were it not for him, your fate would have been sealed," Elder Liu Nan remarked, casting a significant glance at Chu Xia. "Young master, I shall forever remember your kindness." Yi Qian declared fervently. Li Jiansan regarded Yi Qian with a serious expression. "You may focus on your cultivation here. Refrain from making further mistakes or I may not be able to save you again." He then escorted Chu Xia away. "Little junior sister, return home and rest easy. I will ensure someone keeps an eye on Yi Qian. Nothing major will occur, so do not worry." After Li Jiansan spoke, Chu Xia cast him a grateful glance. "Thank you, young master." Ding. The system detected an increase in Chu Xia's favorability towards the host, now at 50 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Jiansan felt a surge of joy. After all this time, he was finally close to winning over the young lady. Lastly, he discreetly transmitted to Elder Liu Nan, "Elder Liu, I leave the remaining matters to you. You know what to do." Chapter 10. The True Face of Yi Qian. "Young master, wake up." A gentle voice roused Li Jiansan from his slumber. Groggily, he retorted, "Can't you see that I am sleeping, young master? Why are you so fierce? Did you not say a few days ago that you would watch me cultivate this morning?" Once Li Jiansan opened his eyes, he beheld a charming young lady standing before him. Her figure exceedingly alluring. At that moment, the captivating maiden was clinging to Li Jiansan's arm, shaking it excitedly. The softness of her bosom brushed against his arm, a sensation both tender and delightful, evoking memories of a girl running beneath the sunset, his first love. Suddenly it dawned on Li Jiansan who this girl was. Liu Yang'er, the little girl his father had picked up by the roadside 15 years ago. Now his devoted maid. Remembering her identity, Li Jiansan began to tease Yang'er. "How come you are up so early to cultivate? Look at you, so beautiful that you outshine 80% of our sex female disciples. Yet you still work so hard. Are you trying to make it impossible for the others to compete?" Flattered by his compliment, Liu Yang'er's cheeks flushed crimson. "Young master, you only know how to joke. I shall ignore you. You silly goose, after serving you for over a decade you still have not realized my feelings. How can you keep jesting when we could be developing something more? Am I supposed to take the initiative? But how could a girl possibly voice such sentiments?" With this thought, Liu Yang'er's ears turned bright. Li Jiansan curiously inquired, "Yang'er, why are your ears so red?" "I am not," she retorted, covering her face and bolting out of the room. While Li Jiansan was oblivious to Liu Yang'er's affections in the past, his focus was solely on Chu Xia now, completely unaware of Liu Yang'er's feelings. Shortly after Liu Yang'er departed, Li Jiansan made his way to Elder Liu Nan's residence. "Young master, what brings you here so early?" Elder Liu Nan greeted him as he spotted Li Jiansan approaching. "Have you completed the tasks I assigned you yesterday?" "Rest assured, young master. I have everything arranged." Elder Liu Nan replied slyly, "Yesterday, I set a few individuals on him, and before they even began, he was already begging for mercy, claiming he could offer his maid to each of them for a night of revelry." "What a scoundrel! To think he would offer his own woman for such disgraceful acts! Such a person must not be allowed to remain." Li Jiansan resolved, vowing to eliminate Yi Qian once he secured Chu Xia's affection. "Where is that little brat now? Take me to see him," he commanded. He was beaten all night. He will likely be bedridden for at least 10 days or half a month, so he should be in his room. Li Jiansan waved his hand. "Lead the way." Elder Liu Nan guided Li Jiansan to Yi Qian's chamber. Li Jiansan had just entered the room, and before he even laid eyes on Yi Qian, he discerned that the little rascal had been thoroughly beaten. The place was in disarray, with even the table broken and bloody handprints marred the door. He chuckled to himself, "Well deserved. This brat dared to vie with me for a woman." Without considering his own worth. As he stepped further inside, he found Yi Qian sprawled on the bed, writhing in agony. Initially, Li Jiansan felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight of Yi Tian's pitiful condition. But that sentiment quickly dissipated. His gaze shifted, and he noticed Chu 11 sitting at Yi Tian's bedside, gently tending to his wounds. Upon seeing Li Jiansan, Chu 11 greeted him with a warm smile. "Greetings, young sect master." Li Jiansan could only feign magnanimity, replying, "No need for such formalities, please attend to your master." Though he wore a cheerful expression, internally he seethed. Why should this brat receive such tender care from a young lady? This scoundrel, I must ensure he pays dearly. As Chu 11 wiped Yi Tian's wounds, a hint of concern laced her voice. How could they be so cruel, leaving you in such a state? Enough, Xiao 11, don't blame them. It's my fault. If I hadn't acted improperly, they wouldn't have punished me so harshly, young master. Only you possess such kindness. Li Jiansan could distinctly sense that Chu 11's affection for Yi Tian had deepened. Curse it, this scoundrel is quite the actor, he thought, grinding his teeth in frustration. All right, Xiao 11, if it weren't for the young sect master's intervention, I would likely have been expelled from the sect by now. Yi Tian appeared to notice Li Jiansan's expression and deliberately addressed her. I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue, young sect master. Yi Tian shall repay this kindness in the future. Having faced the harsh realities of society for so many years, Li Jiansan was no fool. Despite Yi Tian's seemingly genuine demeanor, he could see through the facade to the true feelings underneath. This was not a man expressing gratitude, but one who wished him dead. Has he seen through my intentions? Li Jiansan clenched his teeth, cursing inwardly. Truly, this is the main character. I cannot underestimate him as a mindless fool. Maintaining a smile, he said, "You two continue your conversation, Xiao Shimai. I shall wait for you outside." Since his ruse had been uncovered, Yi Tian saw no reason to linger. After Li Jiansan departed, he grasped Chu 11's hand. Inquiring, Xiao 11, did they bully you while I was away? Let me see if you are hurt. Contrary to his concern, Chu 11 felt a surge of anger. Young master, I overheard you say you would give me to elder Liu Nan. Is this true? Xiao 11, can't you see? They were trying to frame me that day. Had I not said that, they would never have let me go easily. Xiao 11, listen to me, I was lying. You know how I feel about you, don't you? Yi Tian clutched Chu 11's hand, feigning sincerity in an effort to placate her. In truth, he held little regard for her. Had it not been for Li Jiansan's interest, he would have dismissed her long ago. Once I become powerful, what woman would I not be able to obtain? At that time, your status as a maid will hardly be worthy of my attention. He mused, hearing her young master's words. Chu 11 felt a chill in her heart. Her master had always been someone of his word, never one to speak falsely. Why had he changed upon entering this place? Unaware of her inner turmoil, Yi Tian forcefully embraced her, feeling a surge of triumph. Li Jiansan, do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? You treat me like a dog, but I can endure and play along. Pretending to know nothing, when you grow weary of me and lower your guard, I shall begin my cultivation at Xingjing Gate, and then the entire sect will be mine. Li Jiansan, everything I endure will be repaid to you in full. Chapter 11. What I seek is first place in the monthly trial. Of course, Chu 11 remained blissfully unaware of Yi Tian's nefarious thoughts, after caring for him and ensuring he was asleep. She reluctantly exited the room, closing the door gently behind her. Outside, Li Jiansan noticed Chu 11's lingering gaze and furrowed his brow in concern. How can she still harbor feelings for that scoundrel? This cannot continue. I must increase my appeal in her eyes. Li Shixiang, you haven't left yet. Just as Li Jiansan was deep in thought, Chu 11 emerged and curiously asked, I'm waiting for you. He replied, waiting for me? Yes, since you are new here, it must be quite unfamiliar to you. Allow me to escort you back. Li Jiansan regarded her with a kind smile. Thank you, Li Shixiang. Chu 11 smiled warmly at him. Relieved to see him arrive just as she was pondering how to return, observing Li Jiansan's demeanor, she felt a moment of surprise. If only her young master could be as considerate as Li Shixiang. The system chimed. Ding. System detects that Chu 11's affection for the host has increased to 60 points. Li Jiansan's heart swelled with joy. His efforts had not been in vain, and his wishes were within reach. After escorting Chu 11 back, he returned to his own quarters. As he settled into his chair, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Random mission triggered. Do you accept? Accept, Li Jiansan declared. The system responded. Random mission initiated. Monthly trial competition. Mission objective. The host must outperform all opponents in the monthly trial competition 3 days hence securing first place. Mission reward. Mysterious martial art and a random gift package. Pleased with the side quest presented before him, Li Jian-san smiled. Just when I was pondering how to showcase my abilities, this mission appears. 3 days from now, I shall demonstrate my prowess in the monthly trial, allowing Chu 11 to witness my strength. If you doubt my capabilities, I shall leave you in or. A man who is not strong will not be loved by a woman. Is that not a universal truth? With that thought, Li Jian-san dismissed any notion of tedious training, leaving all to the systems management. After a brief respite, he set off towards Shoulong Peak. At Shoulong Peak, a multitude of disciples had gathered, preparing for the upcoming monthly trial competition in 3 days. They had come to register, as the monthly trial offered not only practical experience but also the chance to gain the favor of certain elders. Moreover, the rewards were exceedingly tempting. Hey look! The young sect master has arrived. Calm down, it's just the young sect master taking a stroll. Do you really think he is here to participate in the monthly trial? Please don't be foolish. The rewards of the monthly trial hold no allure for him. He is the young sect master. What resources does he lack for cultivation? How could he possibly be interested in the monthly trial? The disciples on Shoulong Peak whispered amongst themselves upon spotting Li Jian-san. Young sect master, what brings you here? A plump elder, noticing Li Jian-san from a distance, hurried over, his bulk jiggling. Li Jian-san retorted, is there a reason I cannot be here? And no, I misspoke, the elder stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Surely, this notorious troublemaker has come to play tricks on them. Could he truly be here to participate in the monthly trial? He is Li Jian-san, known for his ruthless nature. He would hardly be interested in matters of cultivation. The mere thought was laughable. Panic set in for the elder. What if he caused a scene as the monthly trial approached? Li Jian-san smiled nonchalantly. Relax, I'm here to register for the monthly trial. What? The elder was taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. Should I repeat myself? The elder quickly shook his head. No need. Then please register me at once. The monthly trial at Xingjing Gate required each disciple to register individually, after which the elders would assign them for the competition day. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the plump elder complied and diligently completed Li Jian-san's registration. Young sect master, it is done. Please let me know your preferred number and I shall arrange it immediately. The plump elder chuckled as he remarked that as long as Li Jian-san did not cause any trouble, he would be more than pleased, considering it a mere diversion. When the time came, he would simply arrange for a disciple to accompany him for show. No need for that, just a casual arrangement will suffice. Li Jian-san waved his hand dismissively. After all, to secure first place, he naturally intended to confront the strongest opponents. Such pretense held no significance. Young master, what rank do you aspire to achieve in the monthly trials? The plump elder inquired, his curiosity piqued. It was well known that Li Jian-san had never engaged in cultivation, and it was rumored had yet to reach the qi refining stage. What then was his purpose in participating in the monthly trials? Li Jian-san, with a calm smile, extended a single finger before the elder. With a grin, the elder responded, the top 100 is not difficult. I can manage that with a bit of maneuvering. Upon hearing this, Li Jian-san frowned and shook his head. The top 10 would be quite a challenge. The elder's expression shifted, revealing his unease. While he could facilitate Li Jian-san's entry into the top 100, the top 10 consisted of the most exceptional talents within the Xingjing sect, and the difficulty of manipulating that outcome was considerable. Furthermore, excessively softening the results would reflect poorly on him. Yet, given that Li Jian-san was the young master, provoking his ire would be an unwise endeavor. The top 10 is not entirely out of the question. The elder gritted his teeth, conceding. Li Jian-san could no longer contain himself and interjected directly. What I desire is to claim first place in the monthly trials. The elder was taken aback. Young master, this. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, Li Jian-san continued, moreover, I intend to defeat each of them individually to secure the title of first in the monthly trials. As Li Jian-san's declaration echoed across the Shoulong Peak, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously raucous environment fell into an eerie silence, with all disciples fixated on Li Jian-san, their faces reflecting disbelief. Chapter 12. A single thought can annihilate a city. Li Jiansan's ambition was to vanquish all contenders and seize first place in the monthly trials. How could this possibly be? After hearing his proclamation, the crowd stood in stunned silence. What could have spurred the young master to aim for first place in the monthly trials? Could it be that the sect leader had thrice bested him in a row? One whispered, "Even so, he cannot claim the impossible." Another scoffed, "Who can say for certain? Perhaps the sect leader bestowed upon him an unparalleled divine weapon." A voice chimed in. Ha! Have you forgotten who our young master is? Even with a legendary sword, he could not achieve first place. If he could, pigs would fly. Moments of astonishment gave way to a torrent of murmurs. I end their eyes, while others might hold a glimmer of potential. Li Jiansan was wholly incapable. It was well known that he had little skill and had not made a single effort in cultivation, achieving less than a 3-year-old child. His lack of progress stemmed not from an inability to cultivate but from a sheer lack of desire. For years, he had not trained even once. To think that such a person could claim the top rank in the monthly trials was nothing short of a pipe dream. So you all believe I cannot achieve first place? Just wait for the day I prove you wrong. Li Jiansan paid no heed to their chatter and made his way back to his quarters. Upon entering his room, he was greeted by a middle-aged man with a broad smile. "I hear you intend to secure first place in the monthly trials." Li Qingming, Li Jiansan's adoptive father, was a formidable expert at the Golden Core stage, renowned within the Xingjing sect. While he bore a serious demeanor in public, he held none of that formality around his son. Though he was the sect leader, Li Jiansan was his only child. Despite his son's disinterest in cultivation, Li Qingming had always indulged him. And even now, he showed no concern over his lack of achievements, confident in his ability to protect him. A smile flickered across Li Qingming's aged face. He did not expect Li Jiansan to excel but merely wished for his healthy growth. In his lifetime, he longed for a flourishing lineage, and he believed that wish would soon come to fruition, especially since this troublesome boy had garnered the affection of several young women, and even held a marriage engagement. "Yes, father, I am determined to secure first place in the monthly trials," Li Jiansan replied with a calm smile, surprised that word had spread so quickly. After processing his son's response, Li Qingming was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with disbelief. Was this truly his son, known for his vices rather than his dedication to cultivation? "Well, it seems you are indeed my son," he exclaimed, his voice growing louder with excitement. "I believe you can achieve it. Though I was skeptical before, it appears that with effort, anything is possible." "Thank you, father. I will strive diligently and not let you down," Li Jiansan assured him. "You are to participate in the monthly trials. Allow me to gift you a weapon. Go to the treasure pavilion and select one for yourself," Li Qingming offered. "Thank you, father." Li Jiansan expressed his gratitude. "Very well, I shall not disturb you further." "Prepare well," Li Qingming said before departing. Once alone, Li Jiansan set off towards the treasure pavilion. "Who goes there? How dare you intrude upon the treasure pavilion?" an elderly gatekeeper called out, spotting Li Jiansan from a distance. Before Li Jiansan could respond, the old man recognized him and his expression shifted, transforming into a welcoming smile. "Our young master. The sect leader instructed me to await your arrival. That's unnecessary. I will select one myself." Li Jiansan replied nonchalantly. The treasure pavilion housed numerous precious items and caution was warranted. Thus, he bore no ill will toward the old man for his diligence. Upon entering the pavilion, Li Jiansan was enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, confirming its reputation as a fertile ground for treasures. The old man's discernment was indeed sharp. As he stepped inside, his gaze fell upon a magnificent sword gleaming with golden light. "You have taken a liking to this one, young master. You truly have an eye for quality," the gatekeeper elder flattered. "What kind of sword is this?" Li Jiansan inquired earnestly. The gatekeeper, taken aback by Li Jiansan's newfound interest in cultivation, began to explain. "Young master, this sword possesses immense power. It is said to be a divine weapon forged by a mysterious master craftsman a millennium ago, capable of annihilating 1,000 cities with a single thought." Li Jiansan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess. To annihilate 1,000 cities with but a thought was beyond even his adoptive father's capabilities. The sword's power was simply unfathomable. Observing Li Jiansan's reaction, the gatekeeper cautioned, though this sword wields great power, it demands much from its wielder. Even the formidable sect leader failed to earn its favor. You may attempt to wield it if you wish. Li Jiansan, having grasped the sword's immense potential, resolved to seize the opportunity without hesitation. He approached the sword and grasped the hilt. In that instant, a melodic voice echoed in his mind, "Senior brother, you have finally returned." As the voice spoke, a soft figure rushed towards him, embracing him tightly. The gatekeeper, of course, could not perceive this scene, for it unfolded within Li Jiansan's consciousness. In the external realm, the gatekeeper stood dumbfounded as a formidable aura erupted from the sword the moment Li Jiansan made contact, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. The lack of backlash from the sword indicated its acceptance of Li Jiansan as its master. Yet the extraordinary energy it emanated suggested an absolute allegiance to him. The gatekeeper had witnessed the sword's rebellious nature firsthand. Even the presence of the sect master could not sway it in the slightest. Yet Li Jiansan somehow managed to make it submit. What kind of terrifying power does this young man possess to command such a sword? At this moment, the elder guardian stood dumbfounded, gazing at Li Jiansan, and after an indeterminate time, he finally regained his composure. Observing the young master, the elder felt that he was extraordinary, so he quietly stepped outside and gently closed the door to the treasure chamber. Taking his post at the entrance, meanwhile, Li Jiansan wore a look of bewilderment as he wondered who this young lady was. Had his luck with romance flourished after his reincarnation? "Brother, you have finally arrived," the girl holding Li Jiansan said with a shy smile, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing her address, Li Jiansan was taken aback. "You must be mistaken. I am not your brother. Where do you come from?" "Young lady, brother, please take a good look at me. I am Ling Er. We grew up together at the Ling Jian sect," she proclaimed, puffing out her already ample bosom and pouting, insisting, "You are indeed my brother. You haven't changed a bit." Chapter 13. Fire Control Master. The Ling Jian sect. Li Jiansan pondered, suddenly recalling that this sect was a superpower from 10,000 years ago, now long extinct. Had he truly traversed a span of 10,000 years? No wonder his brother did not remember Ling Er. Sniffle. After Li Jiansan finished speaking, the girl began to wail uncontrollably. This. Li Jiansan looked at the weeping girl, unsure of how to respond. He scrutinized the beauty before him. Her delicate, finely featured face and exquisite, fair complexion, complemented by a figure that required no elaboration. She was undoubtedly a goddess. Moreover, she was clad in a light green gown, beneath which peeked a pair of jade-like legs, fair skin reminiscent of an 18-year-old maiden, stirring a sense of yearning within him. How could he possibly know such a near-legendary beauty, if she claimed he was her brother? Could he not seize this opportunity to develop their relationship? A mischievous smile crept across Li Jiansan's mind. "Master, don't be foolish. She is the spirit of this sword, sealed within by a weapon master during its forging. Only a fated person can encounter her. Your ability to see her is entirely due to the existence of this system. Otherwise it would be impossible for you to command such a powerful sword spirit." Just as Li Jiansan reveled in his thoughts, the system suddenly interjected. "Moreover, she is currently a soul entity and cannot engage with you in any physical manner. Your relationship can only be one of spiritual affection at most. Little sister, since you claim I am your brother, could you share more about our past, such as your name and how you came to be sealed within this sword?" However, Li Jiansan disregarded the system and began to comfort the girl. Finding the situation amusing. "I am captivated by your intriguing spirit, not your corporeal form. A spiritual romance is still romance. What is to stop me from eventually helping you regain a physical body? After all, mysterious old men in novels often resurrect in this manner." Hearing Li Jiansan's voice, the girl sniffled for a moment before regaining her composure. She looked at him and said, "Brother, you truly do not remember? My name is Zhao Ling Er. Zhao Ling Er, from the Xianjian Qixiejuan. You did not escape from Xianling Island, did you? Does your carefree brother know?" Upon Zhao Ling Er's words, Li Jiansan was struck with astonishment. As a seasoned fan of Xianjian, he was no stranger to this peak fantasy drama that began with such grandeur. Noticing the odd expression on Li Jiansan's face, Zhao Ling'er inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" Nothing. Please continue," he urged. Zhao Ling'er continued, "Back then, the Ling Jian sect was besieged by evil foes. My father and the others were gravely injured, and it was you, brother, who risked your life to rescue me. However, we did not anticipate that even after our escape, our enemies would not relent. Ultimately, we were surrounded again. In our direst moment, you expended all your strength to transform me into a sword spirit. Forging this very blade and sealing it away, gazing at Zhao Ling'er's pitiable appearance, Li Jiansan assured her, "Do not worry. If it is at all possible in the future, I shall help you forge a new body." Brother, you are still as kind as ever. Upon hearing Li Jiansan's words, Zhao Ling'er immediately broke into a smile and rushed toward him. Li Jiansan felt the softness of her embrace and couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Master, I must remind you that to help her regain a physical form, you first need to possess at least golden core strength, and second, you must refine third-tier spiritual fire to become a fire control master." Li Jiansan asked, "Is it difficult to become a fire control master?" The system coldly replied, "A fire control master is a mysterious occupation that surpasses that of a martial artist. Given your current qualifications, it is quite challenging." Li Jiansan was taken aback. "What?" The system continued, "The rarity of fire control masters contributes to their esteemed status. To become one is not merely demanding, but exceedingly so, as the name implies. A fire control master must wield flames, yet flames themselves possess extreme temperatures. Ordinary martial artists would be incinerated upon contact, let alone control them. Thus, to become a fire control master, a martial artist must have a high affinity for fire. A trait only those with fire attributes possess. This innate attribute is predetermined at birth, and only one among tens of thousands may have an exceptionally high affinity for fire, even with such an affinity. Without spiritual fire, one cannot be deemed a fire control master. Spiritual fire is an exceedingly rare entity. Some individuals spend their entire lives without ever encountering it. Furthermore, spiritual fire requires numerous refining methods before it can be assimilated for personal use. A process fraught with danger where a single misstep may lead to being consumed by the fire. Spiritual fire is categorized into 9 tiers. These flames are the result of the world's creation, residing in cataclysmic secret realms, making them treasures that one can only hope to find. Thus, the quest for spiritual fire alone presents an insurmountable obstacle for martial artists on the path to becoming fire control masters. Not to mention the requirement of an exceptionally high affinity for fire. Additionally, fire attribute martial artists must possess extraordinary perception, an essential condition for becoming a fire control master. The fire affinity is merely the first hurdle. One must also have formidable perception to truly control the flames. Otherwise, the flames may turn upon the wielder, potentially resulting in an explosion. Under these stringent requirements, those eligible to become fire control masters are indeed rare. Once one achieves the status, they may possess the terrifying abilities to concoct elixirs, inscribe formations, and forge weapons. Elixirs harbor mysteries that can enhance cultivation and heal injuries. Forging allows for the creation of weapons that become formidable armaments. Formations can obliterate foes with ease. Each of these 3 abilities is fearsome in its own right. Furthermore, fire control masters can effortlessly manipulate flames, wielding fearsome fire powers, endowing them with extraordinary strength. Hence, the esteemed status of fire control masters is well deserved, making them entities that few dare to provoke lightly. The system continued, "However, Master, with my assistance I believe it will not be long before you emerge as an exceptional fire control master." After hearing the system's words, Li Jiansan felt an inexplicable sensation akin to a vendor praising their own wares. The system then added, "However, I must remind you that this sword spirit has been in slumber for a considerable time. Her soul strength is nearly depleted, and it may only be a matter of days. Thus, you must hasten your progress. Otherwise, before you become a fire control master, she may vanish entirely. Is there no way to help?" Li Jiansan exclaimed, realizing that haste was of the essence. If you could acquire a 3rd-tier gathering spirit pill, it might slightly extend her time. The system suggested. A 3rd-tier gathering spirit pill, Li Jiansan replied, somewhat disheartened. "Isn't that a losing venture?" "Not entirely. Although this sword can currently exert little power, it possesses a mysterious ability to conceal its cultivation. Li Jiansan replied, somewhat exasperated. "Aside from being useful for deceit, this skill seems rather useless." Afterward, Li Jiansan abruptly regained consciousness. Holding the resplendent sword, he drew it forth, a flash of brilliance momentarily blinding him. Li Jiansan inwardly mused, Indeed, this is a peerless treasure. Truly remarkable. Merely grasping the sword allowed him to feel the surging power within, bringing him immense joy. Subsequently, Li Jiansan pushed open the door and stepped outside. Upon emerging, he immediately spotted the elder guardian who had escorted him in. He approached and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, elder. It is through your guidance that I have acquired this sword." "Ha ha, the young master need not be so courteous. This is merely your fortune." "I have not truly aided you," the elder replied amiably. The elder guarding the gate gazed at the sword held by Li Jiansan, instantly recognizing that its allegiance had been claimed. He was acutely aware of the sword's untamed nature. Many had previously attempted to wield it, yet none had even managed to touch it, thus enhancing its notorious reputation. Chapter 14. The Son of Martial Arts in the Vast Expanse of the Juju Continent. Martial artists refine their bodies using spiritual energy. Once this energy circulates through the major acupoints, it can transform into spiritual power, following the fundamental principles of martial cultivation. Li Jiansan recalled a particular martial art he had learned in the Sutra Pavilion and began preparing for the upcoming monthly examination in a few days. Buzzing. As Li Jiansan commenced his cultivation, it felt as though a dam within him had burst, causing a torrent of spiritual energy to surge into his dantian. Boom, boom, boom. The dantian within Li Jiansan erupted with thunderous sounds. His recently achieved cultivation level seemed to ascend yet again. Gentle spiritual energy flowed continuously throughout his body, nourishing his skin, bones, and every cell. In the blink of an eye, Li Jiansan astonishingly broke through another realm. Advancing to the second level of the foundation establishment stage, this left Li Jiansan utterly dumbfounded. For an ordinary person, achieving a breakthrough within the foundation establishment stage would require at least a year or more, all while avoiding failures. Yet Li Jiansan had accomplished this in merely a few breaths. This was almost too effortless. Li Jiansan chuckled, wondering if he might be an extraordinary genius. "Master, you need not be overly astonished. This surge of energy was accumulated by the system over the past decade." The system's voice echoed in Li Jiansan's mind. This was indeed the proper way to utilize the system. There was no need to engage in monster slaying to level up. A simple moment of idleness could achieve what others might labor a lifetime for. Boom. Just as Li Jiansan completed his breakthrough, the tranquil night was suddenly pierced by a flash of lightning. High above, within the celestial river of stars, a divine thunderbolt descended with an aura of fate and reincarnation, crashing down upon the Xingjing Gate. In an instant, the resounding thunder shook the heavens and earth. The blinding light illuminated the entire Xingjing Gate. Boom, boom. At the peak of the 9 heavens, torrents of thunder rumbled forth, revealing 9 divine thunderbolts. Observing this grand spectacle, Li Jiansan hurried outside, eager to discover which fool had summoned such chaotic oaths. Only to be struck by lightning. The divine thunder had reached the skies above Xingjing Gate, but as Li Jiansan rushed out, the thunder instantaneously veered, transforming into scattered sparks of lightning that gently fell to the ground. As if fearing to harm Li Jiansan. "What is happening?" Li Jiansan pondered. "Master, are you not aware? Some exceptionally gifted individuals possess an innate compatibility that makes them naturally suited for cultivation. Such prodigies are referred to as the sons of martial arts. Legendary beings in their own right. When these sons of martial arts experience a rise in their cultivation, they are likely to awaken, thereby attracting divine thunder. The greater the number of thunderbolts, the stronger their talent." Li Jiansan secretly rejoiced. "Does that mean I am a genius?" The celestial phenomena at Xingjing Gate sent ripples of astonishment throughout the entire Jian Kingdom. With 9 divine thunderbolts converging upon Xingjing Gate, it was the most coveted sign of a son of martial arts. At the moment the divine thunder descended, the gaze of the entire Jian Kingdom was drawn to Xingjing Gate. The news of a son of martial arts emerging from Xingjing Gate swiftly swept across the realm. Everyone understood that from this moment onward, Xingjing Gate was destined to rise. Likewise, within Xingjing Gate, all were in a fervor. On that day, only one person achieved a breakthrough. Li Jiansan's fiancée, Jiang Churan. For it was she who alone advanced her cultivation that night. Indeed, the divine thunder that had veered towards Li Jiansan had ultimately struck Jiang Churan. Consequently, nearly no one within Xingjing Gate doubted that Jiang Churan was the child of destiny. However, Jiang Churan frowned slightly, uncertain whether the divine thunder had truly been summoned due to her breakthrough. While she had indeed reached the foundation establishment stage, the divine thunder clearly descended after her advancement. She was unable to ascertain whether she was the son of martial arts and hesitated to voice her doubts, fearing the loss of this prestigious title. Surely the heavens must have sensed her breakthrough, causing the divine thunder to arrive slightly ahead of time. Her attainment of the foundation establishment stage already attested to her talent. Who else could be the son of martial arts if not herself? The next day, as Li Jiansan stepped outside, he overheard discussions among the other disciples. It was said that Jiang Churan had summoned 9 divine thunderbolts the previous day, prompting the elder to immediately accept her as his personal disciple. How enviable! Ha! You cannot envy her. After all, she is the son of martial arts. The son of martial arts, truly remarkable. Such a talent will likely rise to prominence soon. Moreover, she is the fiancée of the young master. It seems that the young master can rest easy even after the sect leader's departure. He will have no worries for life. What can one do? Our sect leader has an astute eye, securing a marriage pact for the young master at such a young age. Paving the way for the future, Jiang Churan. Li Jiansan's brow furrowed. His so-called father and the head of the Jiang family were lifelong friends. 10 years prior, during his travels, Jiang Liu had fortuitously saved the only granddaughter of the Jiang family head, leading to the 2 old men striking a deal for their offspring's betrothal. However, Li Jiansan's conduct over the past few years had caused the engagement to gradually fade from the Jiang family's consideration. Li Jiansan had initially thought that the Jiang family would come to annul the engagement, yet the head of the Jiang family was extremely concerned with face. He would never go back on his word or act in such a manner. Thus, regardless of how disappointing Li Jiansan's performance had been over the years, he never mentioned the prospect of breaking off the engagement. How did that wave of divine thunder find its way to her? Li Jiansan wondered, bemused at how his fiancée had stolen the limelight. Among the major factions within the Jiang kingdom, what peculiarities did Shengjing Gate possess? It was merely a third-rate sect, hardly worthy of curiosity. Likely to decline within a century, yet none could have anticipated that Shengjing Gate would give rise to a son of martial arts capable of summoning divine thunder. Now, everything had changed. The emergence of a son of martial arts signified a paradigm shift for Shengjing Gate. Nay, it would likely herald a transformation for the entire Jiang kingdom. The Shengjing Gate was soon to host a grand monthly examination, and we must observe it closely. In the imperial palace, atop the highest tower, an elderly man with golden hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing in the direction of Shengjing Gate. A glimmer of light flickered in his murky old eyes as he slowly uttered a few authoritative commands. Go and discover for whom this celestial phenomenon has manifested. Your side also requires fresh blood. Furthermore, the forces at the borders seem to have lost their deterrent effect. Some factions are beginning to stir. Remain vigilant, for they are not far from the site of the celestial phenomenon. Understood. Chapter 15. An unprecedented spectacle at this moment. Shulong Peak was already in a frenzy. The peak was filled with disciples. Today, not only were those participating in the monthly examination present, but there were also numerous spectators, far exceeding the usual numbers. Why have so many disciples emerged for this month's examination? Some elders who had just concluded their seclusion curiously inquired, what are you excited about? Most of them are here to spectate. Spectate? I've never seen them so enthusiastic before. You've just emerged from seclusion, so you might not know. Our young master is competing in this month's examination. The elder replied with surprise. What? When did our young master become interested in cultivation? He had heard of the young master Li Jiansan to some extent. After a pause, he further questioned, but even so, that wouldn't attract this many onlookers, would it? Sigh. You have no idea. Our young master boldly declared his intention to secure first place in the monthly examination. Naturally, that drew a crowd. The elder was suddenly taken aback. What? The young master intends to claim first place in the monthly examination. They were well aware of what kind of person Li Jiansan was. He showed no interest in cultivation whatsoever and had yet to reach the chi refinement stage, living a life of indulgence and debauchery, akin to a little tyrant. To think such a wastrel would aspire to claim first place in the monthly examination was utterly implausible. Bordering on delusional, the elder inquired once more, are you telling the truth? Are you so muddled from your seclusion that you've lost your wits? Of course it's true. I have no reason to deceive you. The young master is already registered to compete. Given Xiao Menzu's current strength, is it not necessary for us to go easy on him to secure the first place? How would that reflect on others? I find it unbearable myself. You need not worry about this. Xiao Menzu has proclaimed that he requires no assistance from us. He intends to defeat everyone and claim the top position in the Yushi competition. The elder's eyes narrowed sharply. Can he truly aspire to achieve first place in the Yushi competition solely by his own efforts? How is that even conceivable, although this competition is designed for newcomers? There are indeed many promising talents among them, including a disciple who has reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Xiao Menzu has never undergone any training. How can he hope to vanquish a disciple at the peak of the qi refining stage and seize the first place? It is nothing short of a fantastical notion. After a brief pause, the elder speculated, could it be that Xiao Menzu has encountered some fortuitous circumstance resulting in a meteoric rise in strength? Do you think this is merely a tale spun for entertainment, where one can stumble upon a martial arts manual by chance? Such opportunities are not so readily encountered. If we speak of fortune, it should be bestowed upon those of us who diligently cultivate. I merely spoke in jest. Although Li Jiansan's reputation may be lacking, he meticulously plans even his most trivial escapades. He would never embark on a venture without assurance. Yet now, he dares to assert that he will defeat all disciples of the Yushi and claim first place. Therefore, the elder harbored a lingering suspicion that Li Jiansan must possess a secret known only to him. Enough of this. Xiao Menzu has arrived. Moments later, Li Jiansan appeared atop Shoulong Peak. You are Li Jiansan. Following the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Churan quickly spotted Li Jiansan. She furrowed her brow slightly but soon concealed it. This is Li Jiansan, the man promised to her by her grandfather. Jiang Churan cast a fleeting glance at Li Jiansan. He presented a rather nonchalant demeanor. His physique average and his cultivation. Apart from his handsome visage, he seemed utterly devoid of merit. He is indeed a wastrel. Compared to those prodigies, he is simply not on the same level. This was her first encounter with Li Jiansan, the man with whom she had been betrothed since childhood. Initially, she held some expectations for his claim to first place, but it is fortunate that she came to see for herself. This engagement is something I must discuss with grandfather upon my return. A hint of disdain flickered in Jiang Churan's eyes. Surely grandfather must be losing his faculties to have promised me to such a useless individual. Although she was betrothed to Li Jiansan, she had no desire to engage with him now. Li Jiansan looked at her and forced a smile. Indeed, a mere glance was enough for Li Jiansan to sense her proud demeanor. Under the morning sun, specks of light cascaded upon Jiang Churan, accentuating her graceful figure and the delicate skin peeking from beneath her thin skirt. In terms of beauty, physique and poise, she was nothing short of exceptional. The moment Li Jiansan made his entrance, he captured the attention of the entire assembly. Under the leadership of their master, Sheng Jingmen had transformed from a third-rate sect into a formidable faction. Yet alas, Xiao Menzu appeared to be a hopeless case, having achieved little in his cultivation thus far, and now he audaciously claimed he would defeat and secure the first place in the Yushi competition. Sigh. If Sheng Jingmen is to be entrusted to such an unstable individual, their future appears bleak. At the very least, Xiao Menzu has made some progress. He is evidently taking his cultivation seriously. Perhaps viewing the Yushi as a means of motivation. Are you speaking without thought? Who is he? He is our Xiao Menzu, Li Jiansan, the hedonistic little tyrant. Do you truly believe he will cultivate? That seems implausible. Perhaps he is merely here for novelty. As for claiming first place, he has likely orchestrated it all, intending only to put on a show. Let us not forget his identity. Surely, I have prepared for this Yushi for a long time. Do not despair. Perhaps Xiao Menzu has genuinely changed. Let us observe for ourselves. Thunderous sounds echoed. Simultaneously within Sheng Jingmen, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonated, prompting everyone to turn their attention. The Qingcheng Mo family has come to pay their respects. The Yuju Wengfu has come to pay their respects. The Qinglong Jai has come to pay their respects. The Yu Qianzong has come. The sound of awe-inspiring arrivals continued. As esteemed figures emerged before the crowd, Upon their entrance into Shengjingmen, Master Li Qingming swiftly arrived, observing the surrounding factions with a cold smirk. Did you not look down upon my Shengjingmen in the past? Why have you come today? The leader of Qinglongjai chuckled awkwardly. The nine heavens divine thunder descends upon Shengjingmen. Your Xiao Menzu's fiancée is the child of martial arts. Who is unaware of this? Thus, we have specially come to extend our congratulations. With Jiang Churan now recognized as the child of martial arts, her future achievements are bound to be significant, and coupled with her connection to Li Jiansan, Shengjingmen will surely differ from its past. Li Qingming cast a sidelong glance at them, and then leisurely sipped his tea. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat, observing Li Qingming's frosty demeanor. The leader of Qinglongjai continued to ingratiate himself. Li Menzu, I was overly impulsive in the past, leading to numerous conflicts with Shengjingmen. I hope you can forgive me. Qinglongjai and Shengjingmen have been arch-rivals, having engaged in countless skirmishes over the years, especially in recent times when the weakening Shengjingmen frequently faced oppression from Yuqian sect. Yet now, Qinglongjai has lowered its head, solely due to the emergence of the child of martial arts from Shengjingmen. Thus, all surrounding factions have come to pay their respects. This truly is an unprecedented spectacle for Shengjingmen. Li Qingming took a sip of tea before falling into silence, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Chapter 16. Various factions. The leader of Qinglongjai chuckled. Li Menzu, why must you dwell on these trivial matters? The rise of Shengjingmen is imminent. We are all allies of Shengjingmen. Li Qingming glanced at him and replied coolly. Zulao. How is it that Qinglongjai is now under your management? What of Li Shougo? The Li Shougo mentioned by Li Qingming refers to Li Anshan, who was saved by Li Jiansan. Upon hearing Li Qingming's reference to Zulao, a flicker of displeasure crossed the leader of Qinglongjai's face, yet he swiftly masked it, responding with a smile. My elder brother passed away not long ago. I am now in charge of Qinglongjai. A hint of suspicion flashed in Li Qingming's eyes. Li Shougo was a figure of equal standing. How could he have suddenly died without any news? However, this was ultimately an internal matter of Qinglongjai, and Li Qingming did not wish to pry further. After a brief pause, Li Qingming set down his teacup and said blandly, since you are sincere in your apologies, why not show some goodwill? The leader of Qinglongjai gritted his teeth. Very well, I am willing to offer 1/3 of the spirit stones to assist Shengjingmen in its rise. The representatives of Qingcheng Mo family also smiled slightly. Since Li Qingming has spoken, we shall naturally show our sincerity. The people of Yuqianzong echoed. We feel the same. Following the leader of Qinglongjai's proposal, the other factions also expressed their agreement. Very well, Li Qingming said with satisfaction. He understood that this was likely their limit. However, under Li Qingming's rude demands, the expressions of the various faction representatives turned icy in an instant, yet their anger dissipated as quickly as it arose. The onlookers were clearly astonished. After all, these were spirit stones. In any context, they would be fiercely contested. Even with the child of martial arts as Li Qingming's fiancée, one would expect some semblance of outrage at such an impudent demand, yet now their frowns seemed to pass with the gentlest of breezes. This is, after all, spirit stones. Spirit stones, the very essence of condensed spiritual energy, are an exceedingly scarce resource for cultivation. They symbolize resources. Without spirit stones, a faction's foundation crumbles. Typically, every sect guards their spirit stones jealously. Yet now, under the pressure of Shengjingmen, they have no choice but to relinquish a significant quantity of spirit stones. For Li Qingming to demand 1/3 of their spirit stones is akin to skinning them alive. They may not recover for years. Meanwhile, Li Qingming, absorbed in his tea, displayed no concern for their fury. With the emergence of a child of martial arts, Shengjingmen is destined to rise. Thus, Li Qingming need not concern himself with these factions. Observing this, their gazes grew colder. They had already prepared for concessions, but they had not anticipated Li Qingming's audacity. Sensing their unease, Li Qingming scanned the room and remarked coolly, the talent of the child of martial arts is surely self-evident. Once my daughter-in-law Churan fully matures, do you suppose Shengjingmen will remain as it is now? A few individuals exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared understanding. Indeed, Jiang Churan possessed the innate talent of a son of martial arts. It was inevitable that he would evolve into a formidable figure in the future. At that time, bolstered by his relationship with Li Jianan, the Xinjing sect would undoubtedly flourish, possibly even ascending to become the dominant force in the region. When that day arrives, the Xinjing sect shall not forget the friends who aided us. I implore you to weigh the gravity of your decisions, if you choose to stand as adversaries of the Xinjing sect. A son of martial arts, Li Qingming dares to use this as a threat against them. Upon hearing Li Qingming's ultimatum, the representatives of various factions clenched their teeth in indignation, yet they could do naught but take their seats in silence. Observing the once haughty factions retreat, Li Qingming's countenance swelled with pride. His gaze fell upon the enchanting figure below, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Li Mingqing was acutely aware that his ability to overshadow the prominent factions today was entirely due to his advantageous daughter-in-law. The one who had summoned the divine thunder of the nine heavens, Jiang Churan. From the direction of the royal city's Chu family, a youth clad in elegant attire cast a meaningful glance towards the Xinjing sect. Upon spotting the Chu family members, Li Qingming could no longer maintain his composure. Presently, the Chu family in the Jiangguo imperial city was experiencing a period of prosperity and commanded significant favor from the sovereign, making them an entity that many sought to curry favor with. However, why would the once mighty Chu family deign to visit the Xinjing sect? Li Qingming felt a measure of surprise at their arrival. The other factions came to build rapport with the Xinjing sect, yet what was the Chu family's intention? Although the Xinjing sect had produced a son of martial arts, it had not yet fully matured, rendering it far inferior to a formidable power like the Chu family. The Chu family must surely look down upon the current state of the Xinjing sect. Thus, what was their purpose in coming today? Quickly, Li Qingming donned a beaming smile, rising to slightly bow towards the members of the Chu family, respectfully proclaiming, "The arrival of the Chu family graces the Xinjing sect with honor. Esteemed guests, please take your seats." As the various factions settled down, Li Qingming surveyed the gathering with a smile. The monthly trials commenced now. A purple-robed elder ascended the high platform, surveying the disciples surrounding him before speaking loudly. With a grand gesture, a pitch-black stone tablet appeared on the martial arts stage. This tablet bore 10 dim halos distributed from top to bottom, within which faint wisps of spiritual energy began to emanate. This stone tablet, known as the spirit-sensing stone, is capable of perceiving the spiritual roots within a martial artist. Every major faction possessed such an artifact to assess their disciples' talents. The first trial will gauge your affinity with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. One by one, please step forward. I shall evaluate your innate gifts based on how many halos you illuminate. The purple-robed elder surveyed the individuals below, speaking languidly. Very well, let the testing begin. Upon hearing this, an individual stepped forward from the throng, placing his palm upon the spirit-sensing stone and gently closing his eyes. Soon, the dim halos on the stone began to flicker with light, ultimately stabilizing at the 4th halo before dimming once more. Xie Guan, spiritual root, 4th grade. Upon hearing this announcement, the hopeful expression on his face transformed into one of disappointment as he returned to his seat dejected. With such results, even if he performed exceptionally well afterward, he would fail to capture the elder's attention. Alas, he had been within the Xinjing sect for over a month, and his cultivation had only seen slight improvement. With such a poor spiritual root talent, he was destined to remain overlooked. The spiritual root refers to one's mastery over spiritual energy. Generally, only those with a spiritual root of 3rd grade or above qualify to enter the Xinjing sect. Mastery over spiritual energy stabilizes once one reaches the foundation establishment stage. As expected, the elders observing from the platform shook their heads in unison upon witnessing this outcome, thereafter turning their attention away from the disciple. A 4th grade spiritual root hardly warranted their focus. To gain their interest, one needed at least a 5th grade spiritual root, as most ordinary disciples typically possessed a 4th grade spiritual root, categorizing them as having mediocre talent. Only those with 5th grade spiritual roots or above drew their attention. As for 6th grade roots, those were the realm of prodigies destined to become direct disciples. 7th grade roots, they had yet to encounter such a rarity. I shall give it a try. At this moment, a figure strode forward. Lin Feiyu. Ha! Lin Feiyu's face radiated with pride as he placed his palm upon the spirit-sensing stone. Instantly, the halos on the stone blazed to life, growing increasingly brilliant. Observing the ascending glow, Lin Feiyu's expression swelled with elation. Boom. Ultimately, the light settled at the fifth halo. Lin Feiyu, spiritual root, 5th grade. After the purple-robed elder announced the results, Lin Feiyu moved aside, his proud demeanor unabated. The elders atop the platform nodded in satisfaction. This young man possessed commendable talent and could be nurtured within the inner sect. Following this, a multitude of individuals tested their abilities, yet few garnered the elders' approval. Most displayed little talent, lingering at the 4th grade level despite having been in the Xinjing sect for some time. After all, true geniuses were a rarity. With only 2 individuals left, all eyes turned to Jiang Churan. As for Li Jiannan, their young sect master, the elders harbored no expectations. They merely hoped he would not embarrass himself. The elders on the observation platform watched Jiang Churan with bated breath, while representatives from other factions focused intently on her performance. Eager to witness how this child of martial arts would fare. Conversely, the Chu family members seemed less concerned with Jiang Churan, instead curiously observing EQ. With only 2 individuals remaining, could it be him? Chapter 17. Spiritual Root, 3rd grade. Before long, disciples from the crowd began to ascend the platform, most brimming with enthusiasm, hoping to catch the elders' attention with this opportunity. Among them was the newcomer Liu Wuqiao, who had reportedly advanced from the 3rd level of qi refinement to the 7th in a short period, gaining a modicum of fame. How would he fare in this trial? Though Liu Wuqiao was formidable, the top 3 spots were unlikely to be his. Oh, what makes you say that? Your perspective seems rather narrow. There are several talents among the newcomers. Lin Feiyu has already reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Not far from the foundation establishment stage, this competition may yet hold a place for him. Speaking of the newcomers, Lin Feiyu hardly stands out. That Jiang Xiaoju is the true prodigy. Just then, as the elders debated, a breathtaking figure ascended the stage. With each step, the focus of the crowd shifted towards this stunning presence. Liu Yang'er, with her delicate legs, gracefully approached the platform, her flowing skirt occasionally revealing her fair skin to the air. A sight that stirred desire in the hearts of many. Liu Yang'er was not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed considerable strength, reportedly having reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Alas, such a stunning maiden had long been courted by the young sect master. What, do I sense a hint of jealousy in your tone? Do you wish to pursue her? I dare not. She is the young sect master's woman, and he is present for the monthly trials today. It seems he is next. Young sect master, I shall await you above. Liu Yang'er turned back to Li Jiannan, offering a gentle smile. As he beheld this enchanting maiden, Li Jiannan felt a flutter in his heart. Could it be that this girl harbored some peculiar thoughts about him? Liu Yang'er, please proceed with the test. With the elder's command, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. It was as though every gaze converged upon Liu Yang'er. She lifted her foot and approached the spirit-sensing stone, her slender fingers delicately touching the cold surface of the tablet. In an instant, dazzling beams of light erupted forth. Suddenly, the halos on the spirit-sensing stone ignited, their brilliance shining like stars. Within moments, 5 halos illuminated in succession, causing a collective gasp among the crowd. 5 halos. Liu Yang'er's talent was indeed formidable. At that very moment, the pupils of those present constricted in astonishment. Remarkably, she too possessed a 5th grade spiritual root. The rapid illumination of 5 halos caused those around her to draw in sharp breaths. Yet, in that instant, as the spirit-sensing stone momentarily quieted, a blinding radiance erupted once more. Boom! The 6th halo erupted into brilliance, shaking the hearts of all present. Liu Yang'er, spiritual root, 7th grade. As this announcement echoed through the martial arts arena, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, each individual inhaling sharply. The elders on the observation platform, filled with excitement, rose to their feet. Indeed, Liu Yang'er was a prodigy possessing the rare quality of 7th grade source energy. Even more astonishing was her youth. Her martial arts talent was still in its formative stage. If she continued on this trajectory, her future achievements would be incalculable. It was utterly unexpected for the Xinjing sect to produce such a remarkable genius, heralding a swift rise in the future. As they listened to the envious voices from the arena, Liu Yang'er felt immense joy. When she turned to see Li Jiansan, radiant smile blossomed on her face. She dashed towards him, grasping his arm eagerly, and sweetly exclaimed, "Young master, I have succeeded. I have succeeded. "Congratulations, little girl," Li Jiansan replied with a smile, feeling the delicate sensation of her touch. "Young master, I am already a young lady," Liu Yang pouted, thinking how silly he was to still regard her as a little girl. After saying this, she swiftly slipped away from Li Jiansan, leaving behind a faint fragrance in the gentle breeze. Li Jiansan turned to glance at Liu Yang just as he was about to speak. When the elder in purple robes interrupted, "Young master, it's your turn." Following Liu Yang's astonishing test, the elders on the observation platform immediately redirected their attention, showing little interest in Li Jiansan's talent. After all, Li Jiansan had a notorious reputation. He was a master of chaos and mischief, yet in terms of cultivation, he was deemed a wastrel. What accomplishments could a debauched young master who had never trained possibly achieve? It was baffling why Li Jiansan chose to participate in the monthly competition, as it was clearly a waste of their time. On the martial arts stage, Li Jiansan slowly approached the spirit-linking stone and placed his pristine palm upon it. In an instant, a dazzling light engulfed the entire arena, momentarily stunning everyone present. Even the elders on the observation platform changed expressions, wondering, could we have underestimated this boy? Boom! At that moment, 3 luminous rings on the spirit-linking stone burst into brilliance. Everyone's hearts leaped in astonishment. Could he possess formidable talent as well? Impossible. He was clearly a waste. As the brilliant light gradually diminished, it settled at the 3rd luminous ring, Spirit Root, 3rd grade. Upon seeing the bold letters on the spirit-linking stone, the crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers. "Ha, you scared me. I thought young master was a genius, but it turns out he only has a 3rd grade spirit root." Following this revelation, the surrounding disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. "The young master is merely performing as expected. I truly wonder why the esteemed young master, who could indulge in feasting and revelry, chose to participate in this competition. If it were me, I would have long since been lost in the embrace of a beautiful woman. Alas, what is the young master thinking? Keep your voices down. Don't let the young master hear you, or you'll be in trouble. You know his temper, right?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, although their voices were hushed. Li Jiansan still caught their words. He merely smiled, thinking, a bunch of onlookers waiting to see my performance. On the other side, the elders on the observation platform turned their attention to the shining rings on the spirit-linking stone. "Young master, it's your first test. Don't be too disappointed with this result. A 3rd grade spirit root is quite commendable for you," one elder remarked, his tone respectful. "Perhaps we should skip the next segment? I could arrange for you to take a stroll and unwind." The elder approached Li Jiansan with deference. Li Jiansan waved his hand dismissively. "No need." Li Jiansan, spirit root, 3rd grade. On another platform, the elder with purple hair cast a glance at Li Jiansan before unceremoniously announcing the large characters on the stone. Li Jiansan looked at the elder, realizing that this old man had no intention of sparing him any dignity. This elder, known as Xiao Yunlong, was the grand elder of the Xingjing sect, eyeing the position of sect leader with covetousness while wary of Li Qingming's strength, thus refraining from overt actions. Yet he had not hesitated to undermine Li Jiansan in private. Li Jiansan had not anticipated that this monthly competition would be presided over by him. "Elder, don't be in such a rush. My test has not yet concluded." Li Jiansan turned back to Xiao Yunlong with a smile. "Do you wish to waste everyone's time further? Hurry up and get down." Xiao Yunlong snapped, visibly perturbed. My true test has yet to begin. Li Jiansan fixed his gaze on Xiao Yunlong, a serene smile gracing his lips. Old man, do not be hasty. One cannot rush good results, nor can one feign excellence in haste." As Li Jiansan's voice echoed, the crowd fell into stunned silence, casting him curious glances. What was the young master planning to do? Amidst the strange looks surrounding her, Liu Yang clenched her fist and encouraged, "Young master, go for it." Boom! At that moment, the black giant stone on the spirit-linking stone trembled violently. Chapter 18. On the celestial ladder, the onlookers gasped as they witnessed this scene, realizing that the shattering of the spirit-linking stone indicated that the young man's spiritual energy had surpassed the 9th grade. Such talent, if nurtured properly, would surely yield remarkable achievements. The Grand Elder observed the changing expressions of those around him and coldly addressed Li Jiansan. "You wallow in despair. Even with extraordinary talent, it amounts to nothing if you lack determination. Previously, Li Jiansan had been seen as an inconspicuous waste, but no one could have foreseen his impressive potential. The Grand Elder had disregarded Li Jiansan before, but now that his talent was manifesting, it began to pose a threat to him. However, Li Jiansan calmly replied to the Grand Elder, "The monthly competition has yet to truly commence, hasn't it?" His response left the Grand Elder momentarily taken aback. Did he genuinely aspire to claim first place? Even with exceptional talent, he had only just begun his cultivation. Given his current strength, even making it into the top 50 would be a challenge. Claiming the top spot seemed impossible. Do you wish to continue? The Grand Elder snorted. Do you realize that the next round is the 12 Celestial Ladder test? You likely lack the requisite strength for it. I advise you not to be so deluded, or you may not even know how you perished. Now that Li Jiansan had revealed his abilities, if he were to secure a ranking in this competition, it would undoubtedly draw attention to him, a scenario the Grand Elder was keen to avoid. The 12 Celestial Ladder tests were designed to assess a warrior's physical prowess. The ladder consists of 12 levels, each exuding immense pressure, intensifying with every step taken. Those without martial training, or individuals like Li Jiansan, who had no cultivation, risked severe injury from the pressure of the ladder. The test required at least a third level of chi refinement to participate. Otherwise, no one dared to attempt it, thus you should leave promptly. Seeing Li Jiansan still standing on the platform, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed once more. Haha, leave? It seems the slap to your face hasn't been thorough enough. After a moment of preparation, the 12 Celestial Ladders stood erect on the arena. The Grand Elder cast a glance and noted that Li Jiansan remained on the platform. He chose not to voice further objections. The immense pressure of the ladder would serve him well in teaching a lesson, ideally rendering him incapacitated. Very well, let the 12 Celestial Ladder test commence. Li Jiansan surveyed the 12 steps but did not hastily take the first step. He gently closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the oppressive force of the ladder. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Li Jiansan, filled with curiosity about how their seemingly inept young master would fare in this test. As Li Jiansan remained motionless, impatience began to grow among the onlookers. Boom! Suddenly Li Jiansan stepped forward, taking the first step. Surprisingly, he managed to take a step. This fellow does possess some weight. What a statement! This is the young master after all. But I doubt he can ascend to the second level. Haha. The onlookers, upon witnessing Li Jiansan's first step, were not overly astonished. However, Jiang Churan, observing him, merely scoffed, showing no sign of surprise. She believed it was merely a testament to Li Jiansan's ruggedness. Even if he managed to take the first step, she was certain he would not ascend to the second level. Yet, at that very moment when Jiang Churan spoke, her voice abruptly ceased, for Li Jiansan had already reached the second step. Slap! Jiang Churan felt as though she had been dealt a resounding blow. This fellow actually ascended to the second tier. Jiang Churan remarked with a hint of astonishment. He must have forced himself to climb up. I am curious to see how much longer he can endure. Jiang Churan cast a derisive glance at Li Jiansan, who stood on the second step. At that moment, Li Jiansan felt no pressure whatsoever. He was utterly at ease, as if basking in the warm sunlight. Such pressure was trivial in his eyes. How could this be? He has actually reached the third tier. It is simply unbelievable. Now, Jiang Churan felt quite embarrassed. For not only had Li Jiansan not been sent flying down, but he had also stepped onto the third tier. Slap! Jiang Churan felt as if she had been slapped in the face again. Her exquisitely beautiful visage starting to redden slightly. With his strength, the utmost he could achieve was the third tier. Slap slap. Soon Jiang Churan was struck in the face for the third time. This blow was straightforward and brutally direct. Just a moment ago she had confidently asserted that Li Jiansan would halt at the third tier, yet in the very next moment he effortlessly ascended to the fourth tier. Her face now burned with embarrassment. At the instant Li Jiansan successfully reached the fourth tier, everyone present was taken aback. They gazed at him, their expressions devoid of disdain or contempt. Was this still their young master? He had actually ascended to the fourth tier of the heavenly ladder. Truly astonishing. Even Elder Dawn, standing nearby, seemed momentarily stunned. Ascending to the fourth tier was not inherently frightening. What was alarming was how Li Jiansan climbed it as if it were nothing. He appeared to be enjoying himself, as though receiving a massage atop the ladder. One must understand that the pressure at that height was exceptionally formidable. yet Li Jiansan's demeanor was as if he had not felt that weight at all. How could this lad be so unfazed? Could it be that the pressure had dissipated? I must give it a try. Immediately a skeptic rushed to follow in Li Jiansan's footsteps, ascending to the 3rd tier. Boom! Without a doubt, the individual was violently hurled back down, his face turning pale. This indicated that the pressure on the 12th-tiered ladder was indeed a tangible force. This meant Li Jiansan was currently enduring that terrifying pressure. Yet he appeared utterly unperturbed, wearing a relaxed expression. It could only be said that Li Jiansan's physical strength far exceeded the pressure of the 4th tier. Jiang Churan surveyed the onlookers, disdainfully scoffing. HMPH, do you truly believe that lad is impressive? This is already his limit. It is said that those who have reached the 7th tier exerted tremendous effort. How could he possibly ascend? In her view, even if Li Jiansan had reached the 4th tier, it meant little. If she were to ascend, she might effortlessly soar to the 7th tier, rendering Li Jiansan's achievements inconsequential. Li Jiansan moved again. Could he still have the energy to reach the 5th tier? As a gasp echoed through the crowd, all eyes were drawn back to Li Jiansan. On the 12th-tiered ladder, he took another step forward. He advanced once and then again. Now Li Jiansan had reached the 5th tier. But what did that prove? Only by reaching the 6th tier could he validate anything, Jiang Churan remarked coolly. Hearing her words, Li Jiansan lingered momentarily on the 5th tier. Look, with his pitiful strength, reaching the 5th tier was already his utmost limit, achieved purely by sheer luck. Li Jiansan turned back with a faint smile, gazing at Jiang Churan. Stop pretending to be strong, Jiang Churan coldly mocked, but the next moment her voice faltered. Chapter 19. Could it be him? Boom. The 6th tier. Everyone present was astounded. Li Jiansan had actually ascended to the 6th tier with the cultivation of a martial artist. Few among the crowd dared to claim they could reach such a height, and yet Li Jiansan had accomplished it. HMPH, what of the 6th tier? It's merely the beginning. What's so remarkable about that? In the face of Li Jiansan's astonishing display, Jiang Churan consistently scoffed, seeking to comfort herself. Boom boom. At the 6th tier, Li Jiansan did not pause. In a single breath, he leapt again, reaching the 7th tier. This time, the crowd was not merely surprised. They were utterly dumbfounded. One must understand that those who could reach the 7th tier were few and far between. Such individuals had become the backbone of the Jian kingdom. Boom boom boom. Li Jiansan's figure shifted slightly as he took another step. This time, he directly stepped onto the 8th tier. The 8th tier. The crowd was no longer astonished or dumbstruck. They were in sheer shock. Li Jiansan had actually ascended to the 8th tier. For nearly a century, it seemed no one from the Shengjing sect had managed to reach such heights. The 8th tier required foundational cultivation. What cultivation did Li Jiansan possess? A mere nobody, devoid of any training. He had actually reached the 8th tier. What would follow? It was simply unfathomable. Witnessing the scene on the platform, even the usually silent elders could not help but glance nervously in Li Jiansan's direction. Clap clap clap. Jiang Churan had been slapped in the face multiple times, her expression growing increasingly unpleasant. Li Jiansan, today you are deliberately embarrassing me, aren't you? Her expression turned sour. With your cultivation, reaching this point is already your limit. You remain incomparable to me, and you must be utterly exhausted by now. No matter how high you ascend the heavenly ladder, it is all in vain in my eyes. After her initial shock, Jiang Churan quickly regained her former arrogance. So what if you reached the 8th tier? You will ultimately be unable to cultivate, likely forever trapped at the first layer of qi refinement. Meanwhile, I have already entered the foundational stage, a level you can only look up to. Jiang Churan's implication was clear. Li Jiansan had never trained, his strength was feeble, whereas she had already stepped into the realm of foundational mastery. Li Jiansan and she were not even on the same level. Boom. Li Jiansan leapt again, ascending to the 9th tier. The 9th tier. Everyone was flabbergasted. Among the younger generation of Shengjing sect, no one had likely ever reached this level. Now, even Jiang Churan was completely stunned. She had merely been bluffing earlier. Even she might not manage to step onto the 9th tier. Yet Li Jiansan was now effortlessly achieving it. This was simply unbelievable. What had Li Jiansan experienced? The 9th tier. He had directly stepped onto the 9th tier. Clap clap clap. This was a resounding slap to Jiang Churan's face. The 9th tier was notoriously difficult to reach, even for those in the foundational stage, yet here was Li Jiansan, a person without any cultivation, appearing remarkably at ease. Could he truly take another step forward and ascend to the 10th tier? People whispered in astonishment. Without the formidable support of strong cultivation, it was inconceivable for him to reach the 10th tier. The speaker was an elder who had witnessed countless individuals testing the 12-tiered ladder. He could see through anyone's abilities with a mere glance. If he could ascend to the 10th tier, then even a pig could climb a tree. Upon hearing the elder's assessment, Jiang Churan's laughter rang out, drawing a chorus of agreement. With Li Jiansan's level of cultivation, could he really aspire to the 10th tier? Was that even a possibility? Many instinctively shook their heads, just as a multitude firmly believed Li Jiansan could never ascend to the 10th tier. They found themselves gaping in disbelief once more. On the 12-tiered ladder, Li Jiansan took another step forward, and with a resounding boom, he landed on the 10th tier. The 10th tier. Li Jiansan had actually reached the 10th tier. He was utterly devoid of cultivation. How terrifying must Li Jiansan's physical strength be? It was inconceivable. My heavens, Li Jiansan has truly ascended to the 10th tier. How could this be? Am I seeing things? Surely I must be dreaming. The spectators gazed at the 10th tier, where Li Jiansan's slender figure appeared increasingly enigmatic. What had he gone through? Why did he stop? Reaching the 10th tier is already a remarkable feat. If he could ascend further, would he still be human? I believe he might even reach the 12th tier of the heavenly ladder. Listening to the elder's discussions, the Grand Elder cast a disdainful glance at Li Jiansan. The pressure on the 12th tier could severely injure any foundational disciples. How could a mere chi refinement lad possibly withstand it? At that moment, Li Jiansan's body moved once more. Buzz. Standing on the 10th tier. His clothes billowed in the wind, his slender form suddenly darting forward, as if transformed into a streak of light, swiftly traversing the void. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the 11th tier and stood upon the 12th tier. What? Surely I am not seeing things. He actually directly ascended to the 12th tier. It appears that the ascent was accomplished in one breath. It is simply unbelievable that he, without a doubt, is a genius, an extraordinarily rare talent. At this moment, those who had previously mocked him now wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their faces occasionally betraying signs of shock. In their understanding, reaching the 7th tier of the heavenly ladder represented the pinnacle of achievement. However, Li Jiansan's ascent to the 7th tier swiftly overturned their perceptions, yet, in the blink of an eye, Li Jiansan moved again, effortlessly reaching the 9th tier, thereby shattering their expectations once more. Before they could fully grasp this reality, Li Jiansan ascended to the 10th tier, once again defying their imagination. Just as they struggled to regain their composure, Li Jiansan surged upward, directly reaching the 12th tier of the heavenly ladder, completely dismantling their understanding. In a brief span of time, the notorious young master, rumored to be indulgent and reckless, left the audience in a state of continuous shock. Standing atop the 12th tier, a gentle breeze swept by, causing Li Jiansan's garments to flutter dramatically. The figure at the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder seemed to deliver a crushing blow to Jiang Churan's heart, as if a sharp slap had struck her proud face. Resonating loudly through the heavens and earth, you and I are destined to inhabit different worlds. We cannot walk the same path, thus there is no need for you to humiliate yourself here, nor should you entertain the delusion of ever becoming anything more than an ordinary person in this lifetime. Jiang Churan's previous taunts now appeared utterly feeble. On the other side, the elders observing from the platform were momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the realization that Li Jiansan had indeed reached the summit of the 12th heavenly ladder. The hearts of those from various powerful factions trembled violently. They had not anticipated the terrifying strength of Li Jiansan. Now, as they gazed upon him, their glances became fervent. Shifting their focus, they noticed Jiang Churan's figure. Although Li Jiansan possessed some strength, he still paled in comparison to the son of martial arts, with Jiang Churan remaining the primary target. In the direction of the Chu family, a refined young man squinted his eyes, pondering whether it could be him. Chapter 20. Fighting is exhausting. Let them come together. Ultimately, the multitude completed the 12th tier test, with most halting at the 5th tier. Even if one possesses a tough exterior and formidable physique, What difference does it make? Observing this, Jiang Churan clenched her teeth, indignantly stating, "In this final martial contest I shall witness how long you can endure." Moments later, the Grand Elder announced, "The final round of the competition. The martial duel commences." In the first match, Li Jiansan faced off against Liu Yang'er. Upon hearing this announcement, Li Jiansan slowly emerged from the crowd and ascended the arena. "It is my first time battling against the young master." Liu Yang'er, his opponent, had already taken to the stage. Upon seeing Li Jiansan, her heart began to race, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "Rest assured, young master, I will be vigilant." Liu Yang'er touched her flushed cheeks, then covertly glanced at Li Jiansan. "Oh no, could this little girl possibly have developed feelings for me? This cannot be. I regard you as a little sister, how could you possibly have feelings for me?" Li Jiansan also cast a glance at Liu Yang'er, a smile gracing his lips as he reassured, "No worries, give it your all. I shan't harm you. He is looking at me. My goodness, the young master is actually gazing in my direction." Liu Yang'er felt a wave of panic wash over her as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her heart racing uncontrollably. "What should I do? The young master wants me to strike. But if he is so weak, what if I hurt him? You can give it your all. I won't hurt you." Li Jiansan glanced at Liu Yang'er, silently pleading, "Please don't press me." The atmosphere seemed a bit off-kilter. "One must remember your identity. You are the young master, the infamous Li Jiansan, known for his indulgence and idleness. How dare you utter such bold words? Are you not aware that you have never practiced martial arts and possess no strength whatsoever?" Upon hearing Li Jiansan's words, a stir quickly arose from the audience. "Little junior sister, hurry and make your move." After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Yang'er began to take stock of him. "This young woman is rather attractive." Li Jiansan noticed Liu Yang'er's remarkably beautiful face, her fair complexion flawless, and upon a closer glance, her figure was equally exquisite. Liu Yang'er, due to her beauty, had garnered numerous admirers within the Shengjing sect. "What should I do? The young master seems to be growing impatient. I cannot remain passive any longer. Very well, I shall refrain from injuring the young master. Then I shall not hold back." Liu Yang'er initiated her attack. In an instant, her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching towards Li Jiansan. To his surprise, this little junior sister possesses some skill. The young master is overestimating himself in front of her. He is bound to face dire consequences. He may not even withstand a single blow. As Liu Yang'er made her move, a chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. Li Jiansan smiled faintly, his foot sliding gracefully, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair. And in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself behind Liu Yang'er. The dragon's dance is not merely about speed. It emphasizes agility and adaptability. When one focuses solely on swiftness and neglects the fluidity of movement, it becomes a case of losing sight of the essence. A flicker of realization dawned upon Liu Yang'er as her movements became increasingly unpredictable. Is this the secret of the dragon's dance? Liu Yang'er's expression shifted slightly. The crowd was initially taken aback, then erupted into tumult. What transpired? This so-called waste is actually instructing the little junior sister in her cultivation. It appears he has facilitated her breakthrough. This scene left everyone astounded. Is he truly the infamous ruffian Li Jiansan? Now, he is capable of guiding others in martial arts. Shouldn't he be the one who kills without blinking, indulging in debauchery? Wasn't he always disinterested in the practice of martial arts? This rumor must be false. Li Jiansan suddenly unleashed a palm strike, chuckling. During a duel, allowing oneself to become distracted is a grave error. Oh no! By the time Liu Yang'er regained her focus, it was too late to evade. Bang! A punch landed on Liu Yang'er, and the battle concluded instantaneously. I have lost. Liu Yang'er stared blankly at Li Jiansan. She was acutely aware that she was no match for him. From the moment he began to guide her, she had anticipated her defeat, yet she never imagined it would happen so swiftly. "I won't harm you." It turns out those words were not mere platitudes. At this moment, Liu Yang'er felt an overwhelming shock. That punch, though seemingly simple, far surpassed her martial skills. Moreover, she sensed that Li Jiansan had held back. Otherwise she would have likely sustained serious injuries. The young master showed restraint. Does he harbor feelings for me? Oh my! Liu Yang'er gazed at Li Jiansan, her face flushing. It seemed the young master was not the reckless individual others claimed him to be. but rather a hidden master. Not only is he handsome, but he is also powerful and possesses a humble demeanor. He is undoubtedly a paragon of an ideal man. Liu Yang vaguely sensed that she had completely succumbed. Am I dreaming? How did the young master win so suddenly? How has his strength transformed so dramatically? Was he merely pretending before? Furthermore, his martial skills seem remarkably formidable. The arena fell into an unusual silence. With the audience staring wide-eyed, rendered speechless, look, the little junior sister's face is flushed. One person pointed at Liu Yang, curiously commenting, "Do you think the little junior sister intentionally let him win? Alas, how could the little junior sister act in such a manner? Ultimately, she is too young and nave. In the Juju continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. Only the strong hold sway. The little junior sister has regrettably sacrificed her future for the young master." Upon observing Liu Yang's bashful expression, the crowd assumed she had deliberately thrown the match due to her infatuation with Li Jiansan. Meanwhile, elder Zhao Hua trembled violently at this sight. This lad has actually cultivated his martial arts to the level of great perfection. Zhao Hua's expression was one of utter astonishment. Could it be that he not only memorized the first tier's martial arts but has mastered them all? Others may not perceive it, but as the guardian of the scripture pavilion, he was well aware of Li Jiansan's skills. From the very beginning, this battle had been orchestrated by Li Jiansan. He could have concluded it even more swiftly. His prior actions were merely to guide Liu Yang, allowing her to gain insight. Is he truly that debauched young master? Zhao Hua's gaze grew unfocused as he realized he no longer recognized Li Jiansan. Ding! The system shop has been activated. At that moment, a voice resonated in Li Jiansan's mind. System shop? He inquired. Let us take a look. Flame-splitting wave-slicing ruler, Imperial Seal technique, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation, Heavenly Fire Transformation, 9-tiered Golden Core, Eternal Fire Measuring Stick. As Li Jiansan gazed upon the dazzling array of martial skills, techniques, elixirs, and weapons displayed on the marketplace page, his blood surged with excitement. Just the grandiloquent names alone suggested that these were undoubtedly exceptional treasures. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Alas, these items were priced at thousands of villain points. And what exactly are these villain points? The system explained. Master, villain points are acquired when others experience negative emotions towards you, and they can be used in the system's marketplace. After hearing this, Li Jiansan's gaze flicked to the bottom corner of the marketplace where he spotted a lottery button. Can I participate in the lottery now? I hope it won't be a scam, having been deceived by the system a few times. He decided it was prudent to inquire first. Master, as you enter the system marketplace for the first time, you are granted 3 chances for free draws. Li Jiansan asked. After these free chances, how can I draw again? Once your 3 free chances are exhausted, you can exchange villain points for additional draws. 100 villain points grant 1 draw. Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Jiansan's mouth twitched. 100 points for a single chance? How long will it take to accumulate that many points? Let's see what I can draw first. Li Jiansan clicked the lottery button, and the page transitioned to the lottery center. The lottery center was a grand wheel adorned with a plethora of items. Li Jiansan eagerly pressed the start button, and with a whir, the wheel began to spin. Thank you for participating. The pointer gradually slowed, then abruptly stopped. Damn it, what a disappointment. I've wasted a chance already, and I've got nothing to show for it. Not willing to give up just yet, Li Jiansan reminded himself that he still had 2 more opportunities. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the pointer on the wheel began to move once more. Thank you for participating. Li Jiansan felt like smashing something. What a scam of a game, with so many thank you for participating messages. This system is just ridiculous. Gritting his teeth, he declared. Continue. For the final draw. Without hesitation, Li Jiansan shouted continue. His eyes were fixated on the pointer, eager for a substantial reward. However, when the pointer finally settled, it was not met with another thank you for participating. Instead, it proclaimed, congratulations. Master, you have obtained a half-hour invincible body effect. Li Jiansan inquired. An invincible body? So does that mean I am invincible now? The system replied. The invincible body means that upon acquiring this effect, your physical form is impervious for a limited time. However, this invincibility is purely physical. If an enemy employs mental or other specialized attacks, you will be vulnerable. Moreover, should an opponent with significantly higher physical prowess and cultivation appear, you would still be in grave danger. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, there are no such formidable opponents among this group, so Master, you are indeed invincible. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Jiansan smiled with satisfaction. Now that he was invincible, it was time to showcase his strength and make Levanur realize his power, compelling her to submit to him. He glanced at the referee and lazily remarked, "Fighting one-on-one is too exhausting. Let all 10 of them come at me at once, as I have to hurry back to sleep." Chapter 21. The ruthless Li Jiansan. All at once, the moment Li Jiansan's words fell, the expressions of those present shifted. This fellow had become so arrogant after gaining power. It was known that there were 10 disciples in this round. Even if Li Jiansan defeated one, there would still be 9 left. Each of these disciples was formidable, among the best of the new students. Even an upperclassman would hesitate to boast such bravado against them. The referee was taken aback. This was an elimination round, and such a request was entirely unfair. "How is it unfair when they are the ones fighting me?" Li Jiansan replied, somewhat exasperated. "If they are unhappy about being ganged up on, that's their problem." The referee stated, "Your request does not conform to our competition regulations. Never mind, since he wishes to hone his combat skills, let us indulge him." At this moment, the Grand Elder waved his hand, his eyes darkening. Could it be that this young man is hiding his true strength? No matter, if he wishes to court death, I shall accommodate him. On the other side, Lin Feiyu's expression turned grim. He'd better pray to be eliminated in this round, lest he face me. I will ensure he is thoroughly rendered useless. Li Jiansan surveyed the 9 opponents on stage and smiled gently. "Brothers, feel free to unleash your full potential. I will hold back a little." Had they heard this before, they might have laughed heartily, but now, having witnessed Li Jiansan's previous match, they grew serious. "I apologize." A burly man's eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly drew a large knife and swung it toward Li Jiansan. Boom! The immense force shattered the knife in an instant, yet it failed to leave any mark on Li Jiansan's body. "What the?" The burly man was taken aback. His knife, while not capable of slicing through iron, was more than adequate for chopping wood, yet now it could not pierce Li Jiansan's flesh and had broken instead. "This is utterly unbelievable." Seeing this, Li Jiansan was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such extraordinary rewards from the system. "I truly am impervious to blades and bullets now." However, the onlookers were skeptical that Li Jiansan was genuinely invulnerable. After all, he was merely the unremarkable young master with no cultivation. "Allow me." A short-haired young man pushed past and swiftly threw 2 darts. In martial arts, speed is paramount. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the 2 darts fell to the ground, while Li Jiansan remained unscathed. "Are you made of iron? Even my darts can't penetrate you." The short-haired youth was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Invulnerable. Such a formidable physique was unprecedented for him. How can I deal with this? After witnessing this scene, the expressions of the remaining few turned pale, revealing their despondency. They had already faced an invincible opponent. How could they continue? "What's wrong with you all? Why the long faces? We've only just begun. You must try different methods and hold on a bit longer. Come, grab your weapons and strike me." Looking at the dispirited group, Li Jiansan shouted loudly. The others were utterly bewildered. What is happening? They were on the verge of conceding, yet he was encouraging his opponents not to give up and to continue fighting him. "What kind of strategy is this? Aim for my chest with your sharpest swords. Strike true and remember to be steady." Li Jiansan pointed to his chest and said, "Come, stab me through." "Ha!" A young man in white seized a long sword and thrust it fiercely into Li Jiansan's chest. However, the result was utterly crushing for him. He had seemingly breached all of Li Jiansan's defenses and pierced his skin, yet that layer of skin remained unbroken. "This is a sword. When did the damage of a sharp blade become so negligible? I refuse to believe this." The white-clad youth exerted every ounce of strength he had, yet despite his fierce assault, he failed to inflict any harm on Li Jiansan, only to be repelled back again. This time, he aimed for Li Jiansan's eyes. No matter how formidable your physique, your eyes must be your weakest point. The sharp sword glinted ominously as it swiftly descended toward Li Jiansan's eyes. But the outcome remained unchanged. The blade met Li Jiansen's flesh as if it were striking a piece of indestructible metal. Regardless of how hard the white-clad youth tried, he could not breach Li Jiansen's defenses or penetrate his eyes. Bang! In no time the white-clad youth was heavily thrown back. Could he possibly be a monster? The white-clad youth was now panicking. No way. He can't be harmed at all. This physique is far too monstrous. My sword has dulled. Staring at his sword, the white-clad youth was even more taken aback. The blade he had thrust at Li Jiansan had become dull. This was a sword forged from high-quality steel. And now it was blunted. The white-clad youth's right hand trembled uncontrollably. If even the defense of his eyes was this formidable, how powerful must Li Jiansan's body truly be? Was he truly the notorious young master known for his indulgence and lack of cultivation? In truth, Li Jiansan was not inherently strong. It was the system that rendered him invincible. The system makes me invincible. What can I do about it? The onlookers were now utterly stunned. The white-clad youth, who possessed an 8th-tier cultivation in qi refinement, was the strongest among them, and if he could not contend with Li Jiansan, what hope did they have? You foolish imbeciles, unable to handle even someone untrained. Merely embarrassing yourselves here. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to enter the gates of Xingjing. Here I am cooperating with you, standing still and allowing you to strike, yet despite your immense efforts, I remain unscathed. Alas, I had previously thought more highly of you. You are nothing but a bunch of worthless trash, incapable even of defeating a mere dog. Why do you glare? Are you not satisfied? If not, come and strike me. A group assault. Come on, you worthless wretches. Li Jiansen's mere few words ignited a furious rage among the 9 disciples present. This scoundrel, so arrogant, so brazen, so detestable. Today I must surely defeat him. Enraged, the group charged at Li Jiansan like a pack of wild beasts. Splendid. This is precisely the effect I desire. Let the frenzy of hatred commence. Let them unleash their wrath upon me. Boom, crack, bang. Various weapons rained down upon Li Jiansan. Yet not a single attack could harm him. Feeling the sharp blades graze his skin, Li Jiansan felt a surge of exhilaration. He resolved to stoke the flames further. What is the matter, you pathetic lot? Have you not eaten? Put some effort into it. You strike like a bunch of cowards. The crowd shouted back. Everyone, exert yourselves. Bring him down. Boom. The blade struck with even greater ferocity, yet still failed to breach Li Jiansan's skin. Ultimately they were all sent sprawling, crashing down beneath the platform. Just a little longer, couldn't you hold on? Alas, indeed, a bunch of men with the endurance of mere seconds. How shameful for you worthless fools. Witnessing this spectacle, even the usually composed judge trembled, announcing, in the first round, Li Jiansan advances. At that moment, Li Jiansan's heart swelled with joy. If I can make my presence formidable enough, the news will spread far and wide. Chuzia will be even more astonished when she hears, making my subsequent actions against her all the more effortless. The previously tranquil martial arts arena erupted into a cacophony. Young master has won. Look, he is so handsome. Indeed, not only does he possess striking looks, but his prowess is also commendable. A chorus of admiration arose from several young women. Initially, they had been quite reserved, as women often are. Yet upon witnessing Li Jiansan's victory, their eyes sparkled, cheeks flushed, and they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, as if completely devoid of control. Meanwhile, Lin Feiyu, who had eagerly anticipated seeing Li Jiansan turned into a pig's head, turned pale and muttered, "Impossible, impossible. It must be an illusion. How can he be this strong?" On the observation platform, Li Qingming feigned calmness, attempting to sip from his teacup to quell his shock, but his trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within. He never anticipated his son would become so formidable. This little rascal has concealed his strength for how long? Even I, his father, fell for his ruse. After a while, the crowd regained their composure, gazing incredulously at Li Jiansan. Astonished that he had mastered an impenetrable defense, Jiang Churan's gaze lingered briefly on Li Jiansan before quickly averting. He has honed a powerful physique, barely able to leverage an advantage in the qi refining stage. Yet he possesses no innate talent for cultivation. What will he do in the future? When faced with high-tier martial artists, his physical strength will offer no advantage. In the face of such a disparity in power, the strength of the body cannot be utilized, even if his physique is robust. What of it? I am the progeny of martial arts. He cannot even begin to compare. He is utterly unworthy of me. On the other side, members of other factions began to murmur, how could this young man exhibit such formidable defensive capabilities? He must have cultivated some form of body refinement technique, enhancing his physique to a fearsome degree. To unleash the power of the body to such an extent, he must possess a tenacious martial spirit. What a pity, such exceptional talent, now only beginning to cultivate, has already missed the prime window for training. Their faces reflected a shared sense of regret. The next bout featured Zhang Wenk against Du Wei. Soon, the first round concluded, and the second round commenced. In this second round, Li Jinsan faced Lin Feiyu. Upon ascending the stage, Li Jinsan cast a glance at Lin Feiyu. The 8th level of the Qi refining stage, a formidable strength, undeniably one of the top talents among the newcomers. However, in Li Jiansan's eyes, he was merely average, for he now wielded the system, making him invincible. Considering your pathetic abilities, I shall stand here for you to strike. Go ahead. Standing still for me to strike. This lad's physique is formidable. I must first identify his weakness before acting recklessly. Lin Feiyu, having witnessed Li Jiansan's terrifying defense, refrained from making a hasty move. I invite you to come and strike me, yet you merely stand there posing like a coward. Are you afraid to act? If you won't, then I shall. Smack. Li Jinsan surged forward, delivering a swift slap. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Feiyu was unexpectedly struck. Who could endure such humiliation? Li Jinsan smiled. I offered you a chance, but you chose not to act. Thus I had no choice but to take the initiative. Whom can you blame? Observing Lin Feiyu's sullen expression, Li Jinsan continued, Are you furious now? I shall grant you one last opportunity. Draw your blade and strike me. If you're angry, come and attack me. Lin Feiyu erupted like a volatile rooster, unable to contain himself. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. In a fit of rage, Lin Feiyu brandished his massive blade, aiming a powerful strike at Li Jiansan's head. The intensity was precisely what Li Jinsan desired. Seeing Lin Feiyu's blade descending, he leaned toward it, fearing it might miss. Boom. The massive blade struck Li Jiansan's neck, yet it was as if Lin Feiyu had struck an iron plate, ricocheting off with a clang. Despite having previously witnessed Li Jiansan's formidable physique, he was still astonished. He was a master of the Qi refining stage. A single blow should cleave through iron. Yet now, his blade merely grazed Li Jiansan's skin before being repelled. Lin Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He remained completely unscathed. At the very least, there should have been some mark left. After all this time, I too have my pride. Why are you just standing there blushing in shock? Come over and strike me. Put your full strength into it. Li Jinsan felt a flicker of excitement. Although Lin Feiyu failed to injure him, he had sensed a slight sting from the previous strike. Lin Feiyu was bewildered. Could this fellow be deliberately courting death? You are a master of the Qi refining stage. If you cannot defeat a mere waste like me, then you must indeed be the epitome of trash. Seeing Lin Feiyu hesitating to act, Li Jinsan resumed his taunts. Hurry up. I am standing here inviting you to strike. If you cannot slay me in this position, then you are nothing but worthless detritus. You might as well dig a grave for yourself now. A provocation. This was a blatant affront. Lin Feiyu could no longer contain himself. He only wished to obliterate Li Jinsan, silencing him forever. Boom. Lin Feiyu's aura surged, unleashing the full power of the Qi refining stage. A formidable wave of energy radiated from him, sweeping across the entire platform. Even some disciples below had to step back, struggling against this overwhelming force. Lin Feiyu's explosive power was robust, a promising candidate for entry into the inner sect for focused cultivation. On the observation platform, the Grand Elder displayed a satisfied smile. The crowd below began to murmur. This young man has succeeded in provoking Lin Feiyu to unleash his full strength. He is surely doomed. Look, that lad still stands motionless. What is he doing? Does he plan to offer himself up? Has he truly come seeking death? Suddenly Lin Feiyu lunged forward, his immense form charging ahead. Whoosh! The glinting blade sliced through the air, howling as it descended toward Li Jinsan. Li Jinsan exclaimed with excitement, Yes, this is the kind of momentum I crave. Hey, you swung wide. As Li Jinsan reveled in the thrill, Lin Feiyu's blade veered off course. Li Jinsan seized the opportunity, moving swiftly to extend his neck toward the blade. Witnessing this, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Was this the legendary act of voluntarily offering one's head? Simultaneously, boom! The sharp blade struck Li Jiansen's neck with a piercing sound. The immense force forced him back several steps, yet his neck bore no wounds. You must have miscalculated earlier. Now, give it your all and strike me. Lin Feiyu's complexion turned exceptionally grim. He was acutely aware of the immense power behind his previous strike. To silence Li Jiansan, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet, despite his full force, he had failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Li Jiansan. The crowd was momentarily stunned before a chorus of gasps filled the air. Lin Feiyu was a master of the qi refinement stage, and under his full eruption of power, how could Li Jiansan remain unscathed? Just how formidable had his physical body become? Go on, come at me again. I dare you to kill me. Can you truly be such a worthless piece of trash? Upon hearing Li Jiansan's taunts, Lin Feiyu initially raised his weapon, only to realize that his hands were trembling. The earlier blow had nearly drained him of his strength. Damn it, I must defeat you today. Lin Feiyu roared, channeling the last vestiges of his energy for another strike at Li Jiansan. Bang! 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 Aim properly. Strike at the carotid artery, it's right here, see? He gestured emphatically. Yes, exactly like that. Oh come on, put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? Use every ounce of strength you have. If you're lacking strength, then at least use your brain. Can you jump and strike? My God, my head is right here, and you still manage to miss? Focus and come at me. Are you in a hurry to go home for dinner? That's right, just like that. Strike hard, aim for my carotid artery and deliver a fatal blow. Calm down, steady yourself. Li Jiansan stood his ground, commanding as if directing a public event, leaving Lin Feiyu utterly exhausted. Finally, with a resounding crack, Lin Feiyu's great sword shattered. Just as Li Jiansan began to find some amusement in the situation, the sight of Lin Feiyu's broken weapon left him bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Why are you using such a pathetic weapon that breaks after just a few strikes? Lin Feiyu's face darkened. Is my weapon truly inferior? It is your physical prowess that is utterly extraordinary. Hurry, get another weapon and continue striking. I'm done playing. Lin Feiyu hurled the broken sword aside and collapsed onto the ground. Yes, he had reached his breaking point. His opponent stood there, allowing him to strike, yet he could not inflict even a scratch. It was a devastating blow to his morale. I warned you before. If you do not kill me, I will ensure your demise. Chapter 23. He had been secretly cultivating behind our backs. Hurry up. I've been in position for ages. If you can't strike, then just stab. Do I really have to teach you? Are you truly that incompetent? It's not that I do not wish to kill you, but that last blow drained all my strength. I can hardly muster the energy to hold a knife anymore. Please spare me. I concede. Lin Feiyu looked down at his trembling hands, realizing he could not continue. Not fighting is not an option, Li Jiansan thought, having finally found someone with the potential to kill him. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Hurry, come at me. If you do not kill me, I shall ensure your end. I am quite serious. Lin Feiyu lamented, tears welling in his eyes. I am done. I admit defeat. Li Jiansan, still smiling, replied, I do not accept your surrender. Come and strike me. Are you insane? Lin Feiyu, hearing Li Jiansan's words, frantically dashed off the arena. Today was inexplicably peculiar. How had he encountered such a monster? With sheer physicality alone, Li Jiansan had defeated a master of the qi refinement stage. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Various factions grew increasingly curious about Li Jiansan. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder's expression darkened further upon witnessing Li Jiansan remain unscathed. Just how terrifying could this young man's physicality be? In the next battle, Li Jiansan faced Liu Wuqing. Before long, Li Jiansan commenced the next round of competition. Liu Wuqing, the strongest disciple among the new students, was indeed Liu Wuqing. Should Li Jiansan triumph in this match, he would undoubtedly secure first place. It was truly astonishing. Their young master had evolved to such an extent. What nonsense rumors had circulated were clearly unfounded. Our young master was a concealed genius. Wait, Liu Wuqing is the strongest among the new students. Even some senior students fall short in comparison. It may still prove challenging for our young master to defeat him. Upon hearing the matchups, the crowd's expressions shifted. The person you injured just now is my companion. I shall take my revenge. Li Jiansan waved his hand in impatience. Let us get this over with. Stop wasting time, HMPH, do not underestimate me. I am the strongest among the newcomers. Watch closely. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted from Liu Wuking. Sensing this chilling presence, Li Jiansan merely chuckled. That aura clearly suggests he has reached the Foundation Establishment stage. If I, a novice, were to defeat a Foundation Establishment disciple at such a significant realm, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar. And then, how could Chu Xia not submit to me? Look at you. Claiming to be the strongest newcomer while only at the Foundation Establishment stage, you are akin to a useless wretch. Liu Wuking's face flushed with rage. Do you even realize your own cultivation is merely at the Qi refinement stage? A Qi refinement trash dares to speak such words. Enough with the chatter. Prepare yourself. Li Jiansan neither dodged nor evaded, standing there resolutely as Liu Wuking prepared to strike. Put some effort into it. Are you dazed from not eating? As Liu Wuking's punch landed, Li Jiansan remained unscathed, though he felt a slight sting. It was indeed true. Youthful vigor was far more abundant. Li Jiansan's actions left Liu Wuking dumbfounded. This fellow had taken his punch as if it were nothing. Do you know I can kill a tiger with a single blow? Are you here to compete or to seek death? Seeing Liu Wuking lost in thought, Li Jiansan swiftly slapped him across the face. I asked you to put more strength into it. Why are you dazed? Use every ounce of strength you possess. Liu Wuking, rubbing his reddened face, erupted in fury. You dare to strike me? Falling tiger fist. Bang. Another solid punch landed on Li Jiansan. This is too pathetic. It does not harm me in the slightest. Forgive me. I meant to say you are too pathetic, not the martial art itself. Liu Wuking was seething with rage. Shut up. Boom. Another punch struck Li Jiansan. This one is acceptable, but mere strength alone is insufficient. The falling tiger fist emphasized the fusion of strength and technique. Yet, when power and technique are too disparate, they fail to achieve a harmonious balance, rendering the practitioner ineffective. Silence. Liu Wuking's expression darkened as he unleashed another punch. Boom. The punch resonated with a thunderous sound, displacing the surrounding air. With a muffled grunt, Li Jiansan was finally pushed back a few steps. There was hope. He had to persevere. Liu Wuking momentarily lost himself in thought. My martial arts have seemingly progressed. Could it be due to that fellow? Impossible, it must be a coincidence. My falling tiger fist has already reached a perfected state. Surely it can handle him. Boom. The void trembled as Liu Wuking's fist surged with power several-fold. However, in the next moment, Li Jiansan finally moved, his form becoming an enigma. Even the elders watching could scarcely discern his figure. This is the dragon's dance step. And it has reached a consummate level. No, he has changed his footwork again. This is the great perfection dragon's hex, heaven-shattering 9 transformations. Even those elders have not mastered this martial art to such a flawless degree. As they witnessed Li Jiansan's constantly shifting footwork, gasps erupted from the crowd. They soon realized something was amiss. Wait a moment, how has Li Jiansan become so powerful without ever training? When did he learn all these martial arts? Moreover, he has mastered them to perfection. Forget it. This is all nonsense. Even we would struggle to master a martial art in just a few days, let alone an outer disciple like him. Perhaps he had been secretly cultivating behind our backs. Your footwork must be ethereal. Let your body move with your heart, allowing you to navigate with ease even in the tightest of spaces. Li Jiansan and Liu Wuking both executed the same footwork. Yet Liu Wuking's speed was barely a third of Li Jiansan's. The disparity between them was akin to that of a master and a disciple. There was no comparison. Unforeseen attacks catch the opponent off guard. Your punches must be swift, yet more importantly, they should be fierce, precise, and steady. Boom. Liu Wu's fist emitted a deafening crack and his speed noticeably increased. Observing this, the elders in the observation platform expressed their astonishment. Under the guidance of Li Jiansan, Liu Wu had made significant breakthroughs in both martial arts and agility. It was truly unexpected. No one had anticipated that Li Jiansan could mentor a disciple. This young man must undoubtedly harbor great secrets. Hearing the conversation among the elders, the disciples below were left speechless. His prior guidance to a novice junior sister seemed accidental, yet now he was instructing a foundation establishment disciple. The young master had never cultivated before. And now he was mentoring a foundation establishment disciple. This was no trivial matter. No wonder they were skeptical. Their perspectives were, after all, rather limited. As they witnessed the flickering shadows of their opponent, they presumed the competition had reached a fever pitch. However, the elders claimed that Li Jiansan was advising Liu Wuke was entirely beyond their expectations. Not only had Li Jiansan guided Liu Wuke, but he had also facilitated his breakthrough. This was, indeed, rather unbelievable. At that moment, everyone present gazed at Li Jiansan with newfound respect. Wasn't their young master always indulging in revelries? How could he possess such formidable strength? It was inconceivable that such prowess could be acquired through mere amusement. He must have been secretly cultivating behind their backs. Now that you've made a breakthrough, come and strike me. Li Jiansan suddenly halted, smiling at Liu Wuke. Aim for my head and deliver a solid punch. I assure you I won't evade this time. Evade? I will shatter your head before you can even dodge. Liu Wuke replied with a cold smirk. Yes, that's the spirit, Li Jiansan thought, looking at the battle-hungry Liu Wuke with satisfaction. With breakthroughs in martial arts and agility, Liu Wuke was confident he could defeat Li Jiansan. Boom! Liu Wuke unleashed his fist with tremendous force, a powerful energy surging forth, instantly engulfing the entire arena. The terrifying might of his punch reverberated through the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. Bang! The sheer force struck Li Jiansan fiercely, sending him flying a considerable distance. The powerful impact stirred up clouds of dust, momentarily obscuring Li Jiansan's figure from view. Silence enveloped the scene. Meanwhile, other factions displayed expressions of regret. Such a promising talent, regrettably, had been so brutally crushed in the hands of Shengjing's sect. Alas, Liu Wuke truly was formidable. Having seemingly killed Li Jiansan in one blow, subsequently, several disciples from Shengjing's sect rushed over. Hey, don't rush. I'm not dead yet. Li Jiansan slowly rose to his feet, his complexion pale, clearly affected by the earlier blow. Yet, despite such a state, how was he still alive? The disciples who had gathered were so frightened they trembled as if they had seen a ghost. After enduring such a terrifying attack, you can still stand. What on earth is happening in this world? Has even the Grim Reapers abandoned their duties? You truly surpass your master. Well done. Come, this time aim for my head and strike hard. Try to kill me. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Li Jiansan swiftly darted in front of Liu Wuke. Don't come any closer. I'm done playing. Liu Wuke hurriedly retreated a few steps given the circumstances. Li Jiansan was still alive. This was simply too bizarre. If this continued, he would surely be toyed with to his demise. Hearing this, Li Jiansan became displeased. Weren't you seeking revenge? Are you backing down now? Can't you show a hint of sportsmanship? Who gives up in the middle of a fight? Liu Wuke exclaimed in frustration. I give up, I concede. Li Jiansan raised his brows. What did you say? You're not fighting anymore. Then all my efforts have been in vain. No, I haven't even begun my performance. Stand still. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you now. With a flash, Li Jiansan blocked Liu Wuke's path. Kill me. Liu Wuke began to panic. How could Li Jiansan, a mere first level of qi refinement, possibly kill an inner sect disciple? Hearing the chatter from below, Liu Wuke suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He was indeed at the foundation establishment stage. How could a qi refinement practitioner hope to kill him? Although Li Jiansan's defenses were formidable, his cultivation was too weak. Even with advanced martial arts, he could not unleash their full potential, let alone kill him. Who told you that a qi refinement practitioner cannot kill a foundation establishment practitioner? Chapter 24. Visitors from the Jiang family. Liu Wuke's expression darkened. Clearly doubting Li Jiansan's assertion, cultivation was not as simple as he made it sound. However, in Li Jiansan's view, cultivation was indeed that straightforward. With the system as his ally, mastering any technique or enhancing his strength was merely child's play. Directly grasping the essence of the techniques, how could his progress not be rapid? It was akin to having the correct answers during an exam. Achieving full marks would be effortless. Regardless, you are still in the qi refinement stage. While I am at the foundation establishment stage, you think you can kill me? Liu Wuke sneered. There exists a chasm between the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. It is exceedingly difficult for the former to defeat the latter. Let alone kill them. Li Jiansan declared. Then let us put it to the test. With a fierce roar, Li Jiansan's steps blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Liu Wuke. Simultaneously, he began to gather his strength, and as he moved, bursts of air erupted from his hands. This was the hallmark of power honed to perfection: the falling tiger fist and the wave step. Both were martial arts at their pinnacle. Gasps echoed from the audience. Li Jiansan unleashed two advanced martial arts techniques in one go. Liu Wuke had encountered these techniques before, but the execution he faced now was on an entirely different level. Li Jiansan's martial arts were subtle and impeccably executed, each move perfectly timed, revealing the very essence of martial arts in every stillness and motion. How could Liu Wuke respond? Faced with Li Jiansan's onslaught, Liu Wuke could not even react. A chilling aura of death enveloped him, sending waves of terror coursing through his being. Boom! Li Jiansan's fist struck Liu Wuke with tremendous force, instantly sending him flying. In the presence of Li Jiansan, a foundation establishment in a sect disciple had no capability to retaliate. Being struck down in a single move, Liu Wuke crashed to the ground, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Liu Wuke, you have lost. You cannot kill me, and now I shall end your life. Li Jiansan slowly approached Liu Wuke, each step resonating like a heavy hammer upon his heart. I concede. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Hearing Li Jiansan's words, Liu Wuke transformed into a frightened stray dog, yet a flicker of resentment flashed in his vacant eyes. Boom! Suddenly Liu Wuke swallowed a black pill, and his strength surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment in an instant. This is all you're doing. You shall die. Liu Wuke's enhanced form charged swiftly toward Li Jiansan. Third brother, be careful. On the high platform, Li Qingming shouted urgently, for he recognized the black pill Liu Wuke had ingested. It was a forbidden drug that shattered human limits, obtained at the cost of one's life, thus providing a terrifying surge of power in a short time. Li Qingming rushed toward Li Jiansan's direction, but the distance was too great. He was too late. What to do? What to do? Li Qingming's heart raced with anxiety. Stop! A refined young man from the Chu family suddenly interjected. Instantly, a colossal pressure descended upon Liu Wuke, slamming him to the ground, his face pale, rendered incapable of further movement. Li Qingming's expression changed. He was bewildered as to why the Chu family would intervene. In the face of such a formidable entity as the Chu family, even Xinjing's sect was far from a match. Just then, a figure clad in purple rushed in. Upon seeing this figure, Li Qingming greeted with a broad smile. Head of the Jiang family, welcome. Your daughter has awakened her talents and become a child of martial arts. She is remarkable, and it is thanks to your years of nurturing. Li Mingqing approached with a beaming smile. But Jiang Hongfei maintained an air of arrogance, directly addressing Li Mingqing. Where is that useless Li Jiansan? Hurry and bring him out. Li Mingqing's expression shifted, yet he pointed in the indicated direction. Over there. Li Jiansan, you worthless fool, how dare you show your face at the monthly trials today? Jiang Hongfei looked down at Li Jiansan, a forced smile plastered across his face, upon hearing Jiang Hongfei's words. The disciples of Xinjing's sect suddenly turned grim. Li Jiansan was one of their own. They could criticize their own, but they would never allow outsiders to point fingers. Jiang Hongfei gazed at Li Mingqing. Mocking, this trash from Xinjingman, do you not fear for the reputation of your sect by allowing him to participate in the grand competition? This waste will only bring disgrace upon himself, and now he drags Xinjingman into shame alongside him. You should have decisively dealt with him back then, taking matters into your own hands to eliminate him. Li Mingqing's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. Jiang family head, it seems our disciples of Xinjingman do not require your judgment. Li Qingming interjected, a flicker of anger evident on his face. This old man is far too arrogant. Does he believe that just because the Jiang family has produced a martial arts prodigy, he can act with such impunity? Jiang Hongfei responded nonchalantly, haha, I am merely speaking the truth. What do you mean by that, Jiang family head? Li Qingming's tone turned frosty. Have you forgotten that Churan is still betrothed to my son? Your actions here, Jiang Hongfei, filled with curiosity, interjected, a betrothal? I actually came here for that very matter. Upon hearing Jiang Hongfei's words, an inexplicable pang of unease gripped Li Qingming's heart, a foreboding sensation washing over him. What do you mean by that, Jiang family head? Li Mingqing queried. Jiang Hongfei chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Several forces nearby have already begun to stir, and I am not afraid to inform you that King Longzhai is about to launch an assault on Shenjingmen. Possibly even today. What did you say? King Longzhai is attacking us. Is your information reliable? Upon hearing Jiang Hongfei's latter statement, Li Mingqing's face turned ashen. The other disciples of Shenjingmen, upon receiving this shocking news, fell into a state of despondency. This explosive revelation was utterly devastating for them. Li Mingqing, I am not jesting with you. This information has long been known to the major forces. Otherwise, do you think they would gather here today for no reason? Jiang Hongfei surveyed the surrounding factions and chuckled softly. Moreover, I might as well tell you that they have even dispatched a golden core expert to eliminate you. Thus, your Shenjingmen is filled with incompetence. This time, you are surely facing annihilation. Jiang Hongfei cast a disdainful glance at Li Jianzhen. At that moment, all disciples of Shenjingmen were thrown into a frenzy. Could it be that Shenjingmen was truly facing its demise? Observing the panicked disciples, Jiang Hongfei's eyes brimmed with contempt as he coldly declared, my purpose here aligns with theirs. I demand that Churan withdraw from your Shenjingmen and annul the betrothal. A waste like Li Jiansan is unworthy of my daughter. Jiang Churan. Just then, a voice of authority suddenly resounded. Jiang Churan, what makes her a martial arts prodigy? Upon hearing this voice, the disciples of Shenjingmen exchanged bewildered glances. Had the elder emerged from seclusion? Li Qingming's eyes narrowed as he quickly turned to look. There stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, his garments billowing, exuding an air of ethereal grace. This man was none other than the esteemed elder of Shenjingmen, Yi Fengkai. We pay our respects to the elder. Upon beholding this figure, all members of Shenjingmen bowed respectfully. Li Jiansan remained unmoved, gazing at the elder without a hint of reverence. Yi Fengkai glanced at Li Jiansan, smiled lightly, and paid him no further mind. He then turned his attention to Jiang Churan and stated plainly, Jiang Churan is unworthy of the title of martial arts prodigy. Hearing this, Jiang Hongfei furrowed his brow tightly, just as he was about to speak. Li Qingming interjected, elder, Jiang Churan attracted the nine heavens' divine thunder. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon cannot be mistaken. The elder replied, the celestial phenomenon is indeed true, but the nine heavens' divine thunder was not summoned for her. At this, an inexplicable tug of anxiety gripped Jiang Churan's heart. Then who else could it be? The elder slowly uttered a name, Li Jiansan. The moment Yi Fengkai's words left his lips, the entire assembly was struck with shock. Did I hear that correctly? The elder is saying Li Jiansan is the martial arts prodigy. Is there a mistake? Isn't he a waste? The disciples of Shenjingmen gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Phut. A few elders leisurely sipping tea on the observation platforms suddenly sputtered, some even leaping to their feet in astonishment. While they were aware that this boy had concealed his strength, they couldn't help but question the authenticity of the elder's claim. Although Li Yuan had previously witnessed Li Jiansan's talent, he too was taken aback. He is the martial arts prodigy. How could that be? Jiang Churan, equally dumbfounded, stared intently at Li Jiansan, her expression turning dazed. She had once doubted her own status as a martial arts prodigy, but never had she considered that Li Jiansan could be one. He had never practiced. How could he possibly be a martial arts prodigy? If he truly was, then his talent must be extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing her own. Jiang Churan regarded Li Jiansan, astonished, her jaw agape. She still refused to believe it. How could he be a waste and yet a martial arts prodigy? Silence. The elder commanded sternly. He then shot a glare at Li Qingming. You fool, you can't even discern your own son's abilities. On that day, he had happened to emerge from seclusion and witnessed the celestial phenomenon unfold. The nine heavens' divine thunder was clearly summoned for Li Jiansan. As for why it had been attracted to Jiang Churan, he could not ascertain. Upon hearing this, Li Qingming's expression shifted drastically. Elder, is what you say true? My son is indeed a martial arts prodigy. The elder laughed heartily. Naturally, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Where the heavenly thunder struck, there stood Li Jiansan. After the elder spoke, Li Mingqing's face changed. Astonishment flooding his features. He was utterly shocked to learn that his son was the martial arts prodigy. He had previously thought his son lacked interest in cultivation and would achieve little in the martial arts realm. Yet, he never imagined his son possessed such incredible talent. You previously claimed that Li Jiansan of Shenjingmen was unworthy of Jiang Churan. The elder turned to glare coldly at Jiang Hongfei. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy radiated from the elder, instantly sending Li Qingming flying. In pain, Jiang Hongfei's face turned pale, shock etched across his features. How could this be? A late-stage golden core? Your cultivation has reached the half-step late stage. Coughing amidst his astonishment, Jiang Hongfei muttered, HMPH. The elder scoffed. Ye Fengqi's expression shifted, his voice cold as he declared, Jiang Hongfei, do not overstep your bounds. Ha ha ha. As if Shenjingmen will survive much longer, when the foreign forces descend. We shall see how long you can endure. Jiang Hongfei sneered. What do you mean, foreign forces are coming? Li Jiansan interjected eagerly, please inform them to arrive swiftly. I can hardly wait. What is this boy thinking? Is he deliberately courting death, or is he simply unaware of the might of the foreign powers, treating this as a game? Jiang Hongfei quickly leaned toward the latter assumption. After all, he was merely a waste in the qi refinement stage. And it was normal for him to be oblivious to the foreign powers. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hongfei continued, Li Jiansan, if you agree to annul the betrothal, I can inform you of the timing of the foreign forces' attack on Shenjingmen, allowing you to prepare for evacuation. Surely you do not wish for the foundation of Shenjingmen to be obliterated, do you? He directed this statement toward Yi Fengkai, confident that the elder would grasp the implications. Li Jiansan, you must understand that this engagement is to be dissolved. Li Jiansan replied with a smirk, what a cliché plot. Am I truly being jilted? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Should I utter this classic line? At that moment Jiang Churan chimed in, Li Jiansan, do not deceive yourself. You know your own capabilities well. You are already 15 and have yet to break through the qi refinement stage. You have missed the best opportunity. And the gap between us will only widen. Do you not understand? Annulment today is entirely for your benefit. After all, we are not of the same world. If you continue to persist, you will undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Jiang Churan's tone gradually turned icy, her words laced with a subtle threat. Here it comes, the pivotal moment has finally arrived. The climax is about to erupt. Li Jiansan's gaze sharpened. Jiang Churan, you need not adopt such a domineering stance. Your desire to annul the engagement stems from the belief that I, Li Jiansan, am unworthy of you, the martial arts prodigy. But do you genuinely think that the nine heavens' divine thunder was summoned for you? To speak frankly, even if you were bestowed the title of martial arts prodigy, do you truly believe you are deserving of it? I have no regard for you whatsoever. I have long wished to withdraw from this marriage. Indeed, your cultivation is currently superior to mine, but that is merely a matter of degree. Do you possess unwavering confidence in defeating a disciple at the foundation establishment stage? This world is replete with marvels. What makes you think I cannot surpass you in the days to come? Jiang Churan's face turned an ashen hue, her proud chest quivering violently. She longed to retort, yet her lips could utter no sound. Li Jiansan had previously defeated a disciple at the foundation establishment stage, seizing first place in the moon trial, a feat she could hardly hope to achieve. The words of Li Jiansan sent a tremor through the disciples of Xinjing sect present. They felt a surge of youthful fervor rising within them. Li Jiansan smiled, pleased with their response. However, the climax had yet to arrive. The classic narrative was about to unfold. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Li Jiansan bellowed with fervent zeal. Upon uttering these words, he felt as though he had ascended to an entirely new level of prestige. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. The moment the disciples of Xinjing sect heard Li Jiansan's proclamation, they erupted with enthusiasm, their postures straightening. Exuding a palpable aura of heroism, some elders observing from the stands leapt to their feet, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at Li Jiansan. Well said, young man. From a distance, Yi Fengkai exclaimed with great satisfaction. However, Jiang Churan's gaze turned vacant. She was stunned by Li Jiansan's words. Who could have anticipated that the once dormant wastrel had now become so sharp-tongued? Observing the expression of indifference that returned to Li Jiansan's face, Jiang Churan's countenance darkened further. Previously, she had been a figure of adoration, and after earning the title of martial arts prodigy, she had become a paragon of excellence. When had she ever been so chastised? What right did he have to speak so boldly before me? Since you claim to possess extraordinary talent and can rise above, then I, Jiang Churan, shall await that day. Yet, in my eyes, you still do not measure up. Gazing at Jiang Churan, whose face had turned a shade of fury, Li Jiansan remarked with a smirk, "There is no need for further words. A woman of your caliber is hardly worthy of my esteem." After saying this, he produced a marriage decree emblazoned with the prominent character Jiang and tore it to shreds, scattering the fragments into the air. "This marriage is nullified. Remember, it is I, Li Jiansan, who has taken the initiative to annul it." Having completed this act, Li Jiansan returned to his previous position, entirely disregarding the icy demeanor of Jiang Churan. To annul it voluntarily. Jiang Churan stared in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. "You dare to dismiss me?" Setting aside her exceptional talent, her beauty alone was breathtaking, yet she never imagined that this so-called wastrel would dare to cast her aside. Who gave him the audacity? "Today, I declare that the marriage between Li Jiansan and Jiang Churan is hereby null and void. And Jiang Churan is expelled from Shengjing sect, never to set foot there again." Yi Fengqi's booming voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. At that moment, the entire martial arts arena fell into a profound silence. Jiang Churan's awakening of talent should have been a display of her authority as the martial arts prodigy, showcasing the disparity between her and Li Jiansan, thereby justifying the annulment of the marriage. Yet, the reality was starkly opposite. Li Jiansan not only shone brilliantly in the sex grand competition, but also usurped her title of martial arts prodigy. A few simple words from him rendered her speechless. And then he brazenly annulled the engagement. Who, indeed, was the one to call off the marriage today? Jiang Churan glared coldly at Li Jiansan. This affair could have concluded quietly, yet he had forced her into such an embarrassing position. "Everything you have done today will surely make you regret it in the future." Jiang Churan's voice was laced with an icy chill, instilling a sense of dread. Li Jiansan did not even glance at Jiang Churan, coldly stating, "From now on, I have no further ties with you or your Jiang family. Do you understand this? Begone!" Li Jiansan's commanding shout reverberated, akin to a merciless hand striking Jiang Churan's face. Igniting a burning sensation within her, Jiang Churan's face flushed crimson, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. "You." Jiang Hongfei approached Jiang Churan's side, saying, "Churan, there is no need to be angered by such a wastrel. Our intent was merely to annul the marriage and our objective has been achieved. As for this scoundrel and Shengjing sect, we need not concern ourselves with them. Soon enough others will come to deal with them." Jiang Hongfei sneered. Chapter 26. The Chuxia family takes action. Li Jiansan, you are indeed a talent. Our house wishes to recruit you. Would you be willing to join the Yuju royal mansion? The representatives of the Yuju royal mansion fixed their gaze upon Li Jiansan. Speaking with utmost courtesy, based on Li Jiansan's previous performance coupled with the words of the elder from Shengjing sect, they were virtually certain that Li Jiansan was their target. What? The revelation that the Yuju royal mansion had made a move sent a ripple of surprise through the ranks of various factions. Upon hearing the voice of the cultured young man, the expressions of many shifted dramatically. The Yuju royal mansion extending an olive branch to Li Jiansan was exceedingly enticing. What should be done? Li Jiansan observed the direction of the Yuju royal mansion, yet he did not immediately acquiesce. Li Jiansan, should you wish to join our Yushin sect, you are always welcome, and I can personally guide your cultivation. Seeing the Chuxia family make their move, the Yushin sect could hardly contain their eagerness to recruit him. Li Jiansan was the martial arts prodigy, and his talent was beyond question. The other factions had long recognized this, and they were all keen on securing this prized asset. Moreover, we from the Qingqing Mo family welcome your addition, and I can provide guidance in your studies, alongside a monthly stipend of 100 source stones for your training. On the other side, members of the Qingqing Mo family also began to vie for his attention. The Qingqing Mo family offers you a certain number of source stones. I assure you, the Yuju royal mansion will provide double that. The representatives from the Yuju royal mansion spoke again, clearly demonstrating their regard for Li Jiansan. The crowd was taken aback by this unexpected development, casting envious glances at Li Jiansan. Who would have foreseen so many factions extending invitations to him, each with generous offers? Regardless of which faction Li Jiansan chose to align with, he would undoubtedly receive significant attention and training. However, what path would Li Jiansan ultimately take? the onlookers became increasingly curious. Noticing that Li Jiansan remained silent, representatives from the various factions grew uneasy. Had they provided such favorable conditions, yet he showed no signs of interest? Was he perhaps leaning toward the Chaxia family? The martial arts prodigy was a prize so substantial that only a behemoth like the Chaxia family could hope to claim him. As expected, a refined young man from the Chaxia family turned his gaze toward Li Jiansan, stating, "The Chaxia family invites you to join us, without any conditions. Simply the name Chaxia will suffice. No conditions, merely the straightforward name of the Chaxia family." Only they could afford such confidence, given that their disciples were exceptional, flourishing at the height of their prowess, with prodigies emerging from every academy, and possessing considerable influence in the military as well. What was even more formidable was the Chaxia family standing within the royal court. Granting them a voice, the Chaxia family was enjoying a period of prosperity akin to that of royal Qin. At this moment, Li Jiansan's gaze shifted towards the Qingcheng Mo family. Observing this, the members of the Chaxia family felt an unsettling tension. Could it be that this young man intended to forego their offer? What could he be thinking? This talent must not fall into another's hands. If he desires it, let him have it. The members of the Chaxia family, their expressions now serious, added, "If you have any requests, the Chaxia family will make every effort to accommodate you." In conclusion, they continued their attempt to persuade him, "What we provide will certainly not be inferior to other factions. You need only remember that we are the Chaxia family." At this point, the other factions began to panic. This cannot be. The martial arts prodigy is too exceptional to let slip away. The members of Yushin's sect murmured among themselves, then smilingly gazed at Li Jiansan. "Should you have any requirements for your training, feel free to express them. We will certainly meet your needs as best we can." At this juncture, Li Jiansan turned toward the Qingcheng Mo family, clasping his hands in gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your kindness, but I fear I do not possess such fortune." Alas! The members of the Qingcheng Mo family displayed disappointment upon hearing Li Jiansan's response. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, shocked that Li Jiansan had so swiftly rejected the Qingcheng Mo family. Yet, if he turned down the Qingcheng Mo family, which faction would he choose instead? Li Jiansan, "If you have conditions, please speak. I can agree to anything." The representatives from the Yuju royal mansion grew anxious as they observed Li Jiansan moving toward the Yushin sect. Others in the vicinity noted the Yuju royal mansion's uncharacteristic demeanor, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Had they not always been aloof, proud, and unapproachable? When had they become so amenable? "I appreciate the recognition from Yushin sect, but I cannot accept your kindness." Li Jiansan's words truly startled the members of the Yuqian sect. He had, astonishingly, chosen to align himself with the Yuju Wangfu. At that moment, Li Jiansan slowly approached the Yuju Wangfu. With a satisfied smile, a representative from the Wangfu remarked, "Li Jiansan, in the future, you will be grateful for this decision. Rest assured, the conditions I previously promised remain valid. The Yuju Wangfu will not forsake any talent." Li Jiansan chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I too believe my choice is exceedingly correct." Upon witnessing this, the members of the Chu family appeared somewhat flustered. They could not allow such a talent to slip through their fingers. They strained to muster smiles, looking at Li Jiansan with feigned enthusiasm. "Pray tell, what are your conditions? The Chu family will surely accommodate you." Observing Li Jiansan directly approaching the Yuju Wangfu, the Chu family members felt an inexplicable anxiety. Then, "I extend my gratitude for the Yuju Wangfu's kindness." The representatives of the Yuju Wangfu were momentarily taken aback. "What a strange turn of events. What did you say?" "Thank you for your goodwill, but I wish to remain with the Ling Jian sect." Li Jiansan stated once more, "I must decline the invitation from the Yuju Wangfu. I appreciate your generosity." "What?" Upon hearing Li Jiansan's response, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Just moments ago, they had been curious about which faction Li Jiansan would choose. Yet they never anticipated that he would select none at all. Although Li Jiansan had turned them down, the representatives from several major factions still wore smiles, insisting, "The path of cultivation is long. Whenever you wish to join our ranks, we will welcome you with open arms." This young man possessed extraordinary talents and an almost invincible physique. Thus, even after his explicit rejection, they continued to vie for his favor. Li Jiansan offered a slight bow to the representatives of the various factions, expressing his gratitude. Subsequently, those factions fell silent, fully aware that a prodigy like Li Jiansan was beyond their grasp. With his rejections, it became evident that his choice would undoubtedly be the Chu family. After all, among the present factions, only the Chu family possessed the strength to attract a talent of Li Jiansan's caliber. Li Jiansan approached the Chu family, who welcomed him warmly. The Chu family welcomes your addition. However, Li Jiansan merely inclined his head slightly and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer." What? His response caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. They had previously speculated about which faction he would join, yet they never imagined he would reject them all. They wondered what he was thinking. Several factions had simultaneously extended olive branches to him. And yet he had turned them all down. Did he truly find none of them worthy? The crowd became restless. These were formidable factions, each surpassing the Shengjing sect, yet now Li Jiansan had chosen none. Leaving them utterly astonished, even as Jiang Hao had rejected them, the representatives of the major factions maintained their smiles, reiterating, "The road of cultivation is long. Whenever you wish to join our ranks, we will welcome you." This young man was uniquely gifted with an almost invincible physique, and despite Jiang Hao's clear refusals, they remained eager to recruit him. Jiang Hao offered a slight bow to the factions, expressing his thanks. At that moment, the representatives of several factions inquired, "Why have you turned down our offers? Do you not find us appealing?" Li Jiansan replied nonchalantly, "I prefer to stay with the Shengjing sect as the young master." Upon hearing this, Li Mingqing could no longer contain himself. He rushed to Li Jiansan's side, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what are you doing at this moment? Do you realize the power you are rejecting?" Initially, he had thought Li Jiansan was negotiating with the Chu family, but now this impudent child had even declined the Chu family. How could he be so foolish as to disregard such a prominent force in the imperial city? What was this boy thinking? Li Jiansan smiled at his father, saying, "Father, do not worry. I have my own plans." Li Mingqing's expression darkened. "What plans could you possibly have? I know you well enough. Your mind is filled with nothing but indulgence. Do you wish to remain at the Shengjing sect just to continue enjoying yourself? If you were to join any of those powerful factions, your future achievements would be extraordinary. At that point, becoming a ruler of a nation would not be out of reach. How could you be so blind to such opportunities?" Seeing the expression on his father's face, Li Jiansan felt a few beads of sweat forming. "Father, how do you think I managed to significantly enhance my strength in such a short time and secure the top position in the Moon trial?" Li Mingqing's mouth twitched in surprise. "Could it be?" "Yes, father, you are correct," Li Jiansan replied, observing the astonished look on Li Mingqing's face. "By a stroke of fortune, I encountered an extraordinary master who facilitated my remarkable transformation. Can this extraordinary master meet me?" Li Mingqing gasped. Li Jiansan, his expression earnest, replied, "Father, this master, due to certain reasons, can only reside within my soul, and because of specific restrictions, he cannot leave the Shengjing sect." After a pause, Li Jiansan continued, "I believe this master's strength far surpasses that of those factions." After a long while, Li Mingqing gradually calmed himself. The ability to induce such a profound transformation in his son within such a short span of time, and to grant him such extraordinary power, hinted at the master's formidable abilities. Perhaps this master was indeed an extraordinary figure from beyond the borders of the Jiang kingdom. As for the recruitment efforts from those factions, they were inconsequential. Even the Chu family was nothing in comparison to this master. This extraordinary master was, of course, a fabrication of Li Jiansan's imagination, for the concept of a system was beyond Li Mingqing's indigenous comprehension. Thus, Li Jiansan found it more prudent to concoct this narrative. His true intention was to remain close to Chu 11, for he had a mission at hand. If he completed the system's tasks, the rewards, potentially a divine artifact, would easily surpass the Chu family's capabilities. Hence, why would he exert effort to join the Chu family? After an indeterminate period, Li Mingqing finally said, "Since this is your choice, I shall respect it." The Chu family, having seen Li Mingqing approach, initially harbored hopes that he might persuade Li Jiansan, but upon hearing his words, their hopes were dashed. "The road of cultivation is long. Whenever you wish to join our ranks, we will welcome you." Although Li Jiansan had declined their offers, the Chu family still regarded him with smiles. This young man possessed extraordinary talents and an almost invincible physique. So despite their explicit rejection, they remained eager to recruit him. Li Jian-san offered a slight bow to the representatives of the various factions, thanking them once more. Now, those factions turned their attention to Jiang Churan. Realizing that Li Jian-san was no longer an option, they opted to extend their offers to Jiang Churan instead. Jiang Churan, the Yuju Wangfu extends a warm invitation for you to join us. Yu Qian sect also welcomes you. The Qing Cheng Mo family similarly invites you to join. Jiang Churan glanced toward the Chu family's direction, but they remained silent. Did they believe she was inferior to that waste? She bit her lip, her expression darkening. Li Jian-san, you have taken the honor that rightfully belongs to me. I shall have you repay it tenfold in the future. Clenching her fists, she shot a furious glance at Li Jian-san before turning toward the Yuju Wangfu, declaring, I am willing to join the Yuju Wangfu. In the end, Jiang Churan joined the Yuju Wangfu, while Li Jian-san astonished everyone by rejecting the offers from all factions. Thus, the various factions quietly withdrew. Marking the conclusion of the Moon Trial at the Shengjing sect, the Moon Trial at the Shengjing sect had gathered numerous factions, all for the sake of the martial arts prodigy Jiang Churan. Yet ultimately the radiant title of martial arts prodigy belonged not to Jiang Churan but rather to Li Jian-san. In the end, Li Jian-san astounded all factions, with several major factions simultaneously extending invitations to him, including the once mighty Chu family, yet he ultimately declined them all, leaving Jiang Churan to join the Yuju Wangfu, while the Chu family barely acknowledged her existence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving first place in the Moon Trial. You have completed the accompanying task. The task reward is now available. Would you like to claim your reward now? Chapter 27. The Grand Gift Package. Upon returning to his room, Li Jian-san, upon hearing the system's voice, eagerly said, I wish to see what rewards this system has to offer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the random task. The mysterious technique, the swallowing sky decision. Curiously, Li Jian-san inquired, what kind of technique is that? The system replied, it is a technique created by an ancient sorcerer. Upon hearing this, Li Jian-san's curiosity was instantly piqued. An ancient sorcerer is an exceedingly enigmatic profession, although not as esteemed as a fire controller. It is nonetheless a mysterious existence that should not be underestimated. It is said that sorcerers have always been quite low-key, existing as hermits. They possess the ability to concoct all manner of peculiar poisons and are proficient in various arcane arts. Despite their modest demeanor, their inherent power is formidable. However, within the borders of the Jiang Kingdom, no sorcerers have ever been encountered. The system continued to explain. On the continent of Juju, there exist countless diverse cultivators, including demons and spirits. However, some ferocious beasts lacking spiritual roots can also evolve, gaining immense strength. That sorcerer, after centuries of exploration, ultimately developed this secret. Those without spiritual roots can still cultivate as they undergo constant evolution, transforming their own constitution. This enables them to gradually acquire the ability to devour the spiritual roots of others. Once they consume the spiritual roots of others, they can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to continue their cultivation, progressively enhancing their capabilities. Ultimately, they evolve to such a degree that they can directly consume the powers, cultivation, and vitality of others for their own use. Thus, this technique is a taboo art refined from the secrets of these ferocious beasts. This technique, true to its name, bestows upon its practitioner the ability to devour. Not only can they consume the strength of others, but they can also devour their spiritual roots. In the later stages of cultivation, they may even consume the fortune of others. Should they reach the pinnacle, they could devour the very heavens, swallowing the vast rivers of the world. Upon hearing this, Li Jian-san burst into laughter. With the ability to devour the essence of others, does that mean I need not cultivate myself? The system truly is impressive, ha ha ha. He then expressed his anticipation for the additional rewards. Ding. The grand gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have received an endless Zumi ring. After the system's announcement, a black ring appeared on Li Jian-san's hand. The Zumi ring, could it possibly contain an old man inside? Li Jian-san chuckled upon seeing the ring. The system continued, Master, this Zumi ring is used for storing items, possessing limitless space within, allowing you to store anything you desire. The Zumi ring is an extremely precious item. a treasure that is beyond price in the Jian Kingdom. Even the current leader of the Xinjing sect does not possess one. Upon hearing this, Li Jiansan's expression changed. My goodness, not even my own father has one. It seems this thing is quite valuable. After a moment, Li Jiansan asked, "Is that all? Nothing more?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have opened the grand gift pack and received third-grade illusory fire. Now stored in the Zumi ring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have opened the grand gift pack and received alchemist experience, now stored in the Zumi ring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have opened the grand gift pack and received 500 points of villain value. Now stored in the Zumi ring. Following a series of prompts, a smug smile gradually crept onto Li Jiansan's face. Illusory fire. After refining it, I can become a fire controller. And with the alchemist experience. Won't I become an alchemist after digesting it? These are essential artifacts for boasting and face-slapping. Li Jiansan mused, illusory fire, can I refine it directly? The system replied, ordinary warriors must prepare various rare materials to refine illusory fire. And they must also endure the painful process of being scorched by the illusory fire. Listening to the system's explanation, Li Jiansan's expression darkened. Fortunately, the system quickly changed the topic. However, Master, you only need to consume 300 points of villain value to refine the illusory fire. Even so, Li Jiansan's lips twitched. Goodness, the villain value I painstakingly earned is now diminished by more than half. Then let me refine it. Li Jiansan gritted his teeth. Ding. Host consumes 300 points of villain value. Third-grade illusory fire has been successfully refined. Congratulations, host, you are now a third-grade fire controller. The system has granted a special reward of 200 points of villain value. Li Jiansan was taken aback. What? Is this a cashback offer? Can I directly digest the alchemist experience? Li Jiansan inquired. Of course, the system affirmed. Then let us begin. Alright, the system is currently assisting you in digesting the alchemist experience. The current digestion progress is at 10%. Master, you can consume 50 points of villain value to accelerate the process. Would you like to proceed? Li Jiansan's expression soured. Damn it, more payments? Is this never-ending? Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and opted for acceleration. He held some expectations for becoming an alchemist. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have consumed 50 points of villain value. Acceleration function activated. The current absorption progress of alchemist experience is 50%. Li Jiansan was astonished. Is that all? The system responded, Master, the system suggests you consume 100 points of villain value to complete the process. At this moment, Li Jiansan's expression darkened completely. Damn it, you have a systematic approach to coaxing people into spending money, don't you? Li Jiansan said indignantly. Just finish it quickly. I want to see how formidable this alchemist experience is. After Li Jiansan's command, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have consumed 100 points of villain value. Alchemist experience has been fully absorbed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have perfectly absorbed the alchemist experience. You now possess the ability of a third-rank alchemist. Li Jiansan gasped in surprise. A third-rank alchemist? TSK, there are hardly a few in the Jian Kingdom. Using the villain value was indeed worth it. Li Jiansan smiled with satisfaction. So, I am now a third-rank alchemist. Correct? The system clarified. Master, you now possess the ability of a third-rank alchemist, but you are not yet a formal alchemist. Li Jiansan was puzzled. What does that mean? To become a formal alchemist, Master, you must pass the examination of the Alchemist Guild. Only upon certification by the Alchemist Guild will you be considered a true alchemist. After a pause, Li Jiansan remarked, no rush on that front. Having opened the system's grand gift pack, Li Jiansan felt quite satisfied overall. Thus, he decided to experiment with that mysterious technique. System, how do I cultivate the swallowing sky decision? Chapter 28. Mysterious technique. This technique comprises a total of 9 levels. Master, you are currently at the first level. Capable of devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When you reach the second level, you can directly consume the cultivation of others. If you expend villain value, you can ascend directly to the second level. For the sake of your cultivation endeavors, the system recommends using villain value directly. Hearing this, Li Jiansan felt disheartened. More villain value? Do you intend to leave me with nothing from the value I've painstakingly earned? You heartless money-grubbing machine. Since I am at the first level, I will try it myself first. Li Jiansan declared, determined not to spend any money. He then began to cultivate the swallowing sky decision according to its method. Boom! Suddenly, a torrent of pure spiritual energy surged forth like crashing waves, violently flowing into Li Jiansan's body through his palms. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and activated all the power within him to absorb the spiritual energy. Buzz! At that moment, brilliant light radiated from Li Jiansan's body, and a terrifying force surged into him. As Li Jiansan smiled, a hint of astonishment crossed his face. This is merely the first level. Yet the speed at which I absorb spiritual energy is several times greater than before. This technique is indeed formidable. At this moment, he recalled the system's voice. Master, I must inform you that each time you elevate a level of this technique, your absorption speed for spiritual energy will double. Therefore, for the betterment of your cultivation, it is advisable to use villain value, HMPH. Not a chance. You emotionless money-grubbing machine. I will not spend money. After saying that, Li Jiansan closed his eyes once more to cultivate this technique. Soon, a terrifying force erupted from his danjian. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as an energy burst forth within Li Jiansan, unleashing a violent force that permeated through his entire being like a savage beast. Buzzing within him, a torrent of ferocious energy surged through his meridians, swiftly penetrating every cell before rapidly reorganizing itself, ultimately coursing through his blood, sinews, organs, flesh and marrow. It could be said that every nerve in Li Jiansan's body was conveying a resounding power. The tempestuous force gradually transformed into a gentle aura of heavenly and earthly spirit, flowing into every limb and sinew of Li Jiansan as his boiling blood slowly calmed. Whoosh! The surrounding aura continued to surge, rushing toward Li Jiansan's body with great fervor. Above him, a vortex of celestial energy began to coalesce. As this vortex expanded, it swept away the surrounding heavenly and earthly spirit, only to be replenished by an even broader range of this ethereal essence. In no time, the vast expanse of Xingjing Gate was completely drained of its heavenly and earthly spirit. In an instant, several key figures were taken aback. What on earth is happening? Hurry and investigate. Could it be a surprise attack? We cannot be without heavenly and earthly spirit, otherwise chaos will ensue. Regardless, let's activate the grand formation and see. Meanwhile, as Li Jiansan continued to absorb the heavenly and earthly spirit around him, it felt as though boundless power was rampaging within, gradually forming terrifying whirlwinds that spun with the frenzy of gears. The energy sank into Li Jiansan's danjian, causing a sudden tremor, and those spirals of celestial essence rapidly circulated through his limbs and bones. Gradually, a roaring vortex of heavenly and earthly spirit began to gather within Li Jiansan. This vortex expanded incessantly, seemingly on the verge of bursting his body. He felt the heavenly and earthly spirit within him flowing rapidly, and within that immense essence lay a tremendous allure, drawing in the surrounding celestial energy from within a radius of several dozen meters toward Li Jiansan. The vortex continued to grow, and in no time, the flow of heavenly and earthly spirit increased ferociously, as if a mountain flood had burst forth, becoming uncontrollable, as if all the celestial energy in existence had suddenly found an outlet. Rushing toward Li Jiansan, as this celestial energy flooded his body, penetrating through his meridians, bones and limbs, it became like an unceasing river, swiftly converging in his danjian. Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing radiance erupted from Li Jiansan, his blood surging with vigor, his body feeling as though it had been cleansed by holy water, even his bones significantly strengthened, and his cells radiating vitality, akin to being bathed in gold, shimmering with a resilient quality. At this moment, Li Jiansan continued to voraciously consume the heavenly and earthly spirit. Who could witness this without astonishment? Boom! 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 Li Jiansan's aura soared once again, unleashing a formidable presence, culminating in a tremendous sound as his cultivation level remarkably ascended to the third stage of foundation establishment. The heavenly and earthly spirit cultivated through the devouring heaven technique indeed proved to be extraordinary, amplifying his strength. As he felt the intensifying power within him, Li Jiansan reveled in the exhilaration. While ordinary martial artists typically required a year or more to break through after entering the foundation establishment stage, he had ascended several realms in just a few days. If this were to spread, countless prodigies would surely be enraged. After his cultivation, Li Jiansan sought out Liu Nan, for Yi Tian, the protagonist, was still under his care. Congratulations, young lord, on securing first place in the monthly competition, elevating your strength to new heights. Liu Nan hurriedly lauded as he spotted Li Jiansan. Previously Liu Nan had merely paid lip service, secretly looking down on Li Jiansan, for in his eyes, Li Jiansan was merely a brash sign of privilege with no real strength. The notion that someone so seemingly incapable could claim first place in the monthly competition seemed utterly absurd to him, yet he never anticipated that Li Jiansan would indeed achieve the top spot. Was he truly a genius who had been quietly honing his skills all along? What a preposterous rumor, a real farce. Liu Nan silently cursed, then smiled at Li Jiansan, saying, "Young lord, what brings you here?" If Liu Nan had previously referred to Li Jiansan as young lord out of flattery, he now genuinely admired him. After all, someone of Li Jiansan's stature could remain so low-key while concealing his strength. Such composure was beyond Liu Nan's capabilities. Had he known that Li Jiansan had only cultivated for a few days, he could only imagine his reaction. Li Jiansan glanced at Liu Nan and directly inquired, "No need for flattery, has that brat Yi Tian exhibited any unusual behavior lately?" Liu Nan pondered for a moment before responding, "Now that you mention it, I have indeed noticed something peculiar about that brat." Chapter 29. Yi Tian's scheme. Li Jiansan was taken aback. As expected of the protagonist, he was already plotting behind his back. Do elaborate, Li Jiansan urged. Upon receiving Li Jiansan's command, Liu Nan recalled, "That brat has been quite obedient lately, dutifully performing menial tasks like fetching water and chopping firewood. However, I've recently noticed that he often talks to himself, though I can't discern what he is saying." Li Jiansan raised an eyebrow. "Talking to himself?" "Yes, it seems as if he is conversing with someone," Liu Nan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Jiansan's brow furrowed. Could it be that some ring-wielding elder had awakened? No, he didn't have a ring that day. Could he have stumbled upon a treasure in a cave? According to the plot of his novel, the protagonist Yi Tian shouldn't possess any accompanying elders. Could it be that his appearance had altered certain events? Li Jiansan inquired, "Has he acquired anything new, like a ring or a jade pendant?" Liu Nan suddenly recalled, "Ah yes, young lord, recently, he found a broken jade pendant from somewhere and has been wearing it like a treasure." "What a broken jade pendant? This is a super cheat with an elder inside." Li Jiansan quickly asked, "Where is that brat now?" "In his room," Liu Nan replied. "Take me there at once." Meanwhile, inside Yi Tian's room. "You worthless fool, how dare you participate in the monthly competition? I can't wait to see you make a fool of yourself." Yi Tian sneered, "He is nothing but a waste. All that talk of being uninterested in cultivation is merely a facade to hide his incompetence. For such a waste to enter the monthly competition and arrogantly claim first place, if he manages to achieve it, pigs might as well fly." Just then, Chu Xia rushed into Yi Tian's room. Breathless with excitement, her delicate face bearing traces of shock. "Young master, have you heard? Senior Li. He really defeated everyone and successfully claimed first place in the monthly competition." Upon hearing Chu Xia's words, Yi Tian's expression darkened, a fiery sensation flaring on his face. "What did you say? Young master, you can't believe it, can you? I didn't expect Senior Li to be so formidable, considering how inadequate he appeared before. It seems he has been quite low-key all along." However, Chu Xia failed to notice Yi Tian's change in demeanor, continuing to discuss Li Jiansan's achievements. "HMPH, how could that brat possibly claim first place in the monthly competition? Little 11, don't be so naive." Yi Tian scoffed. Chu Xia, puzzled, asked, "Young master, what do you mean by that? Little 11, don't you understand? He is the young lord of Xingjing Gate. If he wants to claim first place, it's a simple matter. All he needs to do is give the word, and it will be arranged. Do you really think he won by virtue of his strength?" Chu Xia seemed somewhat irked, unable to comprehend why Yi Tian had changed so dramatically. Why couldn't he be a little more benevolent like Senior Li? As she gazed at Yi Tian, a pang of heartache struck her. "Young master, how can you think like this? Do you really think that he had no cultivation at all before? How could he grow into a powerhouse capable of overwhelming all newcomers in just a few days? Even his father, the sect master of Shengjing Gate, couldn't accomplish such a feat, as cultivation hinges on both talent and effort. Chu Xia looked at her young master and said, "Young master, you are mistaken. Senior Li is merely low-key." "Low-key? He is the young lord of Shengjing Gate. What has he done that could be considered low-key?" Yi Tian sneered. "If you claim that he secured the top position in the monthly competition without any tricks, I simply cannot bring myself to believe it." After a brief pause, Chu Xia continued, "Young master, senior brother Li truly possesses remarkable strength. Let me tell you, during this month's competition, it was senior brother Li who attracted numerous factions to observe. And in the end, even the Wangfu of Yuzhou, the Mo family of Qingcheng, and the Chu family of the imperial city expressed their intention to recruit him. Yet he turned them all down." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly darkening with disbelief and shock. "What did you say? Those factions came for Li Jiansan? How could that be? Were they not here for the son of martial arts? Could it be?" Chu Xia nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, senior brother Li is the son of martial arts, and ultimately even the Grand Elder emerged to clarify this matter. Young master, I share this with you to inspire you, to encourage your diligent practice," Chu Xia said earnestly, gazing intently at Yi Tian. Yet at that moment Yi Tian was consumed by thoughts of resentment, realizing that the scoundrel had genuinely claimed the top spot in the monthly competition. How infuriating! His eyes reddened as he ground his teeth while uttering those words. He never imagined that Li Jiansan, that arrogant and domineering fool, could indeed achieve first place. The mere thought of Li Jiansan's lofty demeanor and disdainful attitude ignited a fire of fury within him, one he could hardly bear. After a considerable time, Yi Tian regained his composure and smiled at Chu Xia. "I realize now that I was somewhat narrow-minded. Senior brother Li has assisted us greatly in the past, and I should not harbor such thoughts about him." Chu Xia smiled in response. "Young master, it is good that you can think this way. Yes, I will focus on my cultivation and strive to improve even more," Yi Tian declared earnestly. Seeing his serious demeanor, Chu Xia's spirits brightened as well. Noticing this, Yi Tian slowly said, "Xia, if I wish to achieve even greater progress, I will need your assistance with a small task." "Young master, please go ahead," Chu Xia replied. Yi Tian beckoned her closer, whispering in her ear, "Xia, follow my instructions and first go to..." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Chu Xia's expression changed. "Young master, is this truly appropriate?" Yi Tian reassured her. "Do not worry, Xia, everything will be fine." Although Chu Xia remained hesitant, Yi Tian pressed on. "Xia, I am doing this so that I can better protect you in the future. Would you not want me by your side?" Yi Tian feigned a distressed appearance. "If this is the case, then you should remain at Shengjingmen." Chu Xia blushed. "Young master, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever abandon you?" "Then you..." Chu Xia blushed further. "I will do as you instruct, young master." Upon hearing her agreement, a fleeting cold smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Old Man. Thud. As Li Jiansan pushed open Yi Tian's door, a soft, plush object collided with his chest. The sensation was irresistibly alluring. Ally. "Senior brother, I am so sorry." It was, of course, Chu Xia who had bumped into him. Ally Jiansan savored the delicate touch of her skin for a moment before wrapping his arm around her waist. Asking, "Are you alright, Xia?" Chu Xia, flustered, replied, "I am fine really." After a brief interval, Li Jiansan slowly released her and inquired, "Xia, what brings you here?" Chu Xia stammered, I came too." Li Jiansan smiled faintly, sensing her nervousness. Just then, Yi Tian interjected, "Xia is here specifically to take care of me. By the way, young master, what brings you here? While I am trying to bond with my junior sister, what business do you have to interrupt?" "You cur." Li Jiansan shot Yi Tian a glance before continuing, "I merely came to check on you and see how you have been faring. Are your injuries improving?" Yi Tian frowned but managed a smile. "Thanks to your care, young master, I am feeling much better." Li Jiansan waved his hand at Chu Xia and Liu Nan. "You may step out for now. I need to have a private conversation with brother Yi Tian." "Young master, I am aware of your affections for Xia. Should you desire her, feel free to take her. I have no objections." Once they had departed, Yi Tian sported a broad grin. "As long as you provide me with ample support when the time comes." Like a sycophant, Yi Tian sought to curry favor with Li Jiansan, who had long since noticed Yi Tian's interest in Chu Xia. He was well aware that Yi Tian was primarily after more cultivation resources. Indifferent to women and dignity. Li Jian-san scoffed. So how much do you think Xia is worth? Yi Qian's eyes gleamed with avarice as he replied, young master, my demands are modest. I only wish to become a disciple within the sect and be accepted under the tutelage of an elder. Is that all? Li Jian-san could no longer contain his disdain. You are truly a scoundrel, wasting Xia's genuine feelings on you. Yi Qian, perplexed, asked, what? Does young master not have feelings for Xia? Ha! The women I desire. I have my own methods to win over. I would never stoop to your vile tactics. Yi Qian then sported a lewd smile. Young master, why complicate matters? I could simply drug Xia for you. And you could have your way with her. Once she is ensnared, she would be yours, would she not? Li Jian-san's expression darkened significantly and he kicked Yi Qian. You scoundrel! Even after being humiliated by Li Jian-san, Yi Qian maintained a grin. It seems you are quite skilled, young master. I must have been overly cautious. Master, please lend your energy to teach this brat a lesson. At that moment, Yi Qian summoned his master residing within him. Little Qian, my spirit is currently weakened, the voice of his master replied. Yi Qian fumed. This scoundrel has repeatedly humiliated me. If you do not step in to teach him a lesson, my resolve in martial arts may falter. Very well, I shall assist you this once. Ding. The system detected a powerful psychic wave surrounding the host. Would you like to activate the defense talisman? At that moment, Li Jian-san heard the system's voice in his mind. He cast a cold glance at Yi Qian, realizing he indeed had a powerful old man as a bodyguard. Use it, he commanded the system. Ding. The defense talisman has been activated. The psychic energy around you has been rendered ineffective. Observing Li Jian-san's calm demeanor, Yi Qian questioned, how can you remain so composed? Noticing the smile on Li Jian-san's face, Yi Qian hurriedly reached out to his master. Master, what is happening? However, he could not comprehend why his once omnipotent master had seemingly vanished at this critical moment. Panic and shock washed over Yi Qian. You insolent wretch, behave yourself. Li Jian-san stepped forward, slapping Yi Qian across the face before turning to leave. What a despicable thing, relying on your status to bully others. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure you pay for this. Li Jian-san tenfold. After Li Jian-san departed, Yi Qian seethed. He was aware of his own talent and, with sufficient medicinal support, he would eventually rise to prominence. However, he needed to endure for now, bide his time and wait for the opportune moment to strike back. Little Qian. After a long while following Li Jian-san's departure, Yi Qian's mind echoed with an ancient voice. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Qian's expression turned to one of anger. Master, where were you just now? You promised me your assistance. How could you go back on your word? Initially, Yi Qian had been delighted by the appearance of his master. But as time passed, he realized that this so-called master was merely a spirit residing within him, lacking the power to execute many tasks and often failing to aid him when needed. This left Yi Qian feeling profoundly disappointed. Xiao Qian, listen to me. From the center of Yi Qian's brow, a translucent elder emerged, his face adorned with a trace of bitter smile. Just now, I intended to lend you a hand. However, just as I was about to act, a mysterious force enveloped this place, severing the connection between us. This force is exceedingly enigmatic, even I cannot ascertain its nature. You know, I was once strangled by a similar mysterious force. Therefore, I dare not breach this power. Should it be related to the forces that ensnared me back then, my fate would be sealed. Fear not, as soon as I regain my strength I shall undoubtedly avenge you. After a round of explanations from Yi Qian's master, Yi Qian gradually calmed down. His master was now but a wisp of residual soul, with far too little power remaining. If discovered, the consequences would be perilous. Thus, exercising caution is indeed prudent. That individual was the young master of Shenjingmen, and it would not be surprising if he possessed a few defensive treasures. I was indeed too hasty, allowing my master to act without considering this. Yi Qian remarked, I have heard that the master of Shenjingmen collected many rare and peculiar treasures. Perhaps among them lies the artifact related to the forces that once strangled my master. Yi Qian's master's expression shifted, his eyes glimmering with a hint of light. If we can truly find it, I may swiftly regain my strength. Where are those items hidden? We must investigate at once. Yi Qian replied, the treasures of Shenjingmen are stored in the treasure pavilion. Fear not, master, I have already made arrangements. Chapter 31. Strolling after Li Jian-san mocked Yi Qian, he went out to meet Liu Nan. How has this kid been practicing lately? In response to the young master, Liu Nan replied, That Yi Tian fellow has been assigned to do menial labor during the day, leaving him only the nights to train. However, I must say, despite the limited time, his talent is commendable. Even with night training, he has made considerable progress and now possesses the strength of the 7th level of qi refining. Nevertheless, he still falls far short when compared to you. Young master. In the end, Liu Nan didn't forget to flatter Li Jian-san. If it weren't for my own advantages, I might have truly been surpassed by him one day. Pausing for a moment, Liu Nan continued, were it not for his recent entry into cultivation and the limited resources at his disposal, he might have truly made a stunning breakthrough. Li Jian-san's expression shifted. Truly, this is the protagonist. Despite my targeting him, he still manages to survive in the cracks. Such a protagonist aura is not to be underestimated. It seems I must devise a strategy to suppress him. I cannot allow him to develop unchecked. Li Jian-san glanced at Liu Nan and said, Elder Liu Nan, what do you propose we do to suppress him? Liu Nan resolutely replied, rest assured. Young master, as long as he is under my watch, he shall not enjoy a peaceful path of growth. Li Jian-san nodded slightly, smiling as he said, if you handle this matter well, your rewards will be plentiful. Liu Nan nodded, seemingly harboring thoughts of eliminating Yi Tian immediately. Noticing Liu Nan's expression, Li Jian-san cautioned, old man, take it easy, do not kill him just yet. He is still of use to me. For now, I shall keep him around, and once my plans come to fruition I will dispose of him and send someone to bury him. Li Jian-san had a mission at hand and had not yet dealt with Chu 11er. So he could not act against Yi Tian just yet, especially since Chu 11er still cared for him. Afterward, Li Jian-san returned to his room, gazing thoughtfully at the golden greatsword within. Lost in contemplation. Though this weapon is formidable, the sword spirit within remains quite weak, and it appears that some seals are placed upon it. Even wielding this sword, I cannot unleash much power. I must hasten to restore the sword spirit. After all, she is so beautiful, with a splendid figure, and she calls me brother so affectionately. System. Master, the system reminds you that if you wish to restore the sword spirit's power, you will need to concoct a 9-turn gathering spirit pill. Li Jian-san inquired. 9-turn gathering spirit pill? How is it made? System replied. To concoct a 9-turn gathering spirit pill, you must become a 9th grade alchemist and gather 9 types of rare materials. Enough, no need to elaborate. Upon hearing that becoming a 9th grade alchemist was required, Li Jian-san dismissed the thought. Even on the 9 provinces continent, there are not many of those available. Currently I am still a lowly fighter. Becoming a 9th grade alchemist is still far beyond my reach. Even with the system's assistance it seems rather implausible. Master, with the system at your disposal, you will soon become a 9th grade alchemist with my help. System stated. Li Jian-san waved his hand, directly rejecting this approach. Is there no other way? System responded. You can concoct a simple gathering spirit pill, but its effects are significantly inferior to those of the 9-turn gathering spirit pill. What is the difference? Li Jian-san questioned. System replied. The simple gathering spirit pill can only awaken her but cannot restore her power. Li Jian-san said. For now, we must proceed with this plan. By the way, system, can I concoct the gathering spirit pill now? System. Of course, the system possesses the recipe for the gathering spirit pill. However, you must gather the materials yourself. Li Jian-san remarked. That's fine. I can also take the opportunity to test that alchemist and gather the materials. It seems a trip to the city is in order. At that moment, Li Jian-san heard a knock on the door. He stepped out to find Chu 11er standing at the threshold. 11er, did you come looking for me? Chu 11er's gaze flickered, and she replied, I was thinking of strolling down the mountain, but I'm not familiar with this place. Could you accompany me? Li Shixiang? Li Jian-san sensed something peculiar about Chu 11er, but upon observing her, he could not pinpoint the issue. Forget it, I shall accompany her. Perhaps it would deepen our bond. All right, stay close to me. Do not wander off, the town can be quite crowded. Li Jian-san suddenly seized Chu 11er's delicate hand and dashed toward the door. Holding her soft and fragile hand felt remarkably different. Smooth and silky. Making him reluctant to let go. As they walked through the small town, passers-by gazed at the ethereal beauty of Chu 11er, leaving behind envious glances. Throughout the journey, feeling the stares from those onlookers, Chu 11er felt a twinge of unease and instinctively sought refuge in Li Jian-san's embrace. Do not be afraid, 11er. With me here, they dare not harm you. Li Jian-san gently patted Chu 11's head, offering comfort. Upon hearing his words, Chu 11 felt inexplicably reassured, perceiving Li Jian-san as a figure of extraordinary stature in her heart. Ding. The system detects that Chu 11's affection for the host has increased by 10 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Jian-san smiled. Indeed, this trip was not in vain. The naive girl was surprisingly easy to deceive. As they passed by a brothel, several alluring women suddenly emerged, surrounding Li Jian-san. Young Master Kongsu, why have you not come to find us lately? It has left us quite disheartened. Oh, it seems young Master Kongsu has found a new love and forgotten his old flames. The seductive women cast a glance at Chu 11 beside Li Jian-san, commenting, this little girl is quite charming. Young Master Kongsu certainly has good taste. No wonder he hasn't sought us out. It turns out he is hiding a treasure. Li Jian-san's gaze lingered on their exposed, fair legs. Under normal circumstances, he would have embraced them without hesitation, but now, clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, do not speak nonsense. I, Li Jian-san, have always been upright and candid. I am not that sort of person. What you say is beyond my comprehension. He then hurriedly led Chu 11 away. 11 They must have mistaken me for someone else. You know very well what kind of person I am, Li Jian-san continued to explain beside Chu 11. Ding. The system detects that Chu 11's affection for the host has decreased by 20 points. Chapter 32. Provocation. What a disaster. Coming out this time has yielded nothing but trouble, and now Chu 11's affection for me has plummeted. What on earth is happening? Li Jian-san felt a surge of frustration. After a moment, the two arrived at the entrance of a tavern. Observing Chu 11's eager expression, Li Jian-san smiled and pointed inside. 11, are you hungry? Let us go in and grab something to eat first. Chuxio gazed at the grand tavern before her, momentarily taken aback. It was her first time stepping inside such an expansive establishment. Following Yi Tianliu, she had wandered aimlessly, often going without food, enduring a life of hardship beneath the open skies. Even now, she had yet to savor any delicacies. Casting a glance at Li Jian-san, she hesitantly inquired, am I truly allowed to dine within? Indeed, I, Li Jian-san, am a man of my word, never one to deceive. He replied with a smile. The two entered the tavern and found a table to settle at. Hey waiter, enough dawdling, come here quickly and bring forth your finest wines and dishes. Today, ensure my junior sister is well taken care of. And I shall reward you generously, Li Jian-san commanded. Upon hearing his words, a young attendant draped in a cloth for cleaning tables hurried over. Our young Master Kongsu, you are indeed our esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. Your food and drink will be served shortly, he responded eagerly. Li Jian-san retrieved a small piece of spirit stone from his belongings and tossed it onto the table. Take this. It is a reward for you. The spirit stone served as the universal currency in this realm. Upon seeing the stone, the young attendant bowed deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, young Master Kongsu. This spirit stone is nearly equivalent to my annual earnings. Although the attendant felt exhilarated, Li Jian-san remained unfazed, for such items were abundant at Xinjiangmen and held little rarity. With renewed fervor, the attendant quickly collected the spirit stone from the table, his demeanor now even more enthusiastic. Thank you, young Master Kongsu. Your dishes will arrive shortly. Do let us know if you require anything. After Li Jian-san nodded, the attendant departed. Chuxio, sensing the situation, gently advised, Senior Brother Li, I appreciate your generous spirit and willingness to help others. But isn't this a bit excessive? Ha ha, it's just my nature, Li Jian-san replied, momentarily taken aback, realizing his intentions to appear impressive had inadvertently led to a misunderstanding of his character. Alright Zia, let me share the story of this tavern with you. Please do. Chuxio had never encountered such a tavern and was most curious about its history. This tavern boasts a history spanning several centuries. It is said to have been constructed by a mighty figure who has since ascended to the outer realms. As Li Jian-san observed Chuxio's keen interest, he began to recount the tavern's origins. I see. So this tavern has indeed hosted the monarch of our Jiang nation? Chuxio inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. Li Jian-san nodded, indeed, right from where you are sitting. I am seated in the very spot where the monarch once sat. Chuxio gasped, her expression one of disbelief. Observing her reaction, Li Jian-san chuckled lightly, silly girl. I was merely teasing you. The monarch's visits were ages ago, and the layout has changed numerous times since then. There is no way you are occupying the same position. At that moment, the tavern's owner approached, bringing forth the dishes to demonstrate his respect for Li Jiansan. How have you been, good sir? Li Jiansan greeted him warmly. Thanks to you, business is fair. However, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Where have you been indulging yourself? The owner replied with a hearty laugh. Just then, two burly men with bare torsos swaggered in, their eyes lecherously fixated on Chuxiu. These oafs must be from the neighboring village. Daring to stir trouble in my territory, Li Jiansan thought, smirking to himself. They clearly do not comprehend the gravity of their situation, as this is the domain of Shenjingmen, surrounded by my faction's elite. As the two men approached, Li Jiansan could not help but smirk, recognizing this as an opportunity to showcase his prowess before Chuxiu. Hey, pretty boy, vacate your seat for us. That girl beside you has caught our eye. Step aside, and I promise not to harm you. Who knows, we might even return her to you after some fun. One of them leered. If you refuse to comply, do not blame us for being ungracious. I warn you, we have taken lives before. The other added, ignoring Li Jiansan. They directed their attention to Chuxiu. My dear, come to our room tonight and indulge us in some delightful entertainment. As long as you please us, there will be ample rewards for you. Hearing this, Li Jiansan coldly interjected, who gave you the right to approach? The two thugs were momentarily stunned before their anger flared. I've encountered fierce individuals, but none as reckless as you. Do you not realize we are from the Wang family? Do you seek to court death by opposing us? The tavern owner began to speak. He is. But before he could finish, Li Jiansan raised his hand to silence him. This is indeed the Wang family's territory. Whoever we desire, no one can obstruct us. Chuxiu, sensing the hostility from the two men, felt a surge of fear for Li Jiansan's safety and tugged at his arm. Senior brother Li, we need not concern ourselves with them. Li Jiansan cast a reassuring glance at Chuxiu and replied, do not worry. These two ruffians are no match for me. Big brother, it appears we have a fearless one here. One of the thugs laughed. Let us finish him off and take this lovely lady for ourselves. We can share her with the others for some delightful entertainment. One of them lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Li Jiansan's head, showcasing formidable strength indicative of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Chuxiu, noticing the display of power, felt a sigh of relief. He was merely at the 8th level. While senior brother Li had claimed victory in the monthly competition, he could easily handle them. Yet, in the next moment, Chuxiu was left astounded. Although Li Jiansan evaded the punch, the force still struck his back, sending him crashing several meters away, blood spurting from his mouth. Chuxiu's expression shifted dramatically, her heart racing with anxiety. How could this happen? Chapter 33. Baikao Pavilion. Didn't senior brother Li secure first place in the monthly competition? How could he not withstand the punch of an 8th level Qi refiner? Could it be true what that young master said, that he is relying on? However, Li Jiansan remained unfazed, fully aware that skilled protectors surrounded him in the shadows. Just as he was propelled backward, a figure soared in, catching him and stuffing spirit medicine into his mouth, restoring him swiftly. The figure then turned their gaze upon the two burly men. With merely a glance, the previously arrogant duo found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move under the overwhelming pressure. Chuxiu rushed over, panic lacing her voice. Senior brother Li, are you alright? Are you hurt? After confirming Li Jiansan was unharmed, she hesitantly asked, Senior brother Li, did you not win first place in the monthly competition? How could you struggle against these two? It was a sneak attack. Yes, they caught me off guard, otherwise there is no way they could be my opponents. Ding! The system detected a decrease of 10 points in Chuxiu's favorability towards the host. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Jiansan felt exasperated. What on earth? How could my favorability drop instead of increase? Was my effort in vain? Chuxiu regarded Li Jiansan, her gaze gradually softening. After all, senior brother Li was only trying to protect me. Ding! The system detected an increase of 10 points in Chuxiu's favorability towards the host. It has risen. This is how it should be. Earlier an elder had questioned the two assailants. Which sect do you belong to? Do you not understand where you are? How dare you lay hands on my young master? You truly do not comprehend the meaning of death. The two brutish men, upon hearing this, immediately panicked, realizing they had encountered someone formidable. We had no idea he was your young master. If we had known. Even if you lent us your courage, we would not have dared to act against him. The elder turned to Li Jiansan. Young master, how should we deal with them? That one who struck me. Cripple him. As for the other, give him a beating and throw him out. I am not one to be excessively ruthless. Young master, please spare me, spare me. Take them away and deal with them elsewhere. Do not ruin our appetite here. Yes, young master. The shopkeeper, with a stern face, led the two away. The two men wore expressions of deep regret, lamenting their earlier folly in pursuing beauty and provoking Li Jiansan. Chu 11er looked at Li Jiansan and smiled, saying, even in such a predicament, you still think of food. Observing the shift in their relationship, Li Jiansan teased, Li Jiansan, would never go back on my word when it comes to treating you to a meal. Consider this feast a way to ease your worries, junior sister. Alas, brother Li, next time you encounter such matters, do not overexert yourself. Thank you for your concern, junior sister, Li Jiansan replied with a grin. Chu 11er's cheeks flushed slightly. Who is concerned about you? Ding. The system detected that Chu 11er's affection for the host has risen to 60 points. Splendid. The beating I endured has not been in vain. Li Jiansan thought gleefully, now that Chu 11er's fondness for me has reached 60. If I exert a little more effort, I shall soon win her heart. If there are any issues on Yitian's side, wouldn't 11er's sect quickly succumb to me? Li Jiansan feigned calm on the surface, while internally he was bursting with joy. The shopkeeper seemed quite unfazed. Even with the chaos unfolding, he did not come out to clean up the mess. Just then, the owner brought out the dishes. Young master, I hope you weren't injured. I am fine. Li Jiansan waved his hand. By the way, could you tell me where I might find medicinal herbs for sale around here? Previously, Li Jiansan had indulged in revelry and was familiar only with the places of pleasure. Medicinal herbs for sale? The shopkeeper looked at Li Jiansan in astonishment. Are you planning to concoct elixirs? Upon seeing Li Jiansan nod, the shopkeeper's gaze shifted. Alchemist? That is indeed a most esteemed title. If you wish to purchase herbs, you may visit Baikao Pavilion. After satisfying their hunger, Li Jiansan and Chu 11er headed directly to Baikao Pavilion. Moments later, they arrived at the establishment. Once inside, Li Jiansan wasted no time and approached. Greetings, young master. Upon entering, a young attendant quickly approached. May I inquire what herbs you wish to purchase? Li Jiansan did not hesitate. Presenting the elixir recipe he had prepared earlier, please gather everything listed here. The procedure at this establishment typically involved presenting a recipe pane, and then receiving the herbs. Li Jiansan was acutely aware of the ulterior motive behind this arrangement. They sought to uncover valuable elixir recipes. Should they find something useful, they would swiftly acquire it, as alchemists held an exceptionally esteemed position in this world. An authorized appropriation of their recipes would invite the wrath of the Alchemist Guild. The attendant, upon seeing Li Jiansan's recipe, was momentarily taken aback. Purple star grass, celestial wolf flower. What? Are these herbs? My apologies, sir, but our store does not possess these herbs. It will take some time to gather them. Hearing this, Li Jiansan took Chu 11er and departed. Very well, I shall return another day. Oh, is that not the young master of Xingjing sect? The notorious Li Jiansan, known for his indulgences and lack of cultivation? Indeed, that is him, but how did he come to be here? After Li Jiansan left, the surrounding patrons began to murmur. The previous attendant, hearing their chatter, felt a twinge of annoyance and had no idea what it was. Thinking it was a precious recipe, turns out it was just fabricated nonsense from Li Jiansan. Thankfully I didn't take it to the manager, otherwise it would have been quite the embarrassment. Upon realizing it was Li Jiansan, the attendant felt relieved. Although he had only recently arrived, he had heard of Li Jiansan's notorious reputation. How could this debauched heir possess a legitimate recipe? It was likely but a frivolous concoction to amuse himself. Bah, what a waste of my time. With that, the attendant crumpled the recipe and tossed it aside. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, picked up the crumpled paper, and upon seeing the recipe, his expression changed dramatically. Whose recipe is this? Chapter 34. Assessment. The Alchemist Guild in Luhuo City has begun recruiting apprentices. Have you all heard? Yes, indeed. It is said that Master Mo will select one from this batch of apprentices as his closed-door disciple. Doesn't the Alchemist Guild require a first-grade alchemist as a standard for recruitment? I'm not sure, but it seems Master Mo is lowering the standards in preparation for the alchemist competition in 3 months. Master Mo, is he not the third-grade alchemist, Mo Liuyan, the highest ranked in Luhuo City? Yes, indeed. As long as you pass their assessment, you can directly advance to first-grade alchemist. Such an opportunity is rare. Hurry and take a look. As Li Jiansan walked along the road, passers-by began to stir with excitement, recruiting apprentices. Li Jiansan smiled. The opportunity to advance directly to first-grade alchemist spared much hassle. With this in mind, he turned to Chu 11er, junior sister 11er, shall we go take a look? Brother Li intends to participate in the Alchemist Guild's apprentice assessment. Chu 11er was taken aback, surprised that her brother was interested in alchemy. Before she could fully process this, Li Jiansan pulled her along. The Alchemist Guild had long been renowned, its influence deeply rooted across the continent. Even a mere branch held immense power. In terms of overall strength, few could rival the Alchemist Guild, as this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, necessitates the acquisition of potent elixirs. The Alchemist Guild was centrally located in the western part of the town, sprawling across thousands of acres. Within its confines stood magnificent structures, with towering edifices numbering in the thousands, all exuding grandeur and magnificence, showcasing the might of the Alchemist Guild. Upon arriving, Li Jiansan couldn't help but sigh at the scale of the Alchemist Guild. Compared to the Alchemist Guild, Shengjing sect is truly insignificant. By the time Li Jiansan and Chu 11er reached the Alchemist Guild, it was already teeming with people, nearly devoid of space to stand. The crowd wore eager expressions, jostling to get inside as if fearful of missing this rare opportunity. After what felt like an eternity, just as the crowd grew restless, an elderly man with a white beard emerged from within the guild. He surveyed the throng and, upon seeing the overwhelming turnout, smiled with satisfaction before speaking slowly. I trust you are all aware of the Guild's exceptional recruitment of apprentices. Otherwise you would not be here. Now, without further ado, allow me to outline the basic requirements for this assessment. Firstly, we seek only the most talented disciples among you, and we will accept only 100. Secondly, there are age restrictions. Applicants must not exceed 16 years. As soon as this requirement was announced, the expressions of a significant portion of the crowd fell into despondency. This stipulation was only natural after all. They desired the most promising talents, and those too old had already lost their value. After outlining the age requirement, the elder pointed to a small building in the distance. Those who meet the age criteria should proceed to register there. However, I must warn you in advance that if you dare to commit any fraud, the Alchemist Guild has 100 ways to make you regret it. The elder's declaration caused many to leave in disappointment. After a moment, Li Jiansan approached to complete his registration. Upon witnessing his registration, Chu 11er displayed a look of astonishment. Initially she thought Li Jiansan had come merely to observe, but she was taken aback to realize he was there to participate in the Alchemist Guild's apprentice assessment. Could it be that Brother Li possesses talent in alchemy as well? Chu 11er gazed at Li Jiansan and asked, Brother Li, do you have expertise in alchemy? Li Jiansan chuckled and replied, not at all. I'm merely dabbling. Upon hearing this, Chu 11er's astonishment gradually subsided. After some time, all those who met the requirements had completed their registrations. Once everyone had completed the submission of their personal information, the elderly man with a white beard took the registration roster into his hands, glanced at it, and declared, I believe you all should be aware that to become an alchemist, one must not only possess relentless determination but also an exceptionally high level of soul power. Therefore, we shall assess the strength of your souls. Only those whose soul power meets our requirements will be retained. Please stand in line. I will commence calling names shortly to evaluate your soul strength. As the white-bearded elder spoke, several burly men emerged from behind him, subsequently presenting a massive white stone before the crowd. Observing the stone's unveiling, the elder pointed at it and explained, this is the soul-testing stone, which will determine the rank of your souls. Only those with a soul power of second tier or above will meet the criteria for apprenticeship this time. Is that clear to everyone? Li Jiansan cast a glance at the soul-testing stone. The soul test was akin to the spirit stone used previously at Shengjing Gate to assess spiritual roots, and its effectiveness was rather mediocre. It is noteworthy that the soul power is categorized into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the weakest and the 9th tier the strongest. After the elder finished speaking, the remaining candidates grew increasingly tense, and the atmosphere in the venue became heavy. It was uncertain how many would be eliminated in this round of soul power testing. When the time comes for the soul tier assessment, you need only approach the soul testing stone and place your hand upon it. The elder surveyed the anxious expressions of the crowd and continued, there are 9 star stones atop the soul testing stone. The higher your soul tier, the more star stones you will illuminate. For instance, if you light up 3 star stones, your soul tier will be classified as 3rd tier. Is that understood? If there are no objections, let us begin. In a deep voice, the elder called out, first up, Hu Xiaowei. Upon hearing his name, a youth named Hu Xiaowei staggered forward to the soul testing stone, his expression betraying a hint of nervousness. Commenced, the elder instructed. Following the command, Hu Xiaowei slowly placed his hand on the stone. Soon, the star stones began to illuminate, yet ultimately only 1 star stone glowed. This indicated that his soul power was merely at the 1st tier, resulting in his disqualification from the assessment. In response to this outcome, the elder displayed little emotion, stating in a flat tone, soul power at 1st tier does not meet our requirements. You may leave. Hearing the elder's words, Hu Xiaowei turned pale and departed in dejection. Next, Mo Daki, another youth, stepped forward. Upon sighting this young man, the crowd began to murmur. This lad is rumored to hail from a family of alchemists. His soul power should be formidable. If he cannot pass, then the Alchemist Guild's standards are exceedingly harsh. As the discussions unfolded, the youth named Mo Daki placed his hand upon the soul testing stone, and at that moment the star stones erupted in brilliance. With a hum, the glow of the star stones ultimately rested upon the 2nd stone. Mo Daki's expression soured, clearly dissatisfied with this result. The elder regarded him and remarked, Mo Daki, your soul power is at 2nd tier, barely adequate. Prepare for the next round of assessment. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred again. What? There's another test? Good heavens, if this first round is already so challenging, what will the next round entail? Could the Alchemist Guild's apprentice assessments be any more stringent? Keep your comments to a minimum. After all, passing this assessment elevates one to the rank of 1st-tier alchemist. Do you think it is easy to become a 1st-tier alchemist? After overhearing the murmurs, the elder furrowed his brow and solemnly declared, the Alchemist Guild seeks the most promising and gifted disciples. I shall not hesitate to inform you that there are 2 more rounds of assessments ahead, and the difficulty will only escalate. Should any of you find this unacceptable, you are free to leave at any time. Time passed and over half of the candidates had undergone the soul tier testing, yet not even half had met the requirements. Nevertheless, the remaining candidates still numbered well over 100. The elder continued to call forth the next tester. Next, Yang Zishuo. Upon announcing Yang Zishuo's name, the previously quiet atmosphere was abruptly disrupted. It's him. I never expected Yang Zishuo to be present. Coming from a prestigious family and endowed with exceptional alchemical talent, Yang Zishuo was a standout figure in Luhuo City. His alchemical prowess ranked among the top 10, and his soul power was undoubtedly impressive. Moreover, it was said that he had already attained the status of a 1st-tier alchemist. It was surprising that he would participate in the Alchemist Guild's apprentice assessment. Observing Yang Zishuo's resolute demeanor, it seemed he aimed to become the direct disciple of Master Mo.As. The crowd speculated. A suave young man in white attire gracefully approached. The elder glanced at him and said, Yang Zishuo, you may begin. Yes, Yang Zishuo replied respectfully, then placed his palm upon the soul testing stone. Buzz! The instant Yang Zishuo's hand made contact, the star stones on the soul testing stone erupted with dazzling light, radiating as fiercely as the sun, making it difficult for those nearby to keep their eyes open. The brilliance persisted for a considerable duration, illuminating the star stones in succession until it finally settled on the 5th star stone. Remarkably, he had ignited the 5th star stone, an extraordinary revelation that his soul power had reached the 5th tier. Truly, Yang Zishuo was a young talent of the highest caliber in alchemical aptitude, and his prowess was indeed formidable. A 5th-tier soul power was likely the highest recorded thus far. Surely, no one else could surpass him in this trial. It seemed that Master Mo's direct disciple would undoubtedly be Yang Zishuo. Upon witnessing Yang Zishuo's results, envy filled the eyes of the onlookers. The previously indifferent elder, now displaying a rare smile, remarked, "Well done. Your soul power has reached the 5th tier. You have far exceeded our requirements. You may step down to rest and prepare for the next round of assessments," with the envious gazes of the crowd upon him. Yang Zishuo gracefully descended and stood aside, awaiting the conclusion of the evaluations. After a while, another group stepped up for testing, yet only a scant few would remain. Next, Li Jiansan. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Li Jiansan's turn. The surrounding crowd held no expectations for him. After all, Li Jiansan's infamous reputation preceded him. Such a debauched scion was merely here to amuse himself. Who would genuinely expect him to pass the test? The elder regarded Li Jiansan with little patience and bluntly stated, "You may begin, but I hope you are not merely wasting my time." The elder had heard of Li Jiansan's exploits. This young man, relying on his status as the son of the Shengjing sect's minor master, had indulged in countless outrageous antics, and he had never bothered to cultivate, remaining stuck in the qi refining stage. In truth, he was merely a somewhat powerful waste of space. Unfazed by the elder's demeanor, Li Jiansan approached the stage and casually placed his hand on the soul-testing stone, observing Li Jiansan's nonchalant attitude. The elder's patience frayed. How infuriating! Look at the other disciples. Each one is highly focused and earnest in their testing of soul power, yet this lad behaves so carelessly, as if he is mocking our alchemist guild. Typically, during soul assessments, testers concentrate intently, ensuring the most accurate results. However, Li Jiansan's flippant demeanor was unprecedented. Should he fail to register any results, he would have no one to blame but himself. HMPH. Even if you are the son of the Shengjing sect's minor master, I shall teach you a lesson today. The Alchemist Guild does not fear your lineage. The elder's frown deepened as he observed Li Jiansan's lackadaisical approach. On the other side, Chuzia observed Li Jiansan's demeanor and began to feel a sense of worry. Previously, she had thought that senior brother Li was genuinely engaged in the study of alchemy, which was why he had come to participate in the apprentice assessment of the Alchemist Guild. However, now, seeing his current state, it seemed he was merely here for amusement. The identity of an alchemist is exceedingly prestigious. If senior brother Li continued to treat it lightly, what would happen if he incited their wrath? How could he jest so carelessly? If he truly provoked the Alchemist Guild, given their esteemed status, how could they tolerate such mockery? Surely they would retaliate. What to do? What to do? Even if they invoked the name of Shengjingman, the Alchemist Guild would likely not take it seriously. Chuzia, well aware of the Alchemist Guild's formidable power, understood that their influence spanned the entire continent, rendering the humble Shengjingman insignificant in their eyes. Her gaze remained fixed on Li Jiansan on the stage, a worried expression creeping onto her face. Senior brother Li, you may have truly gotten yourself into trouble. Chapter 36. True Strength. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, the expression of the elderly man with a white beard suddenly shifted, his gaze intently focused on Li Jiansan. What was happening? Why did it seem as if this young man's aura had suddenly intensified? At that moment, as Li Jiansan casually placed his palm upon the soul-testing stone, the stone began to tremble violently. Not only that, but the star stones embedded within it erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The blinding light surging through each star stone like a tempest, several of them igniting with vibrant radiance. This young man illuminated the star stones with astonishing speed. Wasn't he the young master of Shengjingman? How could he possess such formidable soul power? It was utterly inconceivable. Look, he has already ignited the 5th star stone. Does that mean his soul power rivals that of Yang Zishu? No, look again. He has lit another one. His soul strength surpasses that of Yang Zishu. This young man truly has hidden depths. Witnessing Li Jiansan's assessment, those around him stood frozen in disbelief, shock etched across their faces. How could this be possible? The rumored young master of Shengjingman was said to lack diligence in cultivation. How could he possess such powerful soul energy? Li Jiansan's current soul power had reached the 6th tier, surpassing even Yang Zishu. A truly monstrous talent. Everyone remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Meanwhile, the elderly man who had previously mocked Li Jiansan was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. He had initially thought Li Jiansan to be a mere wastrel, leveraging his status for amusement, yet he never anticipated that Li Jiansan harbored such immense soul power. This young man had been concealing his true capabilities. It was a grave oversight on his part to consider dismissing him. Just the thought of it made the old man's face flush with embarrassment. And no, it couldn't be. How could this young man's soul power be so formidable? On the other hand, Yang Zishu, witnessing the test results, wore an expression filled with resentment. After a brief moment, his gaze towards Li Jiansan turned frigid. He had initially intended to shine in this soul power assessment, hoping to catch Master Mo's attention. But now Li Jiansan had thwarted his plans. HMPH, even if your soul power exceeds mine, have heard that the young master of Xingjingmen is indifferent to cultivation and has yet to reach the qi refining stage. Even if you have stolen my thunder in this round of testing, how will you compare to me in the subsequent alchemical trials? I am already a first-tier alchemist. Let's see how this unrefined young master embarrasses himself in the upcoming alchemical segment. Yang Zishu's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Li Jiansan, speaking coldly. Meanwhile, Chuzia, upon witnessing Li Jiansan's test results, could not help but display her excitement. How wonderful! I never expected senior brother Li to possess such remarkable soul power. It seems he has a strong chance of passing this assessment. System, can you detect the strength of my current soul power? The system responded candidly. Master, your soul power currently stands at the 7th tier. Upon hearing the system's reply, Li Jiansan felt no surprise. After all, he had traversed 2 lifetimes and his soul power was naturally far greater than that of ordinary individuals. However, I must remind you, Master, that the warriors here typically possess soul power around the 2nd tier. A 5th-tier soul power is already considered exceptionally profound in this context. If you recklessly reveal your true strength, it may lead to unforeseen troubles. Nodding in response to the system's caution, Li Jiansan understood that exhibiting his 7th-tier soul power here would be too conspicuous, potentially attracting unwanted attention. With this in mind, he slightly restrained his energy, allowing the light on the soul-testing stone to ultimately settle at the 6th star stone. At that moment, the elderly man with the white beard suddenly became animated. His eyes locked onto Li Jiansan as if he were gazing upon a gold mine. He recalled Li Jiansan's earlier casual testing demeanor, which he remembered vividly. If Li Jiansan had tested earnestly, it was likely that his soul tier would have been even higher. Therefore, this was not his full strength, implying that his soul power was far beyond this. This was truly astonishing. What a delightful surprise! In recruiting apprentices, he had struck gold. With Li Jiansan's current talent, barring any mishaps, he would undoubtedly qualify as a 3rd-tier alchemist. Moreover, under his guidance, it was highly probable he could evolve into a 4th-tier alchemist. In Luhuocheng, the highest-ranking alchemist was merely 3rd-tier. A 4th-tier alchemist had never been seen in Luhuocheng. Should he truly succeed in nurturing a 4th-tier alchemist, it would be exceedingly likely that he would be recalled to the Alchemist Guild headquarters. While the Alchemist Guild was immensely powerful, it had countless branches across the continent, meaning resources were distributed in layers and each alchemist received limited resources. The branch in Luhuocheng was even more deprived. The white-bearded elder, gazing at Li Jiansan as if he were a precious gem, eventually snapped back to reality. Li Jiansan, soul power, 6th tier. Although the elderly man surmised that Li Jiansan's true soul power exceeded this, he had no intention of disclosing it. He could perceive that Li Jiansan's actions were deliberate, intended to keep others unaware of his true prowess. With this realization, the elderly man became increasingly pleased with Li Jiansan. What a clever young man! Possessing the foresight to conceal his strength before others, with such temperament, how could he not achieve great things? At that moment, Chuzia, witnessing the scene unfold, gazed at Li Jiansan with envy. I never expected senior brother Li to possess such extraordinary talent. If it weren't for my own engagement, ding, the system detected that Chuzia's favorability towards the host had risen to 70 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Jiansan smiled faintly. Indeed, it seemed that girls were drawn to powerful men. I believe it won't be long before I capture Chuzia's heart. As the white-bearded elder's voice resonated through the arena, all present were astounded. 6th tier? My heavens, this young man's soul power has reached the 6th tier. Surpassing even Yang Zishu. Is he even human? This is utterly terrifying. We initially thought Yang Zishu's soul power was the highest here, but who could have predicted the emergence of such a dark horse? One can only wonder how many prodigies remain hidden here. With such terrifying talent, I foresee that he is destined to become the most sought-after candidate in this Alchemist Guild apprentice assessment. I suspect that Master Mo's personal disciple will most likely be this young man. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, the white-bearded elder became alert. Such a promising talent must be secured swiftly. With this thought, he beamed at Li Jiansan. "Young lad, would you be willing to become my disciple?" Chapter 37. Identifying medicinal herbs, he needed to act quickly. Otherwise, once the assessment concluded and Master Mo arrived to select disciples, there would be no opportunity left for him. However, upon his inquiry, Li Jiansan remained unresponsive. Noticing Li Jiansan's lack of reaction, the elderly man added, "If you become my disciple, you will not only be promoted to a first-tier alchemist, but I can also assist you in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." As soon as these words were spoken, a tremendous uproar erupted in the arena. This was none other than Master Xu Fu, a renowned second-tier alchemist within the Alchemist Guild. Such a distinguished figure had now taken the initiative to make a move. "Look, does Master Xu Fu seem a bit anxious about whether Li Jiansan would agree? He has offered such extravagant conditions. How utterly astonishing!" It is essential to understand that reaching the foundation establishment stage requires not only diligent cultivation but also the consumption of vast resources. The difficulty of this endeavor is hardly less than that of becoming a first-tier alchemist. Moreover, if an alchemist has promised you such conditions, do not question it. He truly possesses the means. After all, the resources of an alchemist are exceedingly abundant. Otherwise, they would not hold such a prestigious position on the continent. Thus, when Xu Fu spoke, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to trust their ears. A second-tier alchemist from the Alchemist Guild was actually taking the initiative to accept Li Jiansan as his disciple, and even feared a refusal from him, offering such generous terms. This was indeed unexpected. Now, everyone present looked upon Li Jiansan with immense envy. What extraordinary luck this fellow had to have caught the attention of Master Xu Fu. After all, such talent would naturally become a coveted asset. Yet, look at him dawdling. Could it be that he intends to refuse Master Xu Fu? "Thank you, Master, but I would like to complete the assessment first," Li Jiansan said politely, bowing slightly to Xu Fu. The prominent figures inside had yet to emerge. It was far too premature to reveal his cards now. Upon hearing Li Jiansan's words, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. Had this young man lost his mind? He actually turned down Master Xu Fu. This was a second-tier alchemist. What on earth was he thinking? Not only could he directly ascend to become a first-tier alchemist, but Master Xu Fu had also promised to help him reach the foundation establishment stage. And yet, he had the audacity to refuse. In contrast to the shock of others, Xu Fu remained remarkably composed. He had anticipated Li Jiansan's rejection. A talent of such caliber would naturally have aspirations of becoming a disciple of a third-tier alchemist. As a second-tier alchemist, he probably wouldn't even pique the young man's interest. However, why were those third-tier alchemists not making a move? With a talent like Li Jiansan emerging, it was peculiar that those individuals had remained silent. Meanwhile, within the Alchemist Guild, three elders clad in distinctive attire exchanged glances. "Old Huang, why haven't you made your move? This talent is quite impressive." Old Mo, it's merely a talent. Look at you, acting as if you've never seen one before. You two old geezers are giving me a headache with your bickering. Is it really necessary to fuss over just one talent? Though they all feigned indifference, each was acutely aware of their own thoughts. They were merely forcing themselves to suppress their desires, eager to see how the others would react. How could they not be tempted by a talent like Li Jiansan? "Fine, you may proceed with your preparations," Xu Fu said, completely unaware of the inner thoughts of the third-tier alchemists. After pondering for a moment, he glanced at Li Jiansan and could only smile wryly, feeling a sense of melancholy, watching such a young talent slip through his fingers. Let us continue the assessment. Next, following Li Jiansan's extraordinary performance, the subsequent tests lost all appeal. Of course, there were still a few commendable disciples among them, but they paled in comparison to Li Jiansan's brilliance. Moments later, all participants had completed the tests. In this round, staggering 70% had been eliminated. Even with such a high elimination rate, there were still nearly 300 individuals remaining, exceeding 100. Xu Fu was not particularly surprised by this. After all, the upcoming tests would be the main event. He scanned the crowd below and spoke nonchalantly. "Those of you who remain possess certain capabilities. However, we require individuals with absolute strength and exceptional talent this time. Therefore, the forthcoming test will be even more stringent. Enough with the pleasantries. Let me explain the rules for this assessment. Shortly, 20 types of medicinal herbs will be presented before you. Your task is to accurately identify their names, properties, and effects within the time of a burning incense stick. A passing score requires a correctness rate of 90%. Shu Fu looked sternly at the crowd. Is that clear? This round of assessment, in essence, was about identifying medicinal herbs, and a correctness rate of 90% meant that only 2 errors were permissible. Moments later, Shu Fu waved his hand, and rows of mahogany tables appeared before the participants. Laden with an array of medicinal herbs, each varying in color, shape, and aroma. This is too difficult. It's like a hodgepodge. Several individuals expressed with complex expressions upon seeing the herbs. Shu Fu, overhearing their murmurs, shook his head in disappointment. To become an alchemist, one requires not only talent but also diligent study. If one cannot even distinguish the most basic properties and pharmacological effects of medicinal herbs, what hope is there for practicing alchemy? Then, Shu Fu proclaimed loudly, "All right, this round of testing begins now. The timer starts." As he finished speaking, someone immediately lit a stick of incense. Meanwhile, Li Jian-san began examining the first herb on his table, the 3-leaf starfire grass. Having absorbed the experiences of an alchemist, his familiarity with medicinal herbs had already reached the level of a third-tier alchemist. For Li Jian-san, these herbs posed no challenge whatsoever. The 3-leaf starfire grass. A fire attribute herb aids martial artists in their cultivation. When paired with the golden flower, it can be refined into a frost-breaking pill, which treats special cold ailments. Li Jian-san effortlessly noted the properties of the herb. While these herbs might seem obscure or even unfamiliar to others, for him, they presented no obstacles. After completing the first entry, he immediately turned his attention to the second herb. In this brief moment, while those around him were still merely examining the herbs, unable to identify even the first one, Li Jian-san had already documented the complete history of the first herb. Yang Zishu, witnessing Li Jian-san's speed, coldly sneered as he glanced at the second herb. Thought you were impressive, but it turns out you're just all show. Utterly clueless about the medicinal herbs. You've barely glanced at the first one and already moved on to the second. Chapter 38. I hope you won't regret it. The second herb Li Jian-san encountered was rather peculiar. It was a tree-colored plant with yellow petals and purple leaves, and even more strangely, its roots were red. Li Jian-san picked up the herb and took a whiff. The pungent aroma instantly reminded him of a particular herb, bullwood vine. This was a special plant that could only grow in border regions. Known for its hallucinogenic effects, often refined by alchemists into elixirs for self-defense. Li Jian-san set the herb down, surprised to find such a unique plant from the borders here. Considering the rich variety of herbs available, he felt a flicker of confidence regarding the herbs he was searching for. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jian-san swiftly recalled the information about the herb in his mind. With a flurry of movements, he picked up his pen and began writing without a moment's hesitation. In contrast, the other participants were meticulously inspecting the herbs, carefully sniffing and pondering for a long time before tentatively jotting down their answers. Yet Li Jian-san did not pause for thought, writing down his answers without delay. His speed was akin to copying from an answer sheet. Seeing this scene, Yang Zishu sneered. This fool thinks he can just skate by with such tactics? He believes that by performing well earlier, he can fake his way into the master's attention. How nave, this assessment is exceedingly rigorous. With each test, the elders observe meticulously. He is merely taking advantage of the situation. And undoubtedly, a splendid spectacle awaits. In truth, Yang Zishuo is not the only one harboring such thoughts. An elder supervising nearby, upon witnessing Li Jian-san's performance, furrowed his brows and his countenance darkened considerably. Another individual seeking to exploit the situation has emerged. During every alchemist evaluation, numerous individuals attempt to cut corners, scribbling nonsensical pharmacological theories, believing the elders will not scrutinize their submissions closely, hoping to deceive their way to success. Such individuals evoke his profound disdain. The greatest taboo for an alchemist is the presence of those who seek to muddle through. Without a solid foundation, even if one becomes an alchemist, the concocted elixirs may result in fatal consequences. The herbs present on the stage have been randomly selected from hundreds of thousands of varieties encompassing materials that far exceed the comprehension of a first-tier alchemist. Even a first-tier alchemist would require time to enumerate them all. And how could Li Jian-san at such a tender age possibly attain such heights? To expect him to effortlessly list these herbs is a feat only a third-tier alchemist could accomplish given his youth. How could he possess such achievements? Alas, yet another who has come to squander time. The elder, without even glancing at Li Jian-san's answers, had already resolved to eliminate him. His reasoning is understandable. After all, no one has ever witnessed a candidate with such rapid answering speed. It is improbable that anyone could achieve such velocity jotting down answers without a moment's thought. At the very least, in his years of supervision, he has yet to encounter such a prodigy. Merely a few minutes have passed and Li Jian-san has already identified all the herbs and neatly compiled his answers on paper. How can that lad be so swift? What are you thinking? Do you truly believe he has completed it? Did you not notice that he merely glanced at each herb? He has conceded. He possesses a degree of self-awareness, yet to be candid, this is exceedingly challenging. There are many herbs I have never even encountered. How can I manage this? I too may have to concede.